Danfall offers unparalleled, curated and bespoke tours across Africa for travelers seeking genuine cultural experiences, enriched with magnificent sights, sounds and flavors found on the continent. Each trip is reliably curated to ensure visitors are gifted with an immersive and authentic adventure. Whether you find yourself strolling along the charming white sand beaches of Sierra Leone, feasting on the mouth-watering delicious foods in Senegal, observing or partaking in various aspects of the Isheshi traditional system Ifa native to Yoruba land, Nigeria, with Danfall, you will rediscover a fulfilling sense of kinship to the true heart of the motherland, her communities. Our core values focus on integrity, quality, safety, and sustainability. We are uniquely committed to assisting with the advancement of African infrastructure and promoting African businesses, so both travelers and the communities they visit receive beneficial exchanges. At Danfall, we understand the importance of connectivity, and we have created a model which provides bespoke experiences based on your passions or hobbies. With us, expect a long-lasting spiritual bond between you and your destinations. Live, love, Danfall Africa. To learn more, visit Danfall.Africa.
Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Uhuru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Got a couple of announcements. Announcement number one, we are rolling to Nigeria. That is August 2nd through the 11th. August 2nd through the 11th, we are rolling to Nigeria. So if you're interested in joining us, in fact, just picking up my Nigerian passport right here, ready to get stamped. So we are rolling to Nigeria, August 2nd to the 11th. August 2nd to the 11th. If you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo. That's Danfo.Africa. Let me get centered a little bit. There we go. Please visit Danfo. That's Danfo.Africa to learn more. We would love to host you all on one of our many excursions. We are also going to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. That's September 20th through the 29th. Kenya as well. That's September 30th through October 8th. Then we are rolling to Ghana and Ivory Coast in November, and Sierra Leone in November as well. And then we are going to Benin in January for the Voodoo Festival. So if you're interested in joining, please visit Danfo. That's Danfo.Africa. Again, if you're interested in joining us, please visit Danfo. That's Danfo.Africa to learn more. If you're watching this, also, if you're watching this, I need you to go to Amazon right now as we're watching, okay? I need you to go to Amazon and type in Dynast Amir, okay? And I need you to buy one of my books, all right? Again, I need you to buy one of my books. I will greatly appreciate it. Please visit the site, go to Danfo.Africa and Amazon.com and buy a book. And then also, please go to Danfall.Africa. Oops, almost clicked on the wrong page. Go to Danfall.Africa. Check out the tours, but click on documentary. All right, and stream my documentary, please. I need everybody to do that. I want to have the #1 documentary, okay, when it comes to African, African diaspora relations. I want to have the #1 documentary. So click on that documentary link and stream the documentary. I will greatly appreciate it. Without further ado, we are going to bring on our special guest. Guys, again, hit the like button. Shout out to Master JP in the chat room. But we are going to bring on our special guest, Kofi Ali Abdul-Yekin. And he sued ECOWAS. And I just want to learn more how that Alan, I gotta holler at you too, Alan. But yeah, Alan, buy a book, gift it to a kid, gift it to all you. Alan, you are an educator. I don't know if you teach high school or elementary school, but yeah, gift it to all the kids in elementary school. All right. Yeah, get to all the kids in elementary schools. But Kofi sued ECOWAS, and I got questions, and I'm sure Kofi will have answers for me because I just want to know like how can you sue ECOWAS and how that worked out and how that played out. So I'm gonna bring Kofi on. Let's give Kofi a round of applause before we bring him on. Where are my sound effects at? Here we go. I'm gonna do it one more time. I just want to do it one more time for some reason. Here we go. One more time. There we go. Mr. Kofi,
Yes.
how are you, sir?
Oh, not bad. And you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. You're in the UK, right?
Yes. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I heard it's very hot out there.
Really, really hot. And I just came in this the day before yesterday from Ghana, so I'm still
And
fresh.
I heard Ghana's underwater.
Yes, yes. We have a serious flood everywhere.
Uh-huh.
Actually, these are things we are the realists talk about.
Okay.
That these issues have solutions. Every
Mhm.
issue in on the continent, specifically Ghana and West Africa, to us, we are almost there. The question is, what are we doing wrong? And here we are to provide and share answers.
Okay. All right. Well, introduce yourself. Let people know who you are, and like I said, I got questions. The chat has questions, so go ahead.
Yes, 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 yes. My name is Kofi Ali Abdul-Yekin. I'm an activist, actually, an author. So far, I've got 3 books on the shelves,
Mhm.
and I'm working on my 4th book. Now, as an advocate, I run a group, an NGO called ECOWAS Citizens Rights Advocate. In other words, it now brings our concerns right to the table. That yes, we believe in certain values and empowerment of human beings. Specifically, we are talking about the citizens of ECOWAS.
Mhm.
Like you just introduced the passport you are holding.
Yeah.
It's no more Nigerian passport. Now we have, like the European Union, we also have ECOWAS passport. When you check that passport, you see on it is written the ECOWAS. And under it, they write Republic of Nigeria. It's the same thing you see a Sierra Leonean or a Gambian holding, because we have a special union. And the purpose of that union, we believe, we call ourselves ECOWAS citizens advocates. Some people call us ECOWAS citizens democratic right advocate.
Mhm.
So we are the people that believe that something fundamental is missing. And this thing will continue to be there for almost 1,000 years if we don't correct it. And in short, the thing is done, but we believe it's done the wrong way. And that
Mhm.
is why we are not getting the results we want. So we are tired. And I've come up to say, you know something, we are really, really tired. What has to be done right? As express, it's written that this is how it should be done, but we have a different way that we are doing it. And we believe enough of that, we want to do it the right way. So basically that is what I do.
Okay. Now let's jump into the lawsuit. How do you go about suing an organization like ECOWAS? Like, how's that work?
Yes. I found myself suing the ECOWAS when they accepted, the president of the commission accepted a withdrawal letter from the authorities of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger.
The AES.
They later became the AES. At that time, they are not AES.
Mhm.
They are nations that military have taken over for obvious reason. There is 80 to 90% reason for the coup to take place. That
Let me ask you, do you support the coups in each that took place?
well, to be honest with you, at the beginning, because we have been telling the ECOWAS what we think is being done wrong,
Hmm.
and we've been insisting that if you do not do this thing, the problem that we are facing is pushing people to the brink of hopelessness. Democracy, the way we are doing it for the sake of democracy, is unacceptable. We've been saying it. So when the coups started, because all the countries in West Africa have already transitioned from military rule to civilian rule, because we need the civilian rule for the ECOWAS project to work. So when the coup took place, we were telling them that we told you that what we all know has to be done right, if it is done right, this coup will have been impossible, because what we know the ECOWAS is supposed to be doing is, ECOWAS has two mandates, basically, or I'll say three. ECOWAS, we want the ECOWAS of the people, not the ECOWAS of the elite class. So the ECOWAS of the people have a responsibility for security, and security cannot be there without peace. So peace, when you talk about peace, you are talking about prosperity. So if there's no prosperity, security will never work. So you can't starve people and expect them forever to continue to endure. One day they will react. And we realize we are not doing what is right. And that is what led to the coup. So when the coup took place, the third coup, I'm not talking about the first, Mali, Burkina Faso. They really, they were working with the ECOWAS. It was when the third coup, Niger, took place. Then the chairman, the ECOWAS chairman, the leaders came together and they say, hold it, these coups are becoming like they are normal. So we are going back to where we started from. That led to the civil war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, all this pain we've gone through, and the patients have brought us back. Now everybody is democratic so that we'll be able to do the right thing. We have delayed in doing the right thing. Now the military boys are coming. So when they were going to Niger, I was part of those who are saying that rather than attacking Niger, the ECOWAS should address what we say should be addressed. That was where it all started. And then I was the one who was saying that if these people, you want to go and attack them without doing the right thing, because there is no, you see, ECOWAS, the kind of mandate ECOWAS need, ECOWAS has not got that mandate. If you don't have that mandate, which is long overdue, then we don't have a choice. You can't attack these people. So I came to say that attacking Niger, it looked like we are working for France.
Right.
And so it can't be done, because the way things were playing, ECOWAS is saying we want civilian rule. France is saying they want civilian rule. And we know that the uranium in Niger, France is taking everything. We know how people are suffering. So it legitimized the coup, which wouldn't have been the case if ECOWAS is working. So we were then saying that you can't attack them. To start with, to attack them, because of the way ECOWAS is now, we have to go to all the parliament in each of the country to go and get the mandate before we can attack one. It will be illegal to attack any country. We just have to negotiate with them. If you attack them without that mandate from the parliament of the country, then that will be internationally illegal. Then I went on to say that instead of attacking them, let us go back to do what is right. And what is right? If the people of ECOWAS are voting directly for the members of the ECOWAS parliament, we have a parliament, for God's sake, and a representative to the ECOWAS parliament, the people are not allowed to vote for them. And for almost 36 years, this parliament has been there. People choose their cronies to go and represent us. And we said it is wrong. And if that parliament is there, we don't need to go to the country's parliament. All we need to do, the commission will go to the ECOWAS parliament. Because it's a legislative arm of ECOWAS with the mandate of the people, the president of the commission will then come up with whatever he wants to do, and we are going to war if we have to go to war. But the way we are going to war, that I said, if we had voted for the members of the ECOWAS parliament, the coup wouldn't have even taken place, because it would be impossible. That is my argument. So at that time, I said I do not subscribe because it's illegal. The way we went to Gambia to do the same thing, we can't go to Niger. Then it looked like it's France who want us to go. So actually, the Nigerians were those who prove what I'm saying. The Nigerians said the president of Nigeria, by the constitution of Nigeria, just as you have with the constitution of Ghana, cannot declare war, cannot go to war outside Nigeria without the National Assembly of Nigeria, especially the Senate, approving it. Because he's going on his own, and it's not attack on the country. They are going to attack third country. It's the same with Ghana. You need to, the president need to go to the parliament of Ghana. So the Nigerians then said, the Northern Caucus, they said they are not going to even approve it in Nigerian parliament. That is how that attempt to go collapsed. Then so the time they say they were going, the military of ECOWAS is going. They started mobilizing, getting people together, going to meetings, doing this. I said, if it's possible, all of us are going to move to Niger, Mali and Burkina Faso. I will fight them with everything. I said it here. I also said that because they don't have there is no legitimacy to do that. These guys can even leave ECOWAS. When I said that, nobody has ever left ECOWAS except Mauritania.
Right.
So when I said it,
hold on. So Mauritania was once in ECOWAS. I didn't know that.
Mauritania was once in ECOWAS.
I didn't know that. Go ahead.
Originally, she's one of the 16 states. The problem with Mauritania is that it's a caste-based country. In other words, it's a country where the majority are blacks, but the minority ruling class are light-skinned, mostly Northern Arabs. And so the way they rule them, if you introduce democracy the way the ECOWAS at that time want, it will bring national crisis. So they look at it and say they are not interested. That they are the first. At that time, ECOWAS has not even settled down properly. They left. So we don't consider them as those who have left. The real one who left are these ones. After so many years, they say they are going. But at the time they say they were going, we start having problems that, hey, you say you are going. Even then, we were taking them as a joke. They are not going to anywhere until they submitted a withdrawal notice to the ECOWAS Commission. And the withdrawal notice was accepted. And I say, hold it all. I am an ECOWAS taxpayer. In West Africa, we pay tax to ECOWAS.
Well, yeah, I want to say that you also pay like a airline tax. I want to say it's on the flight tickets you fly within ECOWAS countries. I want to let me check, but I'm aware there is ECOWAS tax. Correct.
We pay tax for anything imported into West Africa. I don't know whether the airline tickets pay.
I'm gonna check. I think because the thing is they were talking about making the tickets cheaper for flying throughout West Africa, and they said part of the reason why it's expensive because of an ECOWAS tax. But I'm gonna check one of my tickets, but also too as you continue, I'll pull up the article. Go ahead.
I just came out of West Africa. I don't think there's some, but I know anything, and we import so much into West Africa. The money that goes to the ECOWAS tax, nobody accounts for it. Those to be made to be account for it are supposed to be those we vote into the parliament of ECOWAS. And this problem, I then said that, yes, I will have preferred they should be in ECOWAS, not to go away, but to hold on to what they are doing. So, but what they did was to send the letter, a withdrawal letter to the ECOWAS. And I said, oh, the letter is useless. Before we know, after 1 year, they are gone because that is the treaty, and they are just gone. So I say, no. I disagree. Now I change my position. Why do I disagree? ECOWAS is a legal entity, whether we like it or not, like United States of America. It's a legal entity. Ghana is a legal entity. Burkina Faso is a legal entity. And in any legal entity, everything you do must be by law. Everything. So if ECOWAS is a legal entity and Burkina Faso is a legal entity, but the man that staged the coup, I'm using Burkina Faso as an example. When you stage a coup, what you have done is like what you saw in the United States of America by people who, when they attacked the Congress. If you are caught, that is where the condition is. It's a treasonable felony by the law that was there as the law of Burkina Faso. The law of Ghana, the constitution of Ghana, as it is now, it is illegal for military to go and take over the business of government. Therefore, what happened here is that if anyone stages a coup, that person has illegally committed an illegal act, and that act, because it's a treasonable felony, is punishable by death. Now, the problem we have is that the ECOWAS cannot enforce that for now because ECOWAS is weak. But recognizing a coup plotter, somebody just take over like a terrorist and turn around to say, now I'm the king here. The way the colonies of the African continent was created by bandits coming with weapons. Now the bandits are inside. And we said, no, that thing should not be encouraged. And ECOWAS was very clear that there is no premises for taking over. So without even consulting the people of the country, like Brexit, which is a good example of leaving a union, the people of Britain, I follow everything from beginning to the end. The European Union gave the people the opportunity as taxpayers, as the beneficiary of the union, to say whether they want to continue to be in EU or leave. And they say they want to leave, the will of the people. In ECOWAS, they just brought one useless letter, and the commission accepted the letter from people I consider as bandits. They are bandits because the law, you can't go into a bank and then take over a bank and turn around to say, I'm a holy man. It is impossible. You are a criminal. That original act, everything else that you do is a criminal act. Do you get me here? So I believe it is wrong for the commission to accept that withdrawal letter. So what I wanted to do is to keep everybody within the ECOWAS. But they can choose not to participate and leave the ECOWAS the way it's going.
Gotcha. Okay.
Pending the time, the important problem will be solved. But when the letter was accepted, now it's announced internationally, they are no more part of the ECOWAS. Well, who next? Now, coup plotters will come from everywhere because pace. And that shows that you see, we have turned West Africa into a jungle. A jungle is a place where the law of the powerful is what is the case. That is a jungle. Are we not part of this world anymore? Are we not part of civilized people that have a better way of solving problems rather than taking weapons and guns and chasing each other into the forest? Are we back to the colonization? But this time, those that will be holding us to ransom are people who look like us. And I say, no, I'm going to court. And I sue the ECOWAS Commission.
Okay, go ahead.
The president of the commission that accepted the letter. I wanted the letter to be declared neutral. That letter has no basis. Because if I use a counterfeit and buy item from you, right? That counterfeit I only used to buy item from you has made that, even though the transaction has taken place, that item, if it is discovered, it can be withdrawn by the court of law. You have to pay the real money. Do you understand?
Right.
Because the act that led to to getting the power in the first place is illegal. Until tomorrow, I stand by that. Though we have a lot of challenge in ECOWAS. We have presidents, as president of member countries that are changing constitutions the way they like. They sit down there and look left and center and right and do what they like. And in the international arena, now the Chinese are on us. The flooding you are seeing, we are consuming modern day manufactured goods that they are not biodegradable. They can't. You need industrialized approach to be able to contain and remove waste, build houses proper. And that is the reason why we created the ECOWAS. Imagine Ghana alone, rubbing shoulder with United States of America, that humongous entity there. It's only China. And this is why the Europeans created the European Union. So I felt in our size, if African Union is not working, ECOWAS must work. We don't have a choice.
One second, guys.
Make sure.
Yes,
so I went to court with this case. Okay. And for your information, I lost the case.
Where'd you go to court? Like what court where?
Yeah. I
court
lost
where?
The case.
I'm saying court where? Where'd you go to court? Which court? You can't hear me?
Oh, we can't hear you.
Okay. You can't hear me. Leave and come back.
We have lost you.
Okay, well, I'm saying leave and come back. Yeah, leave and come back. Leave and come back. Can you hear me now?
Oh God. Yeah, we have lost the audio.
I'm saying leave, like go and come back. Leave the chat and come back. Oh, let me text our mutual friend. Can you hear us now? Guys, press 1 if you can hear us. Again, press 1 if you can hear us. Also, hit that like button once you share and make sure you subscribe. Tell them leave the chat and re-enter. Please tell him. All right, so they can hear me. You guys can hear me, Brother Kofi. Okay, he's gonna come back. But guys, what I'll do, I'll put the link in the chat room. If you guys want to call in and ask a question, you're more than welcome to call in and ask a question. Oh, okay, he's back. He's back. He's back. All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, I was asking where was this trial at, or where'd you go to court at?
The court took place actually. It's supposed to be in Abuja because that's the
Right.
The ECOWAS. That's where all the ECOWAS issues are. But the hearing was on a kind of video link, and that took place in Lagos.
Okay.
But with people in Abuja, so there were lawyers representing me, and there were lawyers representing the ECOWAS Commission, and they were all very solid, strong, well renowned lawyers, and they did a wonderful job.
Okay. Good. All right. So what's next? Like, so you sue ECOWAS, you lose. What's next?
The question is, why did I lose?
Right. Okay. Why? Great question. Why'd you lose?
Yes, because if we know why we fell down, then we know what to learn from falling down. What happened was that the treaties of the ECOWAS are archaic. At the time, a lot of these treaties were there. They are like, they were not there to address the problem of today. And so when the problem of today are coming up, it is the activities of the ECOWAS, the way we are relating and challenging and going in, that will be exposing the anomalies. Actually, much as ECOWAS claim we are democratic, that ECOWAS is a democratic institution, ECOWAS treaty is showing that ECOWAS do not have the power and the mandate to make sure democratic principles and value are upheld by all means. The question is by all means, because you can't make a law. There's no point having a court if you can't have a court that will work by realistic laws. So this is where one of the issue is, which really my lawyer couldn't help me to make that case properly when they responded and we rebutted, is that the treaty that allows citizens of ECOWAS to take cases to the ECOWAS court, there's only one treaty. And that treaty is clearly saying that you, a citizen of the ECOWAS, can only take a case to ECOWAS court if your personal, fundamental, basic right has been violated. So you need to be able to prove that you are personally affected by action or inaction of the ECOWAS Commission that resulted in something happening to you. And if you look at my case, I am not a citizen of Burkina Faso, Mali, or Niger. And therefore, coming to say that I have a problem with something that cannot, I'm a Ghanaian, so it is difficult to say at that point that I'm personally affected. That is one case they use again. Actually, that's the strongest case. But I was trying to make a case that by case law, if today somebody in Burkina Faso could put a letter after staging a coup and remove a whole country from ECOWAS, the ECOWAS that initially was not tax collecting institution, that today collect its tax and has a parliament You just remove people like chicken without consulting and involving them. I said, tomorrow, if the same thing happened in Ghana, that is how I will lose my rights. What about if there are some Ghanaians or from Burkina Faso or Somalians who didn't want to leave? Did you even listen to them? So in this case, I have, if they continue to allow the one in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger to be the case, when it is my turn, that is how it's going to be. I won't have a voice to go to the ECOWAS. Because if they can be cool in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, it's possible they will be cool in Ghana. At that time, I'll be a fool. Because of that, I believe this particular case has something to do with me. My lawyer didn't put that case properly. My lawyer was rather arguing on the basis of democratic tenets, that I am trying to save democracy. And they said, well, if democracy is what you are trying to save, this case, you have no case. That's number one. Number two, I was saying that military officers have no business in West Africa. They don't have business. If we have to move into the future, military government cannot, I don't think they have the legitimacy to submit a withdrawal notice to ECOWAS. And the argument against that, again, was that the military, ECOWAS has no power over who is or who is not running a country. That the kind of government that a member country of ECOWAS run is not the business of the, if it's not the business of the ECOWAS, then anyone, any bandit, any Boko Haram, any terrorist can come with a letter and ECOWAS will accept it. That, on that case, I also lost. Can you see? And that is painful as civilized people, as civilized person. Most of us have traveled across the world. We've seen how nations are run, how entities like ECOWAS is run. And why do we sit down for bandits? Because what is happening here is banditry. And I think it's not fit for purpose in the life of a civilized person.
So Kofi, Kofi, we have a couple callers that are going to ask questions. I'm going to let them. Is it okay? Can I ask you questions?
Yeah, they are welcome, but I lost the case.
Okay, we're sorry, but okay. So go ahead, Africa. But hey, it's not. I guess you'll go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, greetings, brother Dinus. Thank you for the great show as always. Making the time. Please like, share, subscribe, and support the channel. Mr. Kofi, the question to you is, I admire your exercise. I respect that. And I do admire the belief that you have towards democracy. But however, for me, I'm almost losing faith in that. Okay. But I mean, you did said from the beginning introduction that ECOWAS is a corrupt organization, and the French are heavily behind it, which we know. These are one of the most wickedest colonial masters who actually put us in a situation where we find ourselves in today. Okay, and so right, so you said this military guide. I mean, like for example, what do you think when you're coming from a country like Ghana, a leader like J.J. Rawlings, who was a military officer who actually, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he brought Ghana from the brink and he brought it to where it is today after the late Kwame Nkrumah died. And also we had, democratic leaders. We have democratic leaders today who are violating the constitution. Like, for example, Alassane Ouattara in Ivory Coast, who is doing a civilian coup also, okay, to remain in power, and at the same time, I come from Sierra Leone. My current president, who we call father of democracy in Sierra Leone, before he had a military coup, Sierra Leone was in the brink of war. A civilian president that was there. It was a one-party state, an alcoholic who ruined the country by not securing our borders. And so this current president now, he was in the army. He decided we had enough. Okay, this country is gonna go into, to total, wiped out by the rebels. So he had a military coup. It was a one-party state, and then he brought a one-party state to a democracy. That's why we call him father of democracy. So what is your take in this? Because 1 minute, some of our civilian so-called democratic leaders who are elected are doing a civilian coup, but these people don't have any smoke. But then when the military guy take over power, looking at their track record, they tend to be doing better with the power that they have. These people have smoke. Can you explain that to me, sir?
Yeah, let me explain. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Okay, welcome.
We are all the children of history. And when history is not serving as a learning curve, and we can't be able to make comparative practical analysis, we continue to make the same mistakes again and again and again. If you know the history of Europe very well, this led to First World War, Second World War. The Third World War will have been fought in Europe. It's the same thing you are talking about. In their case, they were attacking each other. Coups were staged from one country to another or within. They were doing it. That is what led to the war, insecurity. And that they were able to solve that with the new thing they call the European Union. Now, they started with the EEC, that transition into the European Union. That then created a platform where people can sit down by the mandate of the people. Representatives can sit down, look at each other, regardless of their disagreement, like you have in the United States, and there will be a consensus on how they would deal. Because if you cannot deal with the problem internally, you won't be able to deal with the problem outside. And if you can't deal with the problem outside, inside, it won't work. And that we are at that crossroad where people are now acting with impunity. Impunity inside West Africa. Forget about the continent. Inside West Africa. So what you are saying is a critical example. And the reason why we created the ECOWAS is because of this act of impunity. ECOWAS was there before Rawlings came. ECOWAS was there before Rawlings came. And the transition took place with Rawlings. But what you should understand is that the way we did things 30, 40, 50 years ago, if we continue that way, then there's no future. Even Rawlings, when he came, he lined people up, unalived them, executed them. He had the power of God. He did whatever he wanted to do with Ghana. Some people would say he took Ghana from the brinks. He himself today, when he was alive, he said he came to deal with a rotten bunch of people. The ones he did away with, the one that inherited him, that he created, called the National Democratic Congress. They are worse than the first ones. 100 times worse than the previous ones. So you can see, Rawlings has his own place, like Gaddafi has his place, like Captain Traore will make a history. What's the name? Madabio will make history. But we shouldn't forget. We should not forget. Our children cannot continue with this. No. Why? The thing has a solution. So if I might have answered your question, ECOWAS become vulnerable. Yes, because we are not thinking. We are. If you create something that anyone can take advantage of, why are you blaming those who are taking advantage of it? Why don't you ask yourself, what am I doing wrong so that I can do it right, so that they don't take advantage of us? Why was the United States of America created? Because they were scared of the British Empire. Then they formed a union. 4th of June, they will celebrate that formation of the union. Going forward, they have prospered because they did what is right and it's working. Is that not what we also did? We created the ECOWAS as a union, as a bloc, that you cannot touch Ghana without going through the ECOWAS. Then we created a vulnerable ECOWAS. And we are blaming people for it rather than ourselves. So you can't blame France. You can't get into France without going through the EU. Why is anyone going to Ghana without even having anything to do with the ECOWAS? What is the purpose? It is wrong. You can't go into Florida or go into Texas without first going into the Washington Authority. That is what we have. That is what they have in the EU. Why is our case different? That is it.
Okay, I mean, my brother St. James, it's your turn, brother. Greetings to you anyway, and brother Louis. Yeah, thank you. I'll pass it on.
Hey, hi, Donis. Hi, everybody who's
Peace.
listening, and everybody who's on the panel.
Peace.
I caught on the show a little late, but I was able to, to listen to what your guest has to say. Are you from Ghana or Nigeria, my brother?
I'm born in Ghana, but we call ourselves ECOWAS citizens.
Okay. I got a quick question before I expand on what you said. Ever since you put a lawsuit, did you travel to any of these three countries?
Well, I just came from Ghana. You mean travel to the three countries? You're talking about Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger.
Correct.
Well, I have no reason to go there because clearly I've made my intentions known. When everyone knows that, I disagree with what happened. Then what is the point?
No, but when you disagree, before you advance a case, as you mentioned, the coup had happened and people had moved on, right? The first thing you should have done, being a neighboring country to Burkina Faso, you should have traveled there to listen to the people, right? And regarding what they have to say about the coup and what led to the coup and how are they doing after the coup. You should have done that in these three countries. So I'm going to extend some courtesy to you because you're an elder, right? So we're going to have a decent conversation. So African kids who are grown now, the irony that you're going to sit here as a Ghanaian and bring a case to represent us, it's an assault in the space. It is an assault. You didn't even consider our thought. You didn't get the agreement from the Burkina-based people, the Malian people, the people of Niger, but you want to represent a case based on what? On what basis? You said ECOWAS was created for all the wrongdoing. It's false. It was created for commerce in 1975. It was just commerce amongst the country. It was not even political. We added the political aspect of it in 1990s and 1991 because the European that you mentioned wanted that so they can further control our countries. So that's what happened. So I'm not sitting on here hoping for a coup to happen in Ghana, happen in Nigeria, happen in Togo, because we don't have the same history. We didn't have the same problem. We didn't have the same problem that led to us doing the coup and walking away from ECOWAS. We had these coups before on the continent, right? And then ECOWAS worked with some of these countries to get back to civil orders. So we know how to get back to orders when there's a coup. But in this particular one, ECOWAS wanted to impose their ways, right? They tried to work with us. Burkina tried to work with ECOWAS. If I remember, they tried to work with them. They tried to impose a date for an election. And the people didn't want it. They say, you know what? Our country has been attacked. We don't know when we're going to solve it. So we're going to have to wait on that. ECOWAS didn't want it. ECOWAS wanted the election within 12 months, I believe. So the president at that time said, no, we can't do it, right?
What president?
What
president?
I think it was before the Traore's coup. Before Traore's coup, they were already in conversation on that, right? And when that didn't happen, when Traore took power, they put the three countries sent representatives at the African Union, right? And the ECOWAS chairman, I don't remember his name. There was not Marabiu, the other guy.
No, I'll help you, St. James. Mbalo, yes. Mbalo Sissoko, yes.
Mbalo put a travel sanction on the ambassadors of these three countries. You guys don't know that. He sanctioned them. He said you guys can't even travel to the African Union. And more sanctioning followed. You can see what happened with Mali. They put more sanction in Mali's economy. They did the same to Niger. They were trying to cripple the economy. ECOWAS did all of that. That all these measures wasn't called for, and they did it. So that got people mad. That's why they walked away. It wasn't like ECOWAS was sitting down waiting for them to, come to their senses. ECOWAS pressured them, and that's what, burst the pipe, and they walked away. Now, You're saying that we can't leave ECOWAS. I'm asking you right now. We left ECOWAS, right? So we don't want to talk about it because we created our own alliances. I just want to know why your reforms are still waiting to happen. It's been a minute that we left. I don't see no sanction, no reform in the horizon for the ECOWAS members that remain there. You guys are not working towards it. Africa was mentioning fake election that is happening all over Africa. We had one in Ivory Coast. It literally blocked. It literally blocked all the opposition leaders' member to participate in an election. And someone from Nigeria was part of the commission that oversaw the election. They approved it. His name was the former president of Nigeria. He approved it. He was part of that commission. So for us on the outside looking in,
Good luck, Jonathan.
Good luck, Jonathan. For us on the outside looking in, this thing is not working, right?
Say, James, you got a question for him, or
no? The question is that why is he representing that? Why did he put a lawsuit on our behalf without even knowing what's going on? He didn't travel to the three countries.
That's the question. Kofi, may you answer? Kofi, I think he can't hear us again. Kofi. Okay, he'll come back on.
Yeah, I mean, while he's waiting, Slim James, look, we know the problem that why these countries went out is the guy that's currently in Nigeria, the current president. He messed up.
Okay, hold on. After Kofi, are you there? Kofi? Kofi, can you hear us? Yeah, he'll come back on. All right, go ahead, Africa.
Yeah, the current leadership, he's no longer current because Marabio is one that, the current. When Ambalo was the chair of ECOWAS, even though he sanctioned as ambassadors, he was in the negotiation process with the AES. I mean, I had interviews about how he was very close. Ambalo is really close to both of the AES leaders, the one in Burkina Faso and the one in Mali. And even all the way up to when he obviously done his own little coup, and this is how disgraceful the organization is, because we all know the coup in Burkina Faso is not a coup. Okay, he lost the election. He himself, who used to run the ECOWAS, Ambalo Sissoko, okay, at the time of Traore and Assimi Goïta, he himself, when he lost the election, he told the military, "Listen, take this, I'm coming," and he left the country. And he staged a fake coup. This is the problem that we have, and the Tinubu well know exactly what happened in Guinea-Bissau. That wasn't a proper coup. Even Goodluck Jonathan, who also saw that.
Kofi, can you hear us, Kofi? Kofi,
give me a few seconds, Adonis. Is he speaking from Ghana, Adonis?
No, he's in the UK.
Oh, okay. There shouldn't be a problem then.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, must be on his Obama phone in Ghana. I know y'all get a bunch of free shit in Ghana too. I mean, not in. I'm sorry, Obama phone in UK. I know y'all get a bunch of free stuff in the UK too. So
yeah, he's a good guest. It's not that. Yeah.
Kofi, can you hear us, Kofi?
Oh, he's back.
Kofi. Yeah, I go ahead, Africa.
What might help, Dennis? What might help if he turn his camera off? Sometime it'll work. Yeah, I mean, this is a problem, right? ECOWAS was all right. They had some relationship. These leaders had
Kofi, can you hear us, Kofi?
Yes,
yeah, I'm
Kofi.
here.
Okay, all right. So say, James, ask your question so Kofi could respond.
So my first question was, why did you?
Hold on. Kofi, can you hear us? Kofi, you gotta hold your phone still. Like you gotta hold your phone still. Like don't mess with your phone. Just hold it up still, upright. That's what happens. It falls off. You gotta hold your phone still.
Hello,
Kofi, can you hear us, Kofi? Kofi.
Let's be patient with the brother. You get it.
All right. Let me pass it to Louis. Go ahead, Louis.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. It's a good guest you've got on here. I like when you get people with their hands on the button, at least they involved down on the ground in West Africa. I don't know if Mr. Kofi, can you hear us now?
yes, I'm back.
Okay, Kofi, don't touch your phone. Leave your phone alone. Leave it like that. Don't touch your phone. Don't touch it.
Yes, a lot of calls are coming in, and
Okay, you got it going. Go ahead, say James. Ask your question.
No, it was just my question was
Dennis.
why did you feel the need to?
Mr. Kofi, can you put your phone on? It's only because it's going on. It's getting phone calls. Yeah, if you put your phone on do not disturb, okay, all the calls that are coming in while you on the live will not enter. They will not disturb you, and you can still be
don't
connected.
call again. Okay.
Yeah, put it on do not disturb. Okay.
It means I need to leave the screen now, which is, let's hope they don't call.
No, scroll up, scroll down, and you see do not disturb sign, and you press that. Otherwise, you're gonna get the problem again.
Yeah, we lost. Are you there, Kofi?
Well, let me sort that out. He's back up.
All right, say James, ask your question. Say Kofi, can you hear us, Kofi?
I can. I couldn't hear the question.
But I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it if you can hear me.
Yeah, let me hear you.
Oh, okay. So I was just asking, why did you feel the need to put a lawsuit on our behalf of the three countries without even traveling to the middle of this country? Like, why did you feel the need to do that?
Yes, you see, my lawsuit was not against the countries. My lawsuit was against the behavior of the president of the ECOWAS Commission, Ali Uhuru. I think there are certain problems we are having.
But you called the president bandit. You called the Burkina president bandit. You called it. I just want you listen.
James, you can say James. You gotta let him finish.
Okay.
Everyone have got their value.
Right.
And to me, a coup plotter is a bandit.
No, you gotta place some respect on my president. Let's go ahead and do that. If you can really call him by his name.
Oh man, say James. The man is the host. I'm the man is the special guest. Let him finish.
All right. He will finish, no problem.
We are not talking about one person. I even call Siseko a bandit when we believe he staged that coup. He faked it. So that is number one. Number two, we should not forget that these three countries are in the African Union as well. They are not only in ECOWAS. Yes, and they are still in the African Union. It is the ECOWAS that they say they don't want to be part of anymore. And the country that you are asking me, as a civilized person, when a people want something in a country or they don't want it, do you need some people with a gun to come and stand there? Maybe some of us have not lived in a country where people come with weapons. When people are blandishing weapons, who are you to go and stand there to say, this is what I like? You don't do that. So no one can tell me that a military ruler, maybe you don't, they declare martial law. And when they declare a state of emergency, no other dissenting voice is heard except what they want. So if you don't want to tell me that I have to go into the country to know what the people, I don't need to go there. We always see people talk and say things. We were here when we're told that anyone from these countries who is a citizen of that country that disagree with the coup plotters is declared a persona non grata. His citizenship will be revoked, and when they catch him, he'll go to jail if he's in the country. We heard it. It could be a propaganda. It could be true. But the situation, military rulers don't take over government and play with you. I have lived my life under military rulers. Not one, not two, not three, all my life. But I will rather want the civilian ones, where the true voice of the people will be heard. What do I say I want in ECOWAS? What I want in ECOWAS is that we have the ECOWAS parliament like EU parliament. In Ghana, we do not vote for people to go and represent us in the parliament. The voting is we vote for people to go to Ghana parliament. Instead of voting for people to go to ECOWAS parliament, in the Ghana parliament, the 8 seat is shared among people who never campaign to anyone that they want to go to the ECOWAS parliament. So the ECOWAS parliament as it is has what you call advisory power. You advise, if people like, they listen, if they like, they don't. But what we need is a legislative law That legislative law is when we vote for them, the way we vote for those to go to Ghana Parliament, then you vote for those to go to the ECOWAS Parliament. Today in ECOWAS Parliament, hey, the court, the Parliament, everything is part-time. The only person who has got, even the presidents, as long as ECOWAS is concerned, is a part-time job to them. But ECOWAS is not a charity case, for God's sake. ECOWAS is serious business. So if we want ECOWAS to be serious business, that decision of ECOWAS law and ECOWAS institution will be binding, like the European Union, so that we can be able to take on the Chinese, who said we have to be beggars for the rest of our life. So if you don't get what we are saying here, the African Union don't care. If you like what you like, you do in the African. That's why they are still there. ECOWAS, you just said here, there is an agreement, including the leaders who were in those countries that you today are coming up to tell us that they because they've done coup, they are new angels from heaven. They were part of the problem that we are in today. They were sitting there. They all agree that when there's a coup, we need to put sanction on and suspend that country for them to come back. If you are not going to use weapons, we should at least put pressure on them. Why is the same principle that we all agree on, including them, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger? They were sitting there. And today they turn around because they've got some military people using weapons. Then they are telling us that now they are holy people. They are not part of all the mess. There are those who go and call France. Those people you see, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. So please, ECOWAS did nothing wrong. It's not new. Like you said, there were negotiations. But
if you allow me,
negotiation for them to come, when you do a coup, you are suspended from the ECOWAS. Go and read the treaty.
No, my brother, I respect what you said, right? But what I want you to understand, we walked away from something that you said is good for you. So every party should be happy. You should go on and do your reform and leave about ECOWAS. Us, we are AES. We should go on and leave about AES. So I'm not frustrated about what ECOWAS has done yesterday to these three countries. I don't think you should be disappointed that we walked away. This is a perfect time for you guys, the Ghanaians and the Nigerians, everybody else that feels like they can work with ECOWAS. Please go in and do so. We are not mad at you. Don't bring us into something that we don't want. That's what I first asked you. Did you travel to this country? You said no. Now you turn around and say that anybody that opposes government is put in jail. They are taking their nationalities, which is in fact not true. But you are pushing that. That's why I asked you first. Go to this country and learn more on the ground. Don't listen to the propaganda, like you said. Visit them. You live in Ghana. Ghana is not far from Burkina Faso. As soon as you get to Burkina Faso, you get to Niger. From Niger, you can go to Mali. You can hear from the people. You can see exactly what's going on the ground before you put your lawsuit. But you said, no, you're not going to do it. You're going to come on here and tell us that because this militaries took over, therefore the countries are now doing great. They are called bandit now. So you see, that's what I'm telling you. Africans are not going to get along. We told you that ECOWAS is not a problem, but we don't see ourselves in it. That's all we said. You shouldn't be, if you know how to reform ECOWAS and make it look like the European Union, like you said, please do it. We left a long time ago. Why is it not happening?
I think the conversation here is not about, the court case is over. So the conversation we are having here forward and back about those people who say they are in ECOWAS or they are gone, it's not the issue. Whether I went there to go and check what they are doing, it's past. When the people were going to do the coup, who did they tell that they are going to do? They did their coup. I did my thing too. So please, let us not be.
But you did it on behalf, okay, you said you attacked the commission leader, right? But today, you are calling our president bandit, and you're not from the country. No, my man, you are the guest, right? What I'm saying, you are the guest. Basically, you are taking value away from our president, calling them bandit, calling them names, but you are not calling no ECOWAS member a bandit. All these people who rigged the elections on the continent of West Africa, you said nothing on them, but you are calling our leaders bandits. So you are taking values from the AES leadership and adding value to ECOWAS. That's what you are doing. Basically, everybody listening to you know that, of course, you said there's no problem, but in fact, there is a problem. You said it yourself, you don't like military leadership. You said that yourself.
So
and this is not your opinion. This okay, that's fine. This has nothing to do with your opinion. The people are fine with that. You should agree with it and move on. That's what we told you.
How do the people agree to that?
No. Louis, we're not talking about Ghana. Yesterday there was a flood in Ghana. People were living in water in Ghana over there. You don't see people from Burkina Faso talking about in Ghana. Listen, Louis, you can watch on YouTube, man. People are in the water in Ghana, bro. My friend, literally their house is in the water. But we don't. Burkina Faso don't talk about you. We don't talk about you, bro.
New York gets flooded.
We don't talk about you.
Gets flooded, you bastard. New York gets
okay, again. Argument versus argument. You weak, Louis. Argument versus argument. You weak, Louis.
Of this St. James.
You're weak.
I think we should have a decorum.
You're weak, Louis.
No, here you go.
Let us
St. James,
please.
Africa, did I disrespect him? Did I disrespect him?
It's fine. Let's just. Yeah, I mean, he's fine. Let's just.
All right, guys. Let guys, one mic. Let Louis, there question you want to ask?
Yes, I do.
Let me go ahead, Louis.
Yeah. Let me first commend the brother for coming on the show. I like people who come on here who have their hand on the button, who knows what's happening on the ground. Very often, right now on YouTube, especially on this show, anyway, it's a great show. There are certain people who come on here, such as St. James. And they've become the mouthpiece for Traore, who's the God from heaven, and everybody else.
No, Louis, make your point. Louis, make your points and leave it. Leave it. Make your point.
Hello. No. I don't need you to speak for me. I could speak for myself, brother. I appreciate you. Okay? I'm letting brother Kofi know that we've got apologists for criminals. All the coup plotters in all the AES countries do not represent the AES people. They are holding those countries under duress, under the gun. Therefore, they are not presidents. And as an African, I will speak for those people, whether you like it or not. You, St. James, you support the overthrow of a legitimate government because you're too lazy to get behind the democratic system and elect yourself so that you can represent the people. So people like Traore are picking up the gun because idiots like you want to support the man with a gun. So what happens?
Donnes, if you let him fly, I'm gonna fly. If you let him fly like that, I'm gonna fly.
It's my turn to speak.
Okay, I'm not an idiot though.
It's my turn to speak.
Okay.
There are no president in any of the AES countries because those people are military coup plotters, illegal gunslingers.
You are repeating yourself. Can we move on?
That's the problem with Africa.
You are repeating yourself. Can we move on?
We have to go forward.
Okay.
Senegal is moving forward. They haven't picked the gun to resolve their issue. So
did you watch what happened in Senegal today? Did you watch the news? Did you watch the news about what happened in Senegal yesterday and today?
I'm speaking.
Man, hurry up, man. Hurry up, man.
Move forward as a people to solve our problem without going to the gun.
If you listen to me, Louis, if you listen to me, as someone who doesn't listen to respond, who listen to react. If you listen to what I said you want to move on, we clear the way for you. Listen, Louis, we remove these 3 countries, we pave the way, you guys can move on. So it shouldn't be a problem. We're not in your way. We left ECOWAS for you guys to move on, like you said. I said it.
If the brother is speaking on behalf of AES,
that's between me and him. That's between me and him. He made his point. I made my point. Why you speak for yourself?
It's my turn to speak. You decided to interrupt me.
No, I'm not interrupting you. You called me an idiot. Donnes, let it fly. If I called you an idiot, you're gonna start crying. I know you. You're gonna cry.
You want to be the PR?
Please,
Hey, Louis. Let me repeat myself. Donnes, would you allow me 1 second? 1 second. I'm gonna repeat what I said so Louis can. I want to make it clear to you. If maybe you're not sure about what I'm doing. You're not sure about what I'm doing. Let me tell you. No, let me tell you.
The Donnes and Mia show.
No, that's fine. Let Donnes speak with me. Let him speak with me. Let him speak with me. Listen, Louis. That's fine. Louis, I'm from Louis. Let me tell you something. I'm from Burkina Faso and I'm supporting Traore 10,000%. You understand? I support him 10,000%. Yes, I'm lazy. I am lazy. Oh, listen, I'm lazy. I'm gonna put my lazy behind Traore so he can lead us.
This is why I said stop making this personal about you two. Stop. Please stop, man.
He's only here talking reckless like we. I'm a strong supporter of that Traore.
This is why I told you, Louis. Stop and Louis, listen, focus on the question. The man is waiting for you. God, for heaven's sake, man. Come on, bro.
Mr. Kofi.
Yes,
what did you?
Yeah, I'm one of the people who have problem with tree.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I apologize. What tribe are you from?
Well, I believe that there's difference between the government of Ghana, with all due respect, and the indigenous ethnic communities as nations.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of our tribes have got their culture, and we have about 42 in my first book, The Darker Side of Ghana. I mentioned this. And in Ghana today, we are competing over who is superior among the tribes.
I just wanted to know what tribe you're from.
I don't actually subscribe to any tribe because I believe we focus on all Ghanaians.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No, that's a false. That's false. You see. Brother Kofi, please. I know that you're an Akan man. I'm sure you're an Akan man. Are you?
No tribalism.
Louis, come on, Louis. Louis, the man don't want to know about tribes. Ask the question.
It's a simple question. I just asked him what part of Ghana, what's his background in Ghana? What tribe?
Well, I was born in Accra. I grew in Accra. Been to so many parts of Ghana. I went to school with everyone else. So this is
brother, come on.
You see, Ghanaians, you are
everybody
Ghanaian by law. You can't be a Ghanaian by tribe.
It's a very simple question, brother.
So you're okay. Let us not belabel that question because
I don't have a problem with tribes, bro.
We are struggling with tribalism on the African continent. Please let us leave it there.
It's a simple question.
Okay, I don't want to answer that, sir.
Okay, that's disingenuous. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Kofi.
Yeah.
That's it, Dan. If I'm done.
You are done. Quickly, let us understand something. You see, no one on the African continent, and our ancestors have told us that when they were creating the OAU, no one of us can survive on their own. We were unfortunate when the Europeans were creating the colonies, like they did with the United States. We were small. They created us the way they are. We got independent with the vision of United States of Africa. This thing has not worked because there are different types of people on the African continent. And we are, even if we are the same race, we are divided. It's human. And we have now created the ECOWAS, bringing the thing closer home. So this is where we are trying to say, see, a market of 424 million people, that will give the Gambian, we are creating the kind of platform Kwame Nkrumah is saying, that will even give the smallest one among us, because nobody chooses their country. We are born somewhere. And by where we are born, our nationality starts and our destiny is defined. So we can change this thing. It's just like tribes. Tribes are social constructs. They are not biological. Some people go and read the history of all the tribes you see. At a point in time, like Islam and Christianity, these are all from tribes that grew politically. And they constructed what you know today. God, the same way our countries are constructed. So what we have to focus on doing, if what the Europeans have created for us is not good and it is not fit for purpose, why should we sit down and be stuck with it? Why can't we think outside the box? Today, half West Africans are in United States of America because it's working. Our children are dying on the sea to go to Europe because EU is working. Why do we want to sit down individually? And today, some people say we've done cool, we are going, and this one say we are doing this. Everybody is doing what they want. Then what is the purpose? What is the purpose of taking advantage of our common economy of 424 million people, the whole of West Africa? Why do we sit down for the Chinese to use the Chinese market internally to create things and dump them, because international trade is all about exporting the best of what you can produce and importing the best of what you cannot produce. What is our best? Cocoa. We go and give it to them and we import chocolate. Guinea, iron ore, we go and give it and they give us cars. What have we become? What have we become? Instead of we using the internal market, this is where the ECOWAS coming. And some people are saying, let us, for some emotional reasons, let us destroy it. Yes, because what? Some people have got weapons. Somebody was saying, in Senegal, Macky Sall was sitting there with his cronies. They are not going to anywhere. They've done 8 years. They still got small boys, tax collectors, small boy, Ousmane Sanko and Fodi, what do you call it? Fodi Sanko, is it? Fodi Sanko, you know, Ousmane Sanko.
Usman Sonko.
And Abdul, they are more fake. Bashir, these boys, I swear, you can't believe, they mobilize the people. They mobilize. I was shocked. 44-year-old boys, they took over the government. Macky Sall has run away. That tells you that when people are determined, nothing is impossible. You don't need a gun. So this is what we are saying, that the Malian situation, the terrorists were attacking. Can you see? It called for certain actions. The civilians were not listening. And you have United Nations with Europeans everywhere, like we are still in colonies helping us to solve our problem because we can work together. Then you have Burkina Faso, the same problem. Niger, they are complaining of the same problem. People are attacking them. We don't even know who is giving them weapons. Go to northern Nigeria. In all this, where is ECOWAS? So we need to be serious. ECOWAS is not the 15th president. I think some people think when you say ECOWAS, it means the 15th president. No. We are human beings. Like you say, United States of America, Donald Trump is not America. America is the people, the citizens of the states. Everybody is
Mr. Kofi, let me pass it to Moose Khan Leon. We got people who got questions. Other people got questions. Go ahead, Moose Khan Leon. Go ahead and ask your question. You gotta unmute yourself.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Yes, sir. No. Okay. I think we have problem with our democracy, and in fact we are using the Western democracy. That's what they say, and I don't think Western democracy is for the African. And Mr. Kofi has a point in wanting our countries to be democratic, but I think what he's avoiding that the wrongdoing of these very democratic governments that we have in our country. I know one of my brothers said, Mada Bio, I call him father of democracy, which is not true in Sierra Leone. And in fact, there's no democracy as we see it. Democracy should not only end with elections. And that's what is happening in most of these countries. And the people today, they are not happy. Some of these democracy almost feel like military governments. I don't see it. You can't even differentiate. We can't, in Sierra Leone right now, we can't even go out to demonstrate for anything. Somebody will say something against, something about the government. Just recently, a lady, Zainab Sharif, just said, the next election will not be stolen by anybody. He's in jail right now for saying such statement. And that's a so-called democratic government. And under the Mara Bio government. So for us, we cannot just blame who. We know who's have been bad. We know bad examples of bad leaders, of military leaders. But so far, if the people of the Sahel are okay with what is happening there, I think we should follow. We should just watch them. As long as there is no genocide going on there and the people are happy. And so far, we are seeing development that are not happening in most of these democratic governments. Sierra Leone today is been counted as the most unhappy country in West Africa, if not Africa, and we are in a democracy. So I don't think you can delineate. You can move away totally or condemn citizens because they wear uniform in government. Just because they wear uniform, you see them to be unfit to be, leaders of their country. I don't think it's fair. These are the people that die for us, that you send in the bushes to fight. So what we have to do, ECOWAS is the failure.
Can you summarize your question? Can you summarize your question, please?
Okay. The problem is, so the question now is, what do you think that the ECOWAS need to change? What ECOWAS need to change for us to have an effective governance or civilian governance system in West Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. I think there is this illusion. Who sold the illusion to the people of West Africa and the people of the African continent at large? That when you say democracy, it's all about the government of the country where you are. There's nothing beyond that. And that is an illusion. When you say democracy, if ECOWAS didn't exist, then democracy would be about Ghana, the Ghanaian democracy. As soon as the ECOWAS come into existence, when you say Sierra Leonean democracy, you must find a way of connecting that Sierra Leonean democracy to the ECOWAS democracy. So when you say Kofi Ali is talking about democracy, that I say we should do democracy, no. I am not saying Sierra Leonean or Mal or Senegalese should not do what they, but I am saying that there is the connection between your democracy, your country, and that of the ECOWAS is weak. It's not, the system is not fit for purpose, that particular link. For example, there is the issue of water flood in Ghana. Everywhere, there is water everywhere. These citizens of Ghana are also citizens of ECOWAS. These Ghanaian citizens that are in the water, they can't sleep, right? They pay ECOWAS tax as they pay tax to Ghana government. So the reason why we all vote in election is to have our poverty, our life, our security to be improved on. Or why do you go and vote in an election? So that your life will be better. So we are voting for the members of the legislative arm, because every government have got three arms: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. And the representative, true representative of the people is not the president. The true representative of the people is the parliamentarians. And we democratically vote for them all across West Africa. The problem is, if we also have ECOWAS parliament, we have to vote for people to go there. Do you have a problem with that? I think this is the contention. And
we don't vote for parliamentarian right now. We don't vote for them.
In European Union, the human beings there they fought and they are voting for the members of the EU Parliament. So they are not only looking for the business of the authority of their state, their country, France. They are also looking for the input of the European regional one, which is the European Union. In our case, we only sit down in Ghana and our president will be telling us lies because we are not well. If we are also voting directly the way they do in the European Union, if they are human beings, what are we, donkeys? So we too should vote for the members of our ECOWAS parliament. Why should there be argument over that? So when you say democracy, you are looking at the democracy the way the colonizers left you with. Sierra Leoneans vote for Sierra Leonean parliament. Ghanaians vote. That is where they left us. That is where they left. Now we have created, at that time there was no ECOWAS. Now we have created ECOWAS. Why should we sit down for our own brothers in Ghana to hijack the seats? And people who have gone to watch World Cup in America, do you think they have the problem I have on the street in Ghana? The flooding that are going to people's house. If we want ECOWAS to be part of it, do you think the politicians that we elected in Ghana, they care? Their own house, their dogs don't even see those things. So we are here now saying that everyone must vote directly. We have 120 seats. Everyone must vote for the members of their ECOWAS parliament. Do you have a problem? Do you have the problem of understanding democracy in that context? This is what we are talking about. This is all we are talking about. That's why we say our understanding of what we want. By now, if we are voting for the legislative arm of the ECOWAS, they will have been in Ghana supporting the government of Ghana, like in the United States or European Union. The central one will come with their weapons and tools and help to deal with a state problem. Yeah, we see it in the United States. The federal will come in. They will come in. There was fire recently. We saw them. We saw Donald Trump visit the place. In our case, the president of the ECOWAS Commission, Ali Ture, the man is sleeping and he's even paid in dollar. We by now should be spending one common currency, but we need to do the voting first. So why some people cannot understand this is my problem. Do you have any question on this real problem? Because every other thing we are talking about is jargons. This is the problem. Hello.
Who is speaking next?
I think it's Kidola, if I'm not mistaken, Dinas, right?
Yeah, Kidola, yeah.
Then you Zango after. Greetings, by the way, Zango.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wanted Dinas to, if he can give me the permission, but I don't know where he's doing.
He's not around. He's not around. That's why I came, because
okay.
Mr. Kofi Ali.
What do you want? What do you want, Skidola? What do you want to do?
I just wanted to give just more within maybe 10 seconds or 15 seconds of my own thoughts and opinion.
Okay. Make it quick and you ask me the question.
I think I'll make it brief. What I say, yes, sir, I'm not talking about you specialists, sir. I'm talking about the people that form ECOWAS are military regime people from that West Africa.
Yes.
It's military regime people that form ECOWAS. ECOWAS will never actually be formed by these beautiful corrupt leaders that we have in West Africa. You understand me? Men with civilian uniform, but inside them, they are like worse than the military. You know? So
Kilola, I don't mean to cut you off. Was Ghana a founding founder of ECOWAS?
Yes, it's a I don't really know. Burkina Faso, all of them are founding members.
Yeah, they came late though. It was not the Ghanaian idea.
Everybody was at the same time.
Yeah, but the idea didn't come from Ghana. When you said it's a Ghana democracy.
Remember, there was OAU.
Yeah, I get it, my brother. But the idea didn't come from Ghana. It came from the Nigerian president that traveled either to Mali or Niger.
It is Togo. A copycat of European economic.
Yes,
Ghana came later. Ghana came later to the conversation. We can call them a founding founder. We can call them a founding members, but Ghana came late to the conversation. They didn't spearhead the conversation. It was the president of Nigeria, Gohun, that traveled to either Niger and meet Amani Diori, and Amani Diori took it to the president of Mali at that time.
Can you allow the?
No, let me finish. Let me finish, because he talk about Ghana. Ghana came late. You know, as a member, you know, when we founded ECOWAS, they came late to the conversation.
That's not your turn, though.
Let me finish, though. I just asked Zongo. No. I just asked Kidola to let me finish so we can continue. I just want to. Man, you're gonna talk, Zongo. It's not. I'm not blocking. I'm not preventing you from talking.
I'm trying to moderate the show.
I asked Kidola. He stopped, didn't he?
Can you let Kidola go?
Let him finish, though. I'm landing my plane. Why you blocking me when I'm landing my plane, Zongo?
Look, I don't want.
But I get it. But I'm landing my plane. It's my plane.
Okay. Okay, guys. 1 second. One mic. St. James, make your point and pass it.
No. I'm done. Let him go.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
So, when this ECOWAS will be formed by members of military men or uniform, which are one of the most beautiful people, I think, up to today, to this so-called fake ECOWAS is even existing. ECOWAS is just a bunch of corrupt people. Their elections are all fake. They don't hold each other, criticize each other, just like the European Union are doing. European Union can criticize a country that came as a fake election. They will try to rig it, try to hold back any of the so-called money support or whatever, moral support or whatever to those leaders. But what ECOWAS been doing ever since? They sit with heavily superpower corrupt leaders in a room and they discuss a plan. Some of themselves are even going to say they hold election. They're going to supervise election somewhere, but they just form there, give them some money in their pocket and sit on it. I think we, as West Africans, we are closely related, but why we cannot hold each other neck, say, oh boy, what you they do so not good? Criticizing those the leaders of these 3 countries that are left. Then if I would not blame them why they left, because some of these other leaders refuse to support them. How can you not support people that are in the pocket of France for a very long time? Even France, Hollande was even supporting the president of Burkina Faso on his face in the public TV. They're backstopping them. Go to the village in the chair and come and see how those children they are being poisoned. It's a powder cake of the mining. If we really care about ourselves, that is who we have.
Ask your question.
So sir, I think I like what you're doing by suing, but I think the suing is on the wrong side, sir. I want you to explain to me what is the purpose of you suing those people? What is the effect can this one actually achieve in a organization like ECOWAS, whereby the members are heavily corrupt? Thank you, sir.
Okay. You see, I believe most of you live in the United States of America. America has gone through the wars of what, if you are there today, probably you don't know their history. Actually, in West Africa, we don't go about with gun on our body. Americans don't trust themselves that they carry guns. Each state in America is unique. And they have a system they've come up with where each state is allowed to internally do what they will do. And the common platform of Washington take care of their challenges. So if there's election in any state in the United States, and the federal who is overseeing it feel there's something wrong with that election, the federal can step in to say, this, you didn't do it right because this is what our law said. In your case, your inability to understand the purpose of legislatures, that is one of your biggest problems. That lawmakers are elected. A legislature is a lawmaker. Lawmakers are not the presidents. Lawmakers are people you bring to a common place to come and argue on a subject, and then they vote on it like lawyers in a court. When the voting takes place, officiated by the speaker, the final thing they will agree on become a common law for them. That's how laws are made. So if you understand what the National Assembly of Nigeria is doing, what the parliament in Ghana is doing, what they do in the states, because most of you in the states where you are in United States, they have state representatives. That goes there. We saw them when they were running away from some of the states because they have a problem that Donald Trump is doing something there, so they were rebelling. We saw lawmakers of the state, and there are lawmakers of the federal. So you having an opinion, because you have an opinion, that's why we said you should be a voter. So your opinion that you have on how things will be done in Ghana, Burkina Faso, or Mali will be different from the opinion you will have on how it should be done on the regional basis. Then we said, okay, all these things are going to be by law, everything by law. So we want you to be the one voting for those who do it at your country level. That is why you will see that the sharing, that's your business in your country. Vote for those you want. But when we come to the ECOWAS, we share the seats. Most of you don't even know about ECOWAS parliament. That's your biggest problem. You don't know the purpose. You don't know what is ECOWAS parliament. You don't care. And that is where you are. So when you say we should do, you will not do anything. Those should do it, whether we want military officers in civilian uniform or civilian uniform in military officers, whatever we want, we should do it by law. And to do it by law, we say within ECOWAS, it should be by ECOWAS legislative law, because that is working the European Union. And the question you are asking, that ECOWAS was formed by military officers. Do you know that there have never been a coup in Senegal before? Senegal is the only West African country where military never ruled them. But when the ECOWAS was formed, they were there too. So it is difficult to say everywhere in West Africa. At that time, a lot of them were military officers. There's no doubt. But they saw the wisdom, because at that time, the OAU was not working. Is it not the same people go to OAU? Then they saw the EEC. If you go and read very well and make what we call comparative analysis, you dissect the problem, reconstruct it and deconstruct it, and you will see that the OAU was a copycat of the EEC. The EEC by Europeans was formed in 1956. Yes, the OAU was formed in 1963. It's a copycat that, okay, we want to form a United States of Africa. Kwame Nkrumah said this. This one said that. We disagree. So let us start with something. And that is how the OAU came into being. The vision of Kwame Nkrumah was different from the vision of the Balewas and Ofebwayi. And they settled down on something. That is better we start with something than to do nothing. And when the thing was not working, in 1975, we formed the ECOWAS. Because that ECOWAS that went to Liberia and Sierra Leone, even at that time, Babangida and so on, they were there, Samuel Doe, they were military officers. They took us and almost burned West Africa down. And everybody saw that. Even they realized there's a problem with this thing. In future, we want a democratic government. That brought us to where we are. So when the European Union, the EEC, realized EEC is not working, that the Soviet Union, 1991, is gone. The Chinese are now becoming highly sophisticated, and they can't see a future because they are individual. They decided quickly to form, in 1992, by the Maastricht Treaty, to form the EU. When they formed the EU, the institutions of the EEC were the same thing that was used for the EU, except that this time they added a court, and they also added the legislative arm, and everything was working for them quickly. When we saw the thing is working for them, we formed the we changed the OAU, we changed the name like the EEC to EU. We also changed it to on the continent, we changed it to the African Union. And we added the African Court of Justice, which is in Banjul. And we also added the Pan-African Parliament, which is in South Africa, Midrand. It's not in Addis Ababa, it's in Midrand. What we did there, every country has 5 seats. So Egypt, with almost 92 million people, they have 5 seats. Gambia, with barely 2 million people, they have 5 seats. Togo, 5 seats. Nigeria, 200 and almost million people, they also have 5 seats. Because they didn't create this Pan-African Parliament to represent the people. It's just to represent the country. That is what we saw. If you want something to be democratic and represent the people, you will have to do it by population, because there's number on each person. Some are bigger than others in terms of size. When we also made the reform in the ECOWAS, we didn't change the name, but we changed the institution. So instead of ECOWAS Secretariat and the Secretary General of the ECOWAS, we changed it to the ECOWAS Commission and the President of the ECOWAS Commission and his ministers, or commissioners. Then we added the ECOWAS Parliament and the ECOWAS Court of Justice. So the authority of heads of states was there. We didn't touch it. They have the final say, representing their countries. They don't debate nonsense. They just come in and sign and go home. They don't talk. The one that do the talking is the parliamentarians. They debate issues. So we created that, and we created the court. And then we have the president and the commissioners. Now, the parliament, when we created it, we started with 120 because there's no money. Politicians are expensive. Parliamentarians are expensive. Government closer to the people. Then we decided that what we are going to do in the ECOWAS is that we will by population share the 120 seats. And that's what we did. Nigeria 35, followed by Ghana 8, Cote d'Ivoire 7, Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Senegal, Guinea 6. The remaining one 5, 5, 5, 5, no matter how small. And everyone, Sierra Leone 5, they are happy with their seats. Instead of we, because the reason it means we have got the whole West African.
Zongo, is that me next?
Eh?
No, it's not you. It's going to be Zango or Super Africa. I think it's Super Africa, then Zango, then you got gift.
Okay.
No, actually, I just came to moderate the show because I don't feel like we have to organize the show. So I just came to moderate because he's my guest, actually. So go on.
Okay, all right.
It's your guest. Okay, that's fine. If he's your guest, absolutely. So you're not speaking then,
So quickly, let
Zango.
us
So you're not speaking.
let us
Yeah,
have,
he said he's not speaking. He said he's not speaking.
Okay, no problem.
So
Sorry,
what we did was, if we understand where the error is, that is what we are about to rectify. If not so, the whole of the ECOWAS will collapse and we'll be on our own individually. So the problem is that we want people to be represented. That is why we share the seats by population size of each location. So if you have 200 million people in Nigeria, they have more seats. So if we cut them into constituency, we will get better representative. And this has been done. The question is, instead of the people voting for those to go and represent them, the way we do in our country democratically, the parliament of our countries have hijacked the seats. And they are choosing people to go and represent us. Is that right? Is that right? We are modern people, for God's sake. And they know very well that when they are choosing those people, they will only have advisory power. They can't have the kind of power the European Union parliamentarians are having, and they'll be compliant by the decision of the institutions of the ECOWAS. So this is the contention. Why can't our people understand this simple thing so that we will be on the same platform and be able to achieve something rather than disagreeing over whether a military ruler has fallen down, military ruler is hijacked? Those things are side issues. We are all West Africans, whether we like it or not. Destiny has bounded us together. We can't run away to anywhere. This problem is our problem. Rather than blaming everyone else, we have to blame ourselves and get things done.
Yeah, Africa.
All right, gift of God.
Right.
Yes, gift of God. I think Super Africa was there before, though. In all fairness, but
Super African.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter either way.
Okay. Yeah, are you there, Bang?
Oh yeah. Let him go ahead. Let him go.
Okay, no problem. God gift.
Easy to rush, man. When I get in, I don't want people to cut me off.
Oh God, no! Don't do that.
I do not want people to cut me off.
They are left. God give. Go on, my brother. Go.
Okay, so from my perspective, from what I'm seeing, I feel that ECOWAS is a failed government institution. To me, it's a failed government institution because let me show you the signs. Let me show you why I think it's a failed institution. One, when you have like your currency, you've got a currency, or you're about to produce a currency, then it's disrupted, it's hijacked. Yeah, that's alerts. That's red alerts. When you've had about 5 or 6 coups in your region as well, that's an alert as well. That's a red alert as well. And recently, like there's been a flood. Yeah, there's been a flood in the region, and there's not been any response from the regional countries to assist. You understand? That's all telltale signs of a failed government institution.
And I think it needs to be modernized. It needs to be, a new system needs to come in, So basically, looking at this, looking at it from this, to me, the Sahel, the guys in the Sahel, they've done well. They've done well because there is certain things which obviously prompted them to do what they've done. And from the records, going by facts, as of now, there's just been good stuff that's come out from the region. There's not been any incidents of people saying there's been some type of maltreatment from the government or some type of disturbance from the government. So that's all good signs. That's good signs that they're doing something positive out there because the people are receiving them well. You know what I'm saying? And you can't have a government system if the people don't want it. It's all down to the people. If the people are happy, then you're allowed to prosper and do what you want to accomplish. But if the people don't want it, it's not going to happen. So I think they're doing a fantastic job. And the other thing as well, when it comes to weapons, weapons are important. Weapons, our people move naive. Our people do move naive because if you ain't seen what's happening around the world, then I don't know. Because what's happening around the world should tell your mind that weapons are important. Having the biggest weapons is important. Having hypersonic, missiles is important for your security and your protection. That's the world we live in. We got to live in a reality. Yeah, we can't be living naive and living in this fantasy world that weapons, you can't do stuff. You shouldn't be doing stuff without weapons. You should be, peaceful, go about things in a passive manner, and you don't need it. No, that's not the world. The world is painted clear for you. Yeah, clear black and white. You know what I'm saying? You see what's happening in the Middle East with Iran and everything else. Yeah, that's all that matters.
Hey, I gotta read these super chats and then Zongo Native, have you spoke yet?
Yeah, because you went all around, so I just came to just moderate.
Okay, all right.
Let me just finish.
I'm talking. I'm counting the money. I'm counting the money. Calm down. And our host, our guest, Kofi. Anything else you want to add to before I let them? Well, let me read this first. Bring FBA Airline, thank you for $9 holla. Bring Zongo Native up, Dynas. Philly Yardy Vibes 808, thank you for $10 holla. Lewis is still colonized. It is not democratic unless it's the good. It is the good of people, the illusion of democracy. All right, Mr. Kofi, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, host, for having me back.
I didn't finish,
to give an answer to the issue you just raised. This mindset is the reason why we ended up being colonized. It's what I call tribal mindset. The mindset of a people who can see beyond the smaller thing and repeating itself. Venezuela.
I'm not tribalistic by any means.
Be patient. Venezuela and Burkina Faso, who has more weapons? If you come to defense, Venezuela has got more weapons. The United States of America went into Venezuela with all the weapons, and they know they picked the president and his wife to the United States.
That's because they had institutional, had institutional weakness. That's why.
Let me finish. I'm making a case.
Let him land.
With 200 nuclear weapons and all deadly things that France have got. France created Mali. France created Burkina Faso. France created Niger. In those days, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Algeria, Tunisia, France created all these things you see. This France is still sitting there looking at them. And France is no more attacking on her own. The EU can also join them to attack because they have a common interest. So if these people that waited for Gaddafi to be there for 42 good years, with all the weapons he imported from the Soviet Union, they waited. He had his children there. They waited. One day they went in and unalive everyone and clean up the place.
Yeah, that's true, because they had institutional instability.
Let him finish, guy. Let him finish.
Do you, please, can you let me finish?
Go on.
Why do you sit down today if you are someone who is thinking very deep? That when in Niger, when they say leave, they pack and they left quietly. Their companies are there. They are still mining the uranium. The French are mining. All of them, they drink Coca-Cola. All these guys are there. Cadbury, they are all there. Then Niger, Mali, leave. They just left quietly. You should sit there and ask, why should these powers pack their bag and go away? If you are someone who is thinking they have a plan, and what maybe because of the war in Ukraine, they don't want to start another war from another front. If these people come with their weapon, do you think Burkina Faso, Mali, or Niger can stop them with sticks?
They'll have a chance if they have weapons, though, not just to sit there.
Do you think Putin at this with our level of development,
let me tell you something,
give them the kind of weapon they need? If they couldn't give the Cubans the weapons, Cubans on their knees.
Speak, brother, speak.
Let me tell you something.
So you may have that. There are some people who just believe that when you say you're a country like the.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what's the power. Yeah, what's the military might of the US versus Iran?
You see, the US versus Iran. Remember,
yeah, what's the military might?
To be honest with you, I don't know
why. They're just men. That's it. They're holding it down, and they're just men.
My brother. I don't know why US settled down for that thing. I don't know. But you live in the US. You know what you are doing.
I'm just being realistic. I'm being realistic, yeah? And basically,
if you are talking, you cannot compare Iran with that are making serious weapons. The problem of Iran is to make nuclear weapons themselves. And the Europeans and Americans are saying no to that. So what you are saying, are you comparing that with Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali?
Yep, that's what he's doing.
That is what you are doing. Well, you guys have to wake up. We said, like India, we can use our size to free ourselves. We are looking at the power of our markets to control this. The Europeans came with multinational corporations. They are there milking all of us in West Africa. These people are not gone. The weapons, the way we are, we don't even produce sticks, talk less of weapons. Most of the weapons you see in Mali, Burkina, they came from Russia. So we are telling you that this war, at this point in time, weapons are not the first step. Our own police and soldiers, the weapons they use to import all across West Africa. But like the Indians, if we can use our market power, our economic power, and that is coming with the common legislation, we will change our destiny. So the way you are looking at it, Barack Obama was once saying, he said, the problem of Africa is not that of strong men. It's strong institutions. That is what you need. And he was saying that in Ghana. But he was going to the African Union. We need strong institutions. When you say common currency, common economy, is it not common law? Common legislative law. Let us make that law, and you are arguing all over the place. Why? Can't you understand simple thing that this legislation will make a law and everyone will follow, and it will be binding because it will be the law of the people rather than the law of the cronies of Europeans and Americans in our parliament. So why is this difficult? Why you don't understand about that is giving me headache. Why are you intentionally not understanding what is crystal clear? Very simple. Oh, so you two agree that we Ghanaian citizens, we are donkeys. That's what you mean. if you respect yourself. In a democratic environment, everyone has one vote. And that one vote, wherever we say, if we say we want democracy in the ECOWAS, and we created why did we create a parliament and we call it a parliament if people are not going to vote for people to go there? That is the question. And so Ghanaian parliamentarians, that hooligan called Baba Jama, he's better than me, isn't it? Because he came to use his money and everything, and he's a criminal to go to Ghana. Then before you know, he's ECOWAS member of parliament. What nonsense is that? Let us vote for somebody else to go there. Why do you have to argue about this? Is that not what you do in the United States? Maybe what you're doing, I don't know what you do in America because I've not been there. I'm just planning to visit the country. But you stop, because I've been to European Union. I've been to everywhere, and I could see how their laws are working. And I'm sure it's the same in the United States. So you should be even the people to understand this better than those in West Africa who never traveled. Some have never even crossed the border of their community. So it shocked me with the kind of questions and answers we are getting. And it's all about Captain Traore, the strong man, the Superman, the man that came from heaven who will change everything with his brother, Abdramani Tiani, AES, and the Azim Gweta, and they are going to save the world. What is all this nonsense? We are telling you it's a storm in a teacup. It's a waste of time. Let us focus on what tomorrow will create jobs. We are not just talking about democracy. We are talking about the will of the people. The will of the people of West Africa is to develop. Is to have jobs. What is the purpose of education without jobs?
Brother Kofi, sorry, can I quickly get ask one question? If that's okay, guys. Brother Kofi, I think what some of the people, and I don't support military coup at all, I hate it. What I think some of our the people on the panel are frustrated with is that, for instance, when we were trying to create a one currency, the ECO, the French, through the West African French-speaking countries, were coming in.
Ivory Coast, not all of them, just one country, Ivory Coast.
No,
Ivory Coast.
Well, Ivory Coast, yeah, that's the main target, right? We're coming in and completely distracting the aim of the of West Africa. So what the people are trying to say is France are doing so much damage through the French-speaking countries that some of them feel frustrated that the only way forward is the gun. I'm trying to tell them it's not the way, that we can strengthen democracy so that countries like France don't get a chance. And what you're proposing, us having a voting power in the ECOWAS to make it stronger, is actually another way for us to put our opinion forward. If our individual countries won't do it for us, we can then go to the
ECOWAS and get things done
and do it. So the idea is you make democracy what you want it to be.
Exactly.
Okay, but military is a step backward. It doesn't matter whichever way you look at it. It may give you instant gratification, but going forward, you still have to come back to the ECO. You still have to come back together as one thing. So it's a step backwards. This is what our people don't see. You strengthen democracy, make it what you want it to be, not what the European want it to be. You want it to be.
Okay, may I object? I mean, what Olatidola was saying and St. James, I mean, the founder of ECOWAS himself, the military guy, Yakubu Gowon. So what are you guys saying?
We are not going back to the past, please.
Yeah, listen.
We will waste. I'm coming. We will waste our time with those things. We have moved on. 1975, 2026. You can't go on wasting your time. How the baby was born is no more the issue. It's the way forward. Let us start looking ahead. Now, let's do something. I want to tell you something. The rumor that Côte d'Ivoire was the one that made the ECO not to come into an existence is misleading. It's totally misleading. Let me tell you what happened, and you will understand. Remember, at
the ECO currency, not ECOMOC, ECO currency.
We are talking about ECO common currency. ECO common currency.
Yeah, the ECO.
That's what I'm talking about. This issue has been on the table for a very long time. So a decision was made at a point in time. Remember, when we had independence, listen to the history properly and you see where the problem is. At the time we had independent West African countries and on the continent, before we got independent, the English-speaking countries were using the British English-speaking countries. They were using what we call, except Liberia, they were using something called the West African pounds. The French-speaking countries were using the CFA, as you know it. Because at that time, we don't have our own legislation institution. We don't have our parliament in our countries. They are laws. Our laws are made by the British and the French. The colonizers make law for us, like they do in Canada. So at the time, we had independence. Now we had independence, so we can now make our own laws, legislative law. We have a parliament. And we, the English-speaking countries, decided that we don't want to use the British West African pound again because we make our own laws now. Because remember, your currency and your law, money is just a paper to make the law work. That's all. So we decided to start printing our own money. Ghana was printing the cedi. Nigeria was printing naira. Although it took them a long time to shift, I think 1972 or something like that, or 1969, very late. Gambia used Dalasi, Sierra Leone used Leone. But then the what do you call it? Americans, Liberians were more of America, so they were using the Liberian dollar, and then they were mixing it with the US dollar. But the French-speaking countries did not change this thing. They maintain it because that was the agreement that going forward, their military, their currency, and therefore economy will be tied closely with the French-speaking France. That was their agreement. So until recently, a lot of them don't have any serious military. And the CFA was controlled by France. The French, the so-called France now, the French are now using the euro. And still, these ones are using the CFA controlled by France. Now, so going forward, these French-speaking countries, if you look at them, when you are traveling from Benin, Togo, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Senegal, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, you don't need to change your currency. It's the same currency they move around. Although it's controlled by France, although they have a fake headquarters in Mali, Bamako. Fine. But when you come to the English-speaking ones, they have different currency. So the understanding is that we are going forward for experimental to go in. We don't want to rush. We formed something called the West African Monetary something, WEMA, something like that, to monitor the currencies and see what we would do. So we said Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia and Nigeria, because they have different currencies, we don't want to rush and jump in. They will change their currency first. And the French-speaking ones will change their own later. So can you see? That was the agreement too. Meanwhile, the French-speaking ones are just shouting that they even want to change. They don't want to keep the French franc. They themselves are shouting. But the agreement and a panel was set up. The panel was made up of Muhammadu Buhari, the former president of Nigeria, Akufo-Addo of Ghana, Alassane Ouattara, and Abdul Mamadou Yusufu of Niger. These are the four heads of states, the four-member panel committee to go and discuss this. And they came up to say the French-speaking ones will keep their currency for now. The 5 English-speaking ones, because when you move from Ghana to Nigeria, you need to change your money because it's different. Ghana to Gambia, you change. Ghana to Sierra Leone to Gambia. So these are the flashpoints. Let's quickly do that one. Automatically, that will tell you that the problem has isolated the French-speaking ones and is now among the English-speaking ones. Then the argument is, how do we do it? The proposal put on the table is, let us start using the currency. So you are telling Nigerians that the president of Nigeria will no more have power over the naira. And Benin, a country like Ghana can be importing what they like, or Gambia, and they'll be using one common currency without control. The Nigerian president came out to say this thing is not properly done. So Nigeria is not ready to do this thing now because it will affect the economy. I swear by my life, Nigerian president said it. So that was when the thing was postponed. And we have been telling them that all this economic convergence, you know very well that the economies of West African countries are not the same. They can never be the same. Some are stronger, some are weaker. Some have got more natural resources, some have nothing. Again, we are all importers. All of us, we import every crap. So there's no way where you can say we should bring our import down. Before you bring your import down, you should get the domestic economy to start picking. If it's not working, you can stop import. Do you want to starve the people? So there's another problem, and that is the condition they were giving us. And they say we should bring inflation down. How can we bring Ghana alone? We'll go and bring inflation down in Ghana when the United States, the Chinese are flooding our market, America and Europeans are telling us what to do, and you think Ghana or Gambia can solve that problem? So it brought us back to the table. So the so-called economists who are advising us were misleading us. We don't need all this convergence and economic this one and import this and that. All this is nonsense. Or the French, when they were imposing one common currency on the people of Mali, Senegal, they didn't have any convergence. They just did it by law, by decree. The British did the same thing by decree. So the reason why we were able to change our money, now we have our own parliament to make the law. You don't need any economy. At that time, most of the people were in the bush. So if today you want to do the same thing like the European Union, all you need is a legislative arm. Start voting for the members of the ECOWAS parliament and you see what happens. The money will come. But because money, people can abuse it, government can misuse it, people can do it. But if you cannot punish them, because just the way our passport of ECOWAS is useless, our court decision is totally useless, the most useless thing. ECOWAS cannot tell anyone to do anything, nobody listen. That tell you that if we have a common currency, what will destroy the currency is this. Everyone do what they like. You can't have a common currency. That is why in the United States, the federal is charge of the supply and demand of the currency, the reserve. Why in our case are we going to have currency without law? So automatically, it brings us back to where we are. The election of the legislative members of ECOWAS directly by the people. That is when compliance will be part of. So any institution that will be created, the parliament will have to approve that institution. And when they come after you. But right now, Ali Ture is telling us that the currency is coming like bricks. IMF will continue.
So are you putting most of the blame to Ali Ture?
Well, he's the president of the commission.
Let me speak now. Let me speak now. Can we?
Yes.
Can we get other people to speak, please? Mr. Kofi, please. Because Mr. Kofi, you keep contradicting yourself over and over again.
Okay.
You keep, because I've heard you speak plenty of times, not on this platform and stuff like that. You sound, when you put things together, it sounds very pleasant and stuff like that. But you're missing a lot of things, right? The foundation of how we keep, getting in the same mess over and over again. You understand me, right? You look at most African politicians, right? They barely don't have no money. All of a sudden, somebody sponsored them to run for some type of parliaments and stuff like that, right? And then they end up winning. But at the same time, if you keep saying the parliament is the one that's supposed to fix all this mess, right? But then within this parliament right here is being controlled and designed by the same foreigners. You understand me, right?
Which parliament are you talking about?
No, you keep mentioning like parliament. Get this representative over here, get this representative over here, that we could get the right people.
We are talking about ECOWAS parliament too.
That's what I'm saying. That's
and exactly what I'm trying to say. If you are talking about ECOWAS parliament, American congressmen are also corrupt.
Sir. I know they're corrupt, but it's just like It's just like in America, right? When you have when you trying to run for Congress or senator, right? You have corporations. Years ago, the U.S. What do you call it? The U.S. Supreme Court, right?
Super
Passed a
African, just
law.
wait a minute. Super African, wait a minute. Dinus, if you're still there, can you drop the link? Because people like to come and ask questions.
The
Dinus,
U.S.
if you're still there.
The U.S. Passed a law, right? Said that you could spend money on politicians as much as you want, right? So now all of a sudden corporations started sponsoring politicians to get into these positions, right? And it benefits corporations, and then corporations start getting all these favoritism that favor their companies as well. So as a regular American, it's almost impossible for you to go compete with somebody that can spend like 20 times more than you. So in Africa now, it is the same similar way, but these corporations or these companies, these NGOs now has been sponsored by these corrupt politicians that has no intent of breaking the system to benefit the people. You understand me, right? So regardless or not, you're gonna end up back with the same corrupt mother effers. You're gonna end up with the same corrupt mother effers. You understand me, right? So for you, it's like a pastor speaking or something like that, or some imam giving you some talking, but he or she knows whatever they talking about. The system is corrupt from the inside. That system needs to be destroyed. ECOWAS system, logic-wise, thinking-wise, need to be destroyed. It needs to be destroyed. Because at the end of the day, any system that's supposed to live people's life and benefit people's life, and it's been there, you as an elder, I can tell your age level, right? And then you still telling us up here, the parliament and this and that, and this and that, and this and that. Oh, let's just keep ECOWAS and stuff like that. And then you keep saying, these people are corrupt, these people are this and that. But we know why they're corrupt. You have to trace who fund these people, who they work for. You already know who they work for. I would never come up here and say,
Hey, guys, give me, hold on. Let me interject real quick. Willie, you cannot come back on here till you pay the bet you lost, Willie. You cannot come back on till you pay the bet that you lost, Willie.
Can I respond to the last speaker?
Yeah,
go ahead and respond, Kofi. Go ahead.
My brother.
Let Kofi respond because you guys get long-winded. He's the guest.
I heard your cry. A lot of you
Dinus,
guys.
can you drop the link? Dinus, drop the link.
A lot of you guys on this platform, you are in the United States of America. When they say they are going to send you back to West Africa, some will rather commit suicide. And the reason is that America is good. Your dreams may not be met, but some of it is met. What you are failing to realize is that you cannot connect this with the members of the National Congress of the United States. They are corrupt. They are corruption. They get power. So they are big fish. They create jobs because they cannot work in the factories alone. So they need you to come in and work and be paid. So the politicians are making laws that will favor the corrupt businessmen. Can you see? But the businessmen,
you drifting.
The businessmen need labor force desperately. So everything is working for you. In West Africa, we are talking about politicians. Let me tell you something. A Ghanaian
No, you drifting, sir.
Let him talk, man.
Drifting, sir.
Man, he's the guest. Let him talk, man. Come on.
I listen to what you're concerned.
Y'all Ghanaians, man. That's why.
You see what I mean?
This
Here
has
we
nothing
go.
to do with Ghana. Look, this has nothing. Oh my God, bro.
That's why.
Do you know that a Ghanaian politician is
fake, man? Y'all Ghanaians are fake, man. Y'all Ghanaians are fake. That's why Ghana is in flooding. You come up here trying to give us a speech about
you listen to this shit.
all that.
Listen to this crap.
On, man,
Hey, Dallas, you gonna let him do this? You gonna let him do this? So they're gonna
my brother.
Use the fucking Ghana.
Louder, man. Don't get too fast.
Listening to each other is very important.
All he does give a speech, man. I've dealt with him plenty of times. All he does is talk fancy. I've dealt with him, man.
Will you be patient, my brother?
You gonna give us a pastor talking about
Festival, like, look,
louder, please, man. Leave that alone, man. That's
Please,
it.
I beg you. See, politicians everywhere, because they want to win election, do compromise with businessmen. Now, when they also are interested in the electorate one way or the other, because there'll be another election and another election, so they want to keep their position. And we are telling you that they will. We are talking about car making on West African basis. You need a law to make the car, because all the cars we use in West Africa are imported from Europe. If we are also making our car in West Africa, 424 million people, that's job for the people. The owners of this contract and business will be the businessmen who will be working with the politicians. So we are then telling you that we want to create the kind of criminals that will not be errand boys. The ones you have now, the Ghanaian politicians, they have their masters in Europe and America. Why? Because they are vulnerable and weak. You cannot have somebody in Europe to be financing somebody in the US. It will never work because they are big fish. Big fish do their thing. If they want to oppress and exploit their people, is the arm industry and so on. All contracts are coming in, and Americans are getting the job. Why? When we are saying that our own parliamentarians elected by us to the ECOWAS will have that kind of power to make that kind of law, we are not stupid. We know Coca-Cola will be bribing them, but we also know that there will be need for other indigenous drink makers to also come to compete. It will help us with a common price for cocoa rather than Ghana, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire divided, and they are there. So the buyers control them. We don't produce anything. So we are trying to tell you that we want to also create our own armed robbers by our own law. And you are here saying that because those within the countries are corrupt, the one we are going to do will be, we know they are going to be corrupt. We know. But that should not, Americans are corrupt than anyone in the world. But you are there. So if corruption is the problem, what the hell are you doing there? Pack your things and come back. We know where the village where you come from. Go there and see the hell there. So don't tell us about corruption. Multinational corporations will always try to influence lawmakers to make law in their favor. But it's better to have a stronger lawmaker. Even if they are going to bribe him, it will be expensive. These guys are giving peanuts. So you need to understand what we are saying. The mandate and the will of the people shall determine where we go.
Mr. Kofi, can I ask a
question? Okay, hold on.
No, I gotta pass the mic. We got some new people on here. Man, go ahead, man. Well, let me read these super chats. I'm gonna pass it to man's sake. JCE, thank you for $1.99 holla. Today's the last day for blacks in South Africa. Atre 3, thank you for the 20 pounds. Zongo, great guest, learning a lot. Thanks for recommending the elder. Go ahead, man's sake.
Why are we still doing deals for 10%?
Oh man, it's man's sake's term. Go ahead, unmute yourself, man's sake.
Hey, love and chat. How's everyone doing?
Seems like you fighting your phone.
Nah, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're blessed.
So here's my question to the elder on the chat. Here's my question to the elder. Okay, here's my question to the elder.
Your volume, it has a problem somewhere there.
You can hear me, right? Anybody can hear me?
Yeah, you good, man. You good, man.
Okay.
So we kick a guy behind you, man.
Okay. So here's my question to the elder.
So what we are just saying is, look, can't sit
down. Well, Mr. Kofi, let him. He's gonna ask you a question. Let him ask you a question, please. Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So here's my question towards the elder guy, right? You was criticizing the military leaders from the AES, saying that because they're allegedly bandits, right? So if what you're saying is true, right? Why is it that since 1999, you guys were supposed to create a regional task force? You guys been talking about it, been having meetings since 1999. Remind you, I was about 14 years old when you guys were discussing about the regional task force. Now it's 2026, The AES came together in 2023,
what's
and it
wrong?
led
We
to
can't
this.
get there. Nobody's talking.
No,
I'm
some
talking.
that's you. When he's talking, you can't hear him. Can you hear him?
I can't hear him.
Okay, so let's.
You answering the question.
Can you speak to the mic? Speak to the mic.
Yeah, I can hear everyone else except the one talking.
Okay, so I was saying
man, say, do this. Just ask your question. Make it simple, then I'll repeat it. Just get to the question.
Okay, so the question is, right? The AES has done more in 3 years compared to ECOWAS. So if AES was able to do the things that got implemented, why should we listen to what ECOWAS has to say?
Okay, Mr. Kofi, did you hear that or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay, he said the AES has done more in 3 years than ECOWAS. So why should we listen to ECOWAS if AES has done more and produced more in 3 years than ECOWAS?
You see, the AES is made up of military officers. And they work by what we call decree. By decree, there's no discussion. The boss thinks this is what should be done, and everyone does it. That in itself is not a problem to most of us because they are living their life. Is that not true? Our argument is there are more of the nations in the ECOWAS. Why should we sit down and settle down for 3 when 12 are still in ECOWAS? So what we are saying, what even caused and created the AES is because the people themselves are not voting for the members of their ECOWAS parliament. As simple as ABC. So we've got the solution. That is all I want to say. But as to whether AES is doing well, somebody will come with some figures, GDP. I'm an economist. All those jargons.
Okay,
so
I was
a teacher. I know.
So you're an economist.
Development has to do with human beings, not roads. You can build roads and build houses as you like.
Without road, you can have an economy, Mr. Economist. How are you going to move your goods if you don't have roads?
Develop people build their own roads.
We're doing that in Burkina Faso, sir.
Well, I don't know. But
okay, that's why I told you to travel when I first started talking to you, and I invited you to come over to see what we're doing.
Say James, chill out. Let him talk. Go ahead.
All right.
Whatever you are doing in Burkina Faso, we are talking about long-term, big projects and ambitions. Yes, we are talking about big business, big corporations owned by West Africans. So if whatever you are doing, you are satisfied with it, good luck. But we can't sit down and wait for you. We know you are doing what you are doing. We have got more of the population. Yes, ECOWAS has still got, there are 424 million people. Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, they are not up to 60. They are not even up to 50 million. Go and check their population.
No, it's over 80 million. It's over 80 million.
So it's over 80 million. It's over 80 million. It's fine. We can't argue on that.
No, we're not stopping you from speaking. We are just adding. We are just adding to the conversation.
I'm not disagreeing.
No, we're not disagreeing with you. We are just giving an update.
To say is that
Mr. Kofi,
the bigger market, we don't need to bully and
no.
each other.
No, we are not doing that. We are not doing that at all. We are not doing that at all.
Mr. Kofi, let me put it like this.
Focusing on the bigger number. That will work. Because if we don't,
hold on.
All the remaining ones will also do cool.
They're flooding your countries for the past 20 years now.
Bang. Hold on. Let me respond. I hear you. No, Bang. Hold on. Bang. No, Bang. Hold on. Bang.
Oh man, guys, can we talk like one person at a time?
Hold on. Bang.
It's okay to disagree, but like let's keep it order.
Brother. Bang. I hear you. Let me just Bang. Listen, Bang. Bang.
You're both from the white man. Burkina Faso doing it.
Yo, Bang.
Give us a speech.
But I left him a little talk, he said.
Come on, Bang. No. Listen, Bang.
Now this is what my business I'm on.
Bang.
Come on with these people. Your president in Ghana is a band-aid.
Okay.
Your president in Ghana is a band-aid.
Bang.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me
Go fix Aqua, man.
Bang. Let me just respond
to him. No, louder. Leave that alone.
Go to
Bang,
your
this,
cocoa from the white man.
Yo, Bang. Listen, let me
No,
respond.
Bang.
Bang,
He's the
Bang,
same old
Bang.
to Africa.
Ignore that, Ben.
Bang, man, come
Bang.
on, stop.
Yo,
Stop,
Bang, let me
man.
respond.
Wait,
Let me
man,
respond.
oh
Why
man,
don't you
oh
mute?
man,
Yo,
man,
Bang,
just
let me
calm
Man,
down. One person at a
man,
time.
come on. Bam,
Hold
no,
on.
no
Bang, why
respect
Bang,
to
don't
big
you
man,
mute
no
that?
respect to
let me
elder.
respond.
Respect your
Hold
elder,
on,
man.
No, let
No,
me
no,
respond.
Mansek.
Yeah.
Hey, Bango,
You're
bang.
It's a
Bang,
No, bang, direct that to Lewis.
It's a band-aid.
No, direct that to Lewis. Direct that to Lewis.
Yo, Bang,
Direct that to Lewis.
Yo, Bang, let me speak my piece and I got
So
you.
is it
No, hold on.
Africans,
Hold on. Let me hold on.
Is it wrong to say we
Listen,
want to
Mr. Kofi.
look
Hold
for
on. I want to before you speak. Hold on. I want to respond
You
to
can
Mr.
come speak
Kofi.
to yourself.
great
Dang,
businessmen?
come on.
Let us create
Yo,
them.
can y'all let me
If we
respond?
need laws to
Mr.
do that, what is
Mr.
the crime about saying
Coffee,
that?
Mr. Coffee, listen, Mr. Coffee,
Bam, bam, bam. Bam,
Yo,
stop,
Bang,
stop,
you gotta,
stop, stop.
Mr. Ghana,
Bang,
Mr. Democracy,
Ben is too
Mr.
low
Bang,
level.
ECOWAS.
We can't hear him.
come
He
on,
sounds like a
Bang.
mosquito.
Oh
Yeah,
man, bang,
yeah,
man, look,
Y'all
yeah.
gotta chill.
Yeah, but left.
Go to your cocoa from the
Bang,
white man.
look.
Go
If
to
you can
your
allow
But
me,
I don't biggie,
you
but the
gotta
biggie
chill.
left.
Bang. Okay, so
what
listen,
about
Mr. Kofi,
You
what
ain't
Mr.
about
Kofi,
stupid
Mr.
Manzak?
Kofi, hold on. Let me respond, and then I'm not gonna say
Oh,
nothing else. That's it.
yeah.
Mr. Kofi, all I gotta say to you is this, right?
Yeah, sometimes
Regardless of
we have to
what
be
you think,
patient. The purpose of
We
our
can't hear you, bro.
discussion,
listen, regardless of
everyone
what
on
you,
this
Mr.
So
platform,
Coffee,
Let
regardless of
us
what you
fix
think.
it. It doesn't hear you. Mansek, let us fix it. It doesn't hear you sometimes.
Okay,
It doesn't hear
okay.
sometimes.
All right, so look, this is what I'm
yeah,
gonna
I
say.
think
Mr.
we everyone has
Okay,
something very important to do.
No, we're
If you
gonna
are
do it.
if
Let's
no, hold
let's
on.
do it.
Hold on. I just
Let's
want to say
do it
one thing.
in
I just want
order.
to say
Let's do
one
it in
thing and
order.
that's it. All right, let me
Mhm.
just say one thing and then I'll let you
Orderly.
continue. All right, so Mr. Corporal, all I gotta say is this:
yeah,
regardless
so
of what
let
you
us
think about the
probably listen to the
AES,
next person.
the most of the youth they support the three leaders in the AES, not just here in Africa, also in the diaspora. Okay. So regardless of what you say about
Yeah,
ECOWAS,
is someone talking because I can't hear
being three
anyone
leaders,
speaking.
He can't hear him. Dinus, you have
Let
to
him.
step
Okay,
up.
I
let him.
think he is
hey,
struggling to hear us, Vango. Can you see if you can
Wait. If
go
you
out and come back in?
if Manzak can speak, then someone summarize it for him
yeah,
so
I'm
that he
trying to
can.
speak,
I
but every
can
time
hear
I speak, they
everyone
keep
else
interrupting me.
except the person talking who is supposed to be talking.
Oh, okay,
Mansa, you
okay.
can't hear
I
Mansa.
can hear
Can
everyone
y'all hear me?
except the person who
No,
is
we can hear you.
So
We can
how
hear
come
you
yes.
now.
everybody
So
can hear me, but
something
he's
is
the only
wrong
one
with
that can't
those
hear me?
asking the question. Their mic, something is wrong with them. They are not coming in.
Everyone hears me, but except him. But
So
regardless of
is
what you were
there?
saying,
Can you hear him? So we have to check, right?
Maybe St.
Yeah,
James.
something I
Maybe
can.
St. James, you talk, man, because he can hear you, St. James.
Okay,
Thank you
okay,
very
okay.
much.
Mansek,
Mr.
if he
Kofi,
yeah.
can't hear you, if he can't hear you, let me speak and then I will,
no,
Can you hear
let,
me?
Go
Can
ahead.
you hear me?
Yeah,
let
go.
me just
Yes,
say
I
St.
can
James. Go
hear
something.
the
ahead. Go
person
ahead, St.
talking
James.
now
Go
who
ahead.
is
Mr.
asking
Kofi,
the
Okay.
question.
So basically, what I was trying to
no,
say is
Mr.
this,
Kofi,
right?
let me just quickly say something to him. Right, Mr.
Man,
Kofi,
Louis, no,
Man,
nobody
Louis,
want to
come
hear
on,
about you,
Mr.
man.
Kofi.
Louis, let St. James go, man. Come on,
No
man.
one
No,
want
he's
to,
been going
Louis. No
before. He's
one wants to
trying to
hear
like.
about you. No one wants to
Let me
hear
just say
about
to
you, bro.
Mr. Well, he does. So let me
No
just say
one
to
want
him,
to
St.
hear
James,
about you,
be
man.
nice.
Man, St.
Mr.
James, come
Kofi.
on, man. Look.
Hello,
Be
Mr.
nice,
Kofi,
be
can you
nice,
hear me?
St. James.
Mr.
You
I
gave
Kofi,
can
me,
hear you.
you told me to talk, and you cut me
Mr.
off.
Kofi,
St.
can you
James,
hear me?
hey, Louis, it's not your
Let
turn.
me just
Let St.
quickly
James go.
say this, please,
But
and I'll
it's
be
not your
done.
Nah,
turn.
St. James
Hey,
speak.
man, Louis,
St. James,
Louis.
Louis,
man.
it's not
You
your
want
Louis,
turn,
don't be
man.
rude,
Let
man.
St.
Let
James
you
talk.
St.
want the
James
truth,
speak.
man. St.
Man,
James
Louis,
speak,
come.
man.
Hey, man, Louis,
No,
can
let
you
St.
come
James
on,
speak.
man?
Let
Why
St.
can't
James
we act
speak.
like a civilized
St.
people?
That's
James.
somebody.
St. James, go ahead,
That's
speak.
somebody.
St. James, go
That's
ahead.
somebody.
St.
No,
James, go ahead.
why this guy has an issue every time I'm on down this channel. I don't want to make it personal. I always make it
Yeah, but
personal.
St. James,
Because he's
Yeah.
jealous of
No,
your
but
country. He's
bro.
jealous of
No,
your
I'm
country.
going there. I'm
He's
going there.
jealous of
Because
your country. He's
it's wrong.
jealous
Hear me
of
out.
your
You
country.
see, I'm trying to give the older brothers the courtesy to speak,
yeah.
right? But at the same time, right? right? You are speaking on issue pertaining to my country. So I feel like, my voice should count, right? So when I first came here, I say, you know what? The brother should have gone to those countries and visit them, right? And learn more about us before he speak on us. Since he didn't do that, I still respect it. No problem. You say that's your own vision that you had, and you can speak on our behalf because something wasn't right with the commission at the ECOWAS level. And when Kidola came on here, he told you the whole system is corrupt. Therefore, we shouldn't be, trusting these people, right? So that's the same thing I said. We tried to work with ECOWAS, and ECOWAS wasn't listening. when you said that, we all agree that if in case of a coup, we have to respect what we put in the laws. I agree with you, but our situation is different. I listened to you for an hour and a half. You did not speak on the war. You did not speak on terrorism in the Sahel. What led to this coup? You know what I'm saying? I would like for you to approach it like those coups are kind of different than what people have experienced in the past. I see a lot of West Africans and other Africans that think those coups are kind of similar to what we used to encounter. These are different coups. So that's why, and they are very specific. There was a reason why those people did the coup, because they were part of the war. Traore was fighting terrorism, Goita was fighting terrorism, and Tiani knew exactly what was happening. His country was being sold before his eyes. He was protecting someone. Mind you, Tiani was protecting this president that was selling his country. You understand? So when all these guys that are talking, Mr. Kofi, they are not from Burkina Faso. All these guys, you got people from Guinea, you got people from Sierra Leone, you got people from Ivory Coast, you got people from Togo, Benin. All of these people for the past 4 years, they have done the homework. They have tried to understand exactly what's going on in the Sahel. This is the result that you have here. All these guys are here with you, talking with you.
They're jealous of your country.
They took the time to learn.
They're jealous of your country.
Now you see, so when you come on here and talk about ECOWAS, I respect it. I have no problem with that. But I'm just saying, if we are not part of ECOWAS any longer, for me, I'm on the sideline watching what ECOWAS is doing. But you know what they're doing? Nothing. So I'm like, okay, why? And you guys are telling us we should come back. To what?
No.
You are not ready to do the reforms. You don't want to do the reform. You don't want to make the reforms, right? Your reforms. You don't want to make them. No one is the leader. ECOWAS is like I don't know who's running ECOWAS right now, right? But you guys want us to come back because Africans we want to be in a dysfunctional situation. We don't want to be in a dysfunctional. We don't want to be. When we left AES, that's what my brother Mensik was telling you. Over the course of 3 years, you can see the progress of the AES. You can see. As of yesterday, you're talking about parliament. You know what happened in Burkina Faso yesterday? Traore being the president of AES, okay, the parliament of the three countries. We're going to have the parliament within 3 months. Something that you guys are failing to do for the last 50 years. Come on now. Don't tell me we're not doing anything. We are doing something. So ECOWAS is great. ECOWAS was great until everybody found out it wasn't great, and you guys still refuse to do the reforms that it's needed for your citizen. Do that for your citizen first, and then you can sell it to us. If we buy into it, maybe we can discuss. But you guys gonna have to make your own reforms. Do you have the courage to do it? I'm yet to see it. That's my question.
No, they don't.
Do you have the courage to do it?
Now, if there's a question, let me answer your question.
Man, look, man, what's in the bank? Hey, bank, one person at a time. Look, we can't be behaving this way.
John Muhammad is a band-aid. Be quiet. Take back your cocoa.
All right, but okay, make the guest answer. Make the guest answer the question, brother.
If you got some balls, you want to talk about democracy and ECOWAS. Man, go some balls, man.
My brother, why do you want to fight and fight and fight? What are you fighting about?
It's a band-aid. Tinubu is a band-aid. Exactly.
Is there anyone who control?
Because Dinus, are you still there? Dinus.
But please, man, please, I'm begging you, man. Okay, yeah, go on, Kofi, answer the question. Yeah,
I'm very, very happy.
I think, Mr. Kofi, I think a lot of people think that you speak for Ghana and you think from a Ghanaian box. I think if you can be very clear about where you stand, I think that can help people actually. You know, are you for ECOWAS or are you fighting for a single country or something like that?
I
think that's sort of like
I believe. I believe in the parliament of the ECOWAS based on legislative law. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. Now let me go back to the concerns, which I believe is more of emotion rather than I feel your emotion and I empathize with you. But I also can see maybe what most of you cannot see. Now, let me say it here. Those who are happy with the new development in West Africa, some people are broken away and so on and so forth. I want you to remember that in 1975, when we say we are no more going to subject our fate and destiny to the OAU, we are creating our own ECOWAS. We will have our own currency, our own military, our own dish, our own passport. This exactly was the language we were using, military officers. We will have our parliament, we will do this and do that and do that, our passport. We did that. Now, going forward, what we created ended up like the first one that we left. So when I'm hearing some people in the AES, remember the same set of military have come again. We are doing this, we are doing that, we are doing that. We got this, we got the common currency. It's like the same old story. You may see it now. I remember in 1983 when they were talking about ECOWAS when we were in school and we were happy and we were saying one day we shall be free. We'll travel across West Africa the way we like. I'm an old man now and we are where we are. And so when someone comes to tell me that military officers are going to create another parliament, and that parliament will now work even better than the one we have, is that not the same thing we said to the OAU, African Union? ECOWAS said the same thing. So you two are telling us the same thing. So one day my son will come and say, hold it too. Even this one is just the same as the other one now, because those who started it, they are no more there. And then you have the passport, you have the this, the that, the currency, and it's going to be useless. Then we are telling you that instead of breaking away and go and create something and start to say that, why don't we look at the reason why the one we have got, why is it not working, and let's fix it? That is the argument here. Why is ECOWAS not working, and how do we fix it? That should be the argument. Rather than saying that some people are broken away, they are going to. So are you telling me that military officers are going to have a parliament? That parliament, will it be a democratic parliament or appointment? Is it going to be on partisan basis or some few generals?
Mr. Kofi, why are you obsessed with the word democracy?
Hello,
when your people live in poverty,
the question, please.
When your people live in
I
poverty,
think we
why are you
should
obsessed
allow
with
St. James for a
democracy?
follow-up, man.
No, it's my turn to ask the question. I've waited. I let St. James speak. Let me get in, and Ben is just batting in.
Then I want to come in because I've been quiet for a little while. If that's all right with you, thank you.
Kofi, there's one thing you're gonna have to understand: that if you're a Ghanaian and you come on this show, you're gonna be hated. They detest Ghana on this show. Okay, and with this level of hate,
John Mohammed is a band-aid.
You see,
John Mohammed is a band-aid.
But when he welcomed Traore to Ghana, he was the top of the best prime minister in Ghana, in West Africa. When Traore came to power and he welcomed him to Ghana, he was the best president. The same Ben said he was the best president in Africa. So now he's against John Mahama because John Mahama is not kissing the ass of Traore. You see these idiots from here? Brother, if you come on this show as a Ghanaian,
bam. There's no point doing this, man. Honestly.
So because most of you don't know that Zongo Native is here. He asked me before we started this program, why do you dislike John Mahama? Why do you hate John? He asked me personally. So now you are saying that because you also have problem with John Mahama, then you have problem with Kofi Ali. How? I have problem. I have planned. I was going to take John Mahama to court. I have everything John Mahama does. I have a problem with it. And now because you also have problem with John Mahama, and I'm a Ghanaian and Mahama is a Ghanaian, you are now thinking I'm also the same like Mahama. No.
The idiots on the show.
My own position is that ECOWAS election. I think it is wrong for the members of Ghana Parliament, Sierra Leone Parliament, Nigerian Parliament, Senegal to choose them. I think it's wrong. I think we the people, we the electorate, because we want jobs. You go to Ghana, look at this flood there. If you go to the EU, if France employ 10 people, EU employ 1 in the same job. 1 in Germany, EU employ, if they employ 10. So they match it like the way the federal government in the US is doing it with the states. You go to ECOWAS, nobody's employed. ECOWAS has nothing to do with us. And yet we pay tax to this ECOWAS. So you will see that I'm on your side, if you understand what I'm saying. The power
He's
to the people.
stupid to understand that, Mr.
So
Kofi.
so come to the
Oh
AES,
man,
sir.
Louis, man, come
Come
on,
to the
Louis.
AES. Mr. Kofi, please come to the AES. We need you. If you
With
want
the
to see your if you want to
see,
see your money work for you,
It's a
come to the
birthday.
AES.
with the
It's a
AES,
birthday.
let me tell you
Yes.
something.
Can I
Man,
say
like,
what? Can
man,
I say
Banks,
something?
History
man,
repeating
Banks,
itself
man, come on, man,
because,
Banks.
like we just started, I
What he's
didn't
doing,
say it. Somebody said there's a
he's
parliament.
not trying to.
In that
No, but
parliament,
no,
how will you
honestly,
choose?
come on, man.
You need
People
the
are
same way the
listening.
ECOWAS is
Come on,
doing
man.
it.
Why are you
As
making
we
it?
are now, some ambassadors are choosing people to
Banks
go
not
and
gonna make you
represent
fake,
me
man.
in
No,
ECOWAS.
no,
And this is going to be different
Mr.
from what you
Kofi,
have in
No,
AES.
Mr. Kofi,
it's not. Leave that.
For
I
me.
cannot. Let
So I don't
me
want
clarify.
that.
Let me clarify
I
something.
am not, and I'm not a donkey.
No. I
Why are
respect you a lot.
Europeans allowed to choose
I
members of
respect
their
you a
own
lot. That's
parliament
why we're
members?
here.
They
That's
stand
why
for
we're
their
here.
own election and they win. And the people have the power to change them and sack
Guys,
them if they
look,
are not
look.
good enough.
Let me even tell you this. Look,
And in my case, nobody see me as a human being in West Africa. So I'm a donkey, isn't it?
No.
Because look for me,
You
I
have
will not
to
subscribe to
come
that.
closer to the
And I
AES.
think we should be on the same side
No,
rather than for whatever emotions, because your argument is
St.
emotional.
James,
It's
man,
not
please don't say
rational.
that.
Rational argument
Can I
is,
say something,
do
guys?
we
Is that right
believe
if I come
in
in,
the
He needs to
will
stay
of
away
the
from
people,
please?
AES.
or we
He needs to
believe
stay away
in
from
some
AES.
people to choose for the people? In Ghana, you go, you want to do something, they say, go and sit down. The chief and the imam, they will choose it for you. The native priest and the native, you are useless, keep quiet. What kind of nonsense is this?
Okay.
I
I
disagree
mean,
with that. I
yeah.
believe
I mean,
we created constituencies in ECOWAS for everyone to vote for themselves. Why do you call it a parliament if we are not voting? So you guys
okay.
in the United States that you can't understand this, I don't know where to start again.
Okay. I
Because
mean,
the
Mr.
United States,
Yeah.
at least they are those, it's different from China. In China, they have the Communist Party. They are there, they just choose themselves. But in Russia, they have good democracy. They make everybody vote. People voted for Putin. In EU, there's
I mean,
voting.
can
Even
you hear me,
Britain with the
sir?
king, there's a voting. What about we? What are we? Is it because we are black people? So anyone, you are black in America, they treat you as human being. We in West Africa are treated as if we are not human being enough. Can't you see? If you don't allow me in this body world to choose who I want to go and represent me, what are you doing to me? Or I can't be represented in ECOWAS because I'm stupid. Is it not apartheid South Africa? Is that not what apartheid was for? That Mandela said he would die. Because the light-skinned people in South Africa were feeling they are superior, so they will be voting on behalf of the blacks. And Mandela said, no, everyone must have a right to vote for who is going to make law for them. And the same thing in the United States of America, where Martin Luther King said, no, we are all Americans and everyone is equal. If you don't vote in anything that has to do with you, you don't have a vote, you are nothing. No, you can't. If you can't be represented because you are not a voter. Is that not what Dr. Martin Luther King died for? Today, someone like Barack Obama became the president of America. There's dignity. Why West Africa? Is it because we are all blacks? So nobody can see that we have apartheid in West Africa. We choose people to go and choose people for us. What kind of democracy is that? Lawmakers must be chosen directly by the people they represent. Is that what you do
Ghana
in
is the
America?
bacon of democracy, sir.
Congressmen are
Ghana is
chosen
the
by
bacon
people.
of
And you,
democracy,
they don't
sir.
campaign to you. You don't vote for them. Is that what you do? So
Mr.
I have a
Mr.
problem with
Kofi.
you.
Mr. Kofi, can you hear me,
Let
sir?
us wake up.
Yeah.
What
We
we
can hear
Can you
you.
hear
want
me, Mr. Kofi?
our children to come tomorrow will benefit from it.
But wait, no,
And then they
that's
say,
okay.
we at independent, this is what they told Kwame Nkrumah, that we, the blacks, should not vote, only the chiefs, we should not vote. Kwame Nkrumah said no. They will learn to vote and they will learn to govern themselves. Let them vote. Why today, with all this civilization and education and traveling and awareness, the knowledge is everywhere, yet we are behaving as if our brain is rubber. How? And people feel it's okay. Who said, yes, you see, I believe that we give our mandate to
your
politicians,
country,
but
is the
there's
beacon of
no
democracy.
unconditional mandate. We gave you mandate to do something.
Okay, I
We
mean,
gave
Mr.
you
Kofi,
mandate to go to Ghana Parliament. We didn't give you mandate to go to ECOWAS Parliament.
Your country,
no, okay, I hear you, I hear you, I
We
hear
will
that.
choose our own
Bang,
president.
bang.
to
And
themselves
what we
as
are
the
having
beacon of
is what?
democracy.
It's now
Take
become
back
like
your
United
cocoa.
Nations.
Take
But
back your
yes,
cocoa.
so
This is why the coup
yeah,
are taking place. ECOWAS doesn't really
Sango, can
function.
you see if you guys can
So
hear
now
us?
that we know what is wrong with ECOWAS, who are we fooling?
Mr. Kofi, are you still there?
Who
Can
are
you
we
hear us?
waiting for?
Kofi, can you hear us, Mr. Kofi?
We are waiting for no one but ourselves. So I rest.
Ghanaians are the beacon of democracy.
Okay. Oh wait, Pam, wait. Yeah, let's make sure he can hear us. Yes, Kofi. But
Hello.
Can you hear us? Are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Mr. Kofi, can you hear us? Can you hear the panel?
Something is wrong. Has everyone
Yeah.
gone to sleep?
Yeah, can you hear the panel? Can you hear me?
No, he can't hear you, man, because you know why? Ghanaians are the beacon of democracy.
Yeah, something
man. That's
is
why
wrong.
he
Let
can't
me
hear
go
you.
off and come back again.
Yeah. Please,
Ghanaians
yes,
are the
sir.
beacon of
Yeah.
democracy.
No, bang. Listen, this is not the man issue. For respect the man there, the
I know
beg.
exactly the type of African he is. I know exactly the type
No,
of
but
African
no,
he
it
is.
doesn't matter.
I
It
know
just allow
exactly
it.
the type of
Allow
African
it,
he is.
fam.
I know it.
Allow it.
Trust me. I know exactly the type of African he is. I know exactly the type of
Yeah.
African he is.
These are the
Trust
elders.
me.
Listen, these are the
Trust me.
elders. These are the elders who got us to
Forget
this
about
mess. But I don't wanna.
nowadays, man. No. I do not care. If
See,
you're
let me
not
even
about
tell you this.
developing Africa, I do not care.
When I met him, when I met him,
This man says, this is what he
Yes,
says,
Ango.
right?
Yes, Ango. Yeah.
This is what he says,
why is
right?
Meg
He
acting
said,
very emotional, man? Like,
he
why are you
said,
acting
no.
this way?
This
It's not
guy,
emotional.
Bang is
I'm giving you
is a
facts.
real Saloma
I'm
to
giving you
Wamat.
facts.
But I for
Everything I'm
left
telling
this
you is
Wamat
facts.
you I beg, man. I the beg you
Everything I'm
left
telling
this
you is
Wamat
facts.
business.
Everything I'm telling you is facts. Emotional is two different
No,
things.
boy,
Everything I'm
you
telling you is
can't just
facts.
keep doing that,
This
bro.
man,
Even though it's a fact, but you keep
People are
shouting at
listening,
people
man.
down,
People are
bro.
listening.
This what he said. This what he
Yeah.
said, right? France is still in the jail mining the uranium. That's what he said. That's what he said out of his own mouth. That's what he said. Why would I take this man
Yeah.
credibility? That's what he said. These are all Africans that destroy Africa. That's why in this position like this. He's an old African that destroy Africa. He wants the same system.
Oh, is Dinah
he
still there? Dinah, are you still there? If you can bring
he
Mr.
just
Kofi
wanted
back.
he just wanted less corruption. But he doesn't want
Okay.
the African to be on top. He's one
Okay,
of those
look.
Africans.
Okay, Bang. If I say something,
Like, if
can
not
I have
today,
a
I
word?
never knew like Bang was such a foolish guy. I'm
John
not gonna
Mahama
lie
is
to
a
you, bro.
band-aid.
Can't even
Kofi
control
is a
himself on
band-aid.
the panel.
Tinubu is a band-aid. Yeah, let's do that now. Since he wants to call Abraham Traore a band-aid, let's do that now. I know for sure Abraham Traore is the one fixing nuclear power plant. I know for sure Abraham Traore is the one building highways much better than any West African countries.
Yeah, Bang. We listen. Okay. Can I say? Can I have a word in? Can I have a word in, Bang?
Ghanaians are the beacon of democracy. Go take your cocoa from the white man. Do that. Exactly.
Me, okay. Look.
Man.
I.
Y'all Ghanaians are phony.
No. I disagree. Bang. Listen.
Are fake.
But no. Bang. That's very. Bang. Can I just say one thing, bro?
One of these days.
No, but Bang, come on, chill out, bro. Chill out. Let other people. Let me.
Belong back to
No, fam. Let me speak, bro. Come on, man. Just chill out.
They will take back the North. Y'all Ghanaians are fake and phony, man. Look at Accra, Ghana, flooding every rain season. What the F your president have done? Instead he comes and says,
Ben is just acting very unruly. Like, that's something that people are listening.
It's not design of engineering. Go fix your goddamn country. Instead, he wants to go to the UN and beg the white man. Oh, reparation. You got the power in your own country. There's flood every year. Fix that problem. Instead of you want to go to reparation for slavery. Reparation because oh, he's back. Okay. Let me shut up. These fake old Africans.
God, okay.
All
right, okay. Bam. Look, let me just speak, man, because you just been interrupting me. Now
the purpose of this topic is just to hold a conversation for those of us that live in West Africa. I mean, it's not to like prove like you are right, I'm wrong. It's to engage, to sort of like, why are we acting like someone is your enemy? It is like even Mr. Kofi, he criticized everybody in Ghana. Initially, when I heard him, I thought this guy, man, was he a politician? I have to take my time to understand him better. For God's sake,
Zongo,
he has written
Zongo,
3
yeah,
books.
similar,
He
man.
has like over
I know
several
you.
articles on the internet. If you want to go, it's there. He
Zongo,
has videos on
Zongo,
YouTube.
Zongo. I know you,
He
man. Both of y'all
criticizes
similar.
everybody. But anyway,
Both of y'all
guys,
similar,
man.
man. Both of y'all similar, man. Both of
Look,
y'all similar.
Okay,
anyway,
and
I know you
Frank, let me just have a word in,
Yeah,
please, because I've been trying to speak. Oh,
Let me
thank
shut up.
you. Finally, come on, man. God, thank you. Look, I mean, this ECOWAS and the AES, I said this before. If it's not managed well, it's not going to end well for us in West Africa. The reason why I'm saying this, because we have 2 blocks. If it's managed well, and I think it's going to be a good marriage, okay. And when Kofi is saying about the coups in West Africa, and these things are not new. It's not new at all. If you go back to history of West Africa, the Mansa and the farmer, these are things that always happen even during the ancient time. When the rulers, the coastal rulers, the way because the coastal West Africa and the interland, they are never been united. They never have throughout the history. They have always been divided. This is exactly what's happening again with the AES and the ECOWAS. Okay,
Hey,
and
Africa. I don't mean to cut you off. Can we help bring these people backstage if you have the?
yeah, I think if Dinus is here, that would be great.
Okay,
But yeah, I
okay,
think it bring them. So yeah,
okay.
so you to understand ECOWAS and AES, you need to go back. I mean, the Liberian lady that was here the other day, Cow, she actually narrated some of these things that I was saying before, and the inner lands, have they always feel like they have the moral authority, to control things that have gone out of control, and towards the coastal region, because the coastal region are easily influenced from the outsiders. This is where I see the ECOWAS, and there are a lot of it that happened throughout history, and this is how transatlantic slavery occurred, because they was always fighting each other. The place like you call Liberia, Sierra Leone, these were places that was constantly raided by the interland. Okay, it never stops because the interland feel like they've been betrayed by the coastal regions. So if this is not managed well, I'm telling you, I've never been wrong here on this platform. He's gonna end up wrongly. But if it's managed well, is a gift to the African West Africa. If the ECOWAS as a body can get itself up together, and AES as a body get itself up together, this could be a good partnership. Let's put the emotions aside. But the coastal regions need to be stop. They need to, especially the leaders. They need to stop being a pawn to the West or to the outsiders. They need to stop being these male prostitutes, especially the leaders. They need to stop being prostituting themselves around the world because they
Actually,
always have done this.
I do have a question, Mr. Go. I think
No,
the question is, oh, Senya's gonna go.
no, it's
Can
me. It's
I?
me.
Can I? Can I? Can
I
I?
wanted
Can
to
I? Can
interject
I? Yeah, no,
quickly.
can I? Zango, yeah. Let me just finish making my point, because I don't think even you yourself you understand. I think the guests understand where I'm coming from. He's probably know exactly what I'm talking about,
Oh no, I was
because
not responding. I was
the
asking my question.
yeah, exactly. So the inner land and the coastal region, these regions have never been unified. They always have problem, and this is what's happening today again as we speak. You can use ECOWAS as a cover. You can put this in, things as much as you want to put a democracy, ability rule. You can, turn it inside out. Fine. The guy that running ECOWAS is from the inner land originally. Okay. And you blamed him for some of the stuff, but he understand the concept. He understand those countries. He understand the history. That's why it's there. I remember the time where Ali Toure was put, there as the ECOWAS guy. He was managing it rightly. Okay. Ali Toure was managing these rights at the time when most of these military coups were happening. We know the ECOWAS chair move around, but he's been there permanently. I remember he was actually managing it in a diplomatic way, because he knows it's a very fragile thing. Is actually is an ancient problem. Now, if you don't solve this in a diplomatic way, and you actually solve it as a family thing, because these countries are very close related also the countries in the Sahel and those in the coast, they are heavily related, especially in the Far Guinea coast and the Senegambia. They can match together, but they can trade together also, and they can work together. So ECOWAS is a responsibility of ECOWAS, okay, to find a strategy how to reach out to these three guys, not the other way around, to come together on the table and say, look, this is where we went wrong. This is where we have to go. This is what happened hundreds of years ago before the colonials came. This is how West Africa was managed. And can we go back to that system? It's what we call the Mansa and the farmer. Ali Toure knows that very well. He came from the people who founded the system that worked so well. But unfortunately, also, I never had him mention the situation in Libya that that end up bringing the whole entire region into this issue. Because we know for the fact is ECOWAS is heavily influenced by the West, and we know the French and the Americans went in. Especially Obama, that you actually mentioned, as Obama said, Africa don't need strong leaders. That's quite deceitful, because we know you need strong leaders and strong institutions, both of them. We need both, because we know for a fact if Gaddafi was that strong, he would have stand up to them. If Gaddafi had strong institution, he would have been still there. Okay, but one of them wasn't there. So if Gaddafi had strong institution,
why do you think Gaddafi went down then? I think
Gaddafi did not have he was a strong leader, but he did not have the backing and he did not have the strong institution in place. That's why when he died,
if Kofi can respond to that, because I think that's a valid question actually.
That's the same with Venezuela as well. Both of them.
Yeah. Can I come in quickly? Can I come in quickly?
Yeah, go on.
You see, there is a reason why problem exists. And what you do is to come up with solution. Sometimes the solution is about adjusting what is there already. If you don't adjust the problem so that you get solution and you're assuming the problem will solve itself, every time it doesn't work that way. I have been insisting on what I believe is wrong. From your submission, you were giving us a case of AES on one side and ECOWAS on the other side. And in your submission, you were saying that the two of them have to find a way of solving their problem. And that reminded me of the Eastern and Western Germany, different ideological bloc in Europe. How did they solve their problem? One was looking at the East, one was looking at the West. Today, it is one. And they are all in a working European Union. As soon as they see the European Union, everything is perfect for them. Now, come back to ECOWAS. What you are not doing, you are identifying there's a problem. In the first place, we've all agreed that the non-functional, the ECOWAS that is not working is the reason why the AES came up. That these guys wouldn't have separated and caused the coup and everything. It happened because the union they all have hope in, they are looking at the union that is not working. See, I have lived, traveled, and worked in so many West African countries. And if anyone knows West Africa, you can count them. That knows West African countries better than me. I was a teacher in the Gambia for almost 10, 12, 15 years. I had my education, University of in Nigeria. I left Ghana to Nigeria. So I've traveled across, I travel by land. I lived in Senegal, Tambacounda, for close to 4 or 5 years. I know Kidira, I know Kahe, I know Diboli. We traveled by train on the land. So when I'm sitting here and say, I know and I've studied and I've lived in Europe. I was doing my master's in Holland before I moved to Britain to go and read law. And I've lived in Britain long enough to say I know and understand these people. And I can see the difference. And I am saying that the problem is in ECOWAS. The problem is in ECOWAS. The problem is not in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, but they were part of the ECOWAS. The way we were running ECOWAS, something is wrong with it. And I said, looking at everything, what is wrong that has to be corrected is not that big. The best of the job have been done already. If some of you know what it took for the ECOWAS itself to be created, they didn't want it. And then moving on to democratic rule, and moving on to this, moving on to that, it's just like the history of the OAU. It was not easy. It was. Today we have a parliament. It wasn't easy to agree on the number of the seats. Some people have won that battle. What is our own war? Our battle now is that since the parliament is there, and some people are choosing people to go and represent us, let us do it too and see, maybe it will give us a different result. I think that is all we are here to talk about. Rather than hoping AES and ECOWAS will find a solution one day and they'll come kumbaya and come out. It doesn't work that way. If there's a problem, intellectuals sit down and they think about the problem and look at what is there, what is working, what is not working. Why is this one not working? Why is this one trying to work? What is missing? And they'll come up. It's like a car. And you come up and say, this is the answer. Sometimes the answer may be very small. Very, very small. If people are not thinking deep, nobody will land on the moon. There won't be internet. Aeroplane will not fly. But to get to that thing, you need to be a thinker. You need to see the bigger picture. Look at the past and look at the present. And say, why is this thing like this? Some people did this. They did this. They did that. Now, this is what is missing. And this is what we are doing here. And this is all I've said. So, anyone who is making a submission and cannot be able to say, okay, this problem lead to the parliament, then we are not talking. Because everything I said was not heard and listened. I have insisted. I went to ECOWAS court. I sued the ECOWAS commission. The ECOWAS court came with there's no legislative law. What kind of a parliament is that? What kind of a court is that? What kind of a court is that? A court must have a legislative organ unless we are running a dictatorship. There must be. Without, I don't know whether some of us even understand what the word legislative authority or assembly means. That is what parliament is all about, elected by the people. And I just told you, the way we are doing the ECOWAS parliament now is an advisory body. It's a part-time parliament. Nobody go there and they are collecting salary. We pay them. As soon as we finish our useless election in Ghana, then 8 people will be choosing to go to ECOWAS parliament. We voted for them to go to Ghana parliament. Then they go to ECOWAS parliament. They get their
that we agree with you. That we agree with you on that, yeah, because it should be a representative of the people, yes, represented by the people, and the people have a say, have an insight onto matters. But unfortunately, they don't do that. It's
that is
closed.
wrong. That is
which is wrong. Which is absolutely wrong.
Like politicians have hijacked ECOWAS and they pick among themselves.
Dynasty feed there. Can you let me choose the rules and everything? They make the rules and the laws.
It's still like
they don't even make any rules. What rules can they make? Nobody voted for them. They were elected to go to Ghana Parliament. They were elected to go to Senegal Parliament, Cote d'Ivoire. They were not elected to go to ECOWAS. So what rule can they make? And they can't make any rule. And we need those rules to manage the affair of West Africa. The flood we are talking about, this is a capital-intensive problem. Ghanaians who are now Ghana, the capital city, is becoming overpopulated. And people who are getting a little money from selling imported Chinese pen, imported graduates from university, everybody is doing ala, driving this fake Uber. Useless cars from Europe, they dump it in West Africa. Our children will find a way of making it work. and they will be using that to go and get some money and buy block and cement and go to the waterway and build there. Everybody bribe everyone. Nothing works. We need to be able to have big weights to come to say, you know something? This is the waterway. Nobody goes there. This place, we are building houses there. Then we need to dredge the land. When I was young in Ghana, there were rivers in Ghana. There were lakes. All of them are dried up. Why? Because people are building wherever they can build. If you get a little money, just book some blocks down, put a roof over it, and then start having your babies there. And then every morning you go and pretend you are working, selling Chinese fan. What nonsense is this? Why can't we make our own fan in West Africa? That is where you need the ECOWAS billionaires to come in. And we can create them. It can be done. It's all about the kind of law we have. Why are we still doing the thing the colonizers left us to do? That is where the problem is.
Very true, very true.
We were voting in our respective countries when the colonizer was there. The office of the president of Ghana, that was the office of the governor general. They only have some advisory body to be advising them. All choosing. We call them ex-officials. Choosing. Then later they started putting the indigenous people there. Then later it became a parliament. Hold it to. The colonizers created the parliament for us. We hate them. We don't like them. We don't want to see them. Then the office of the governor general, all they are doing is for us to hand over our natural resources. Gold, cocoa, everything. And they pay us for produce price. Exactly. Is that not where the Americans fought for their independence, that they don't want to continue that nonsense against the colonies of America?
I mean, I don't have anything against
that till now that we can't create our own parliament and make our own law and stand by it.
Me personally, I love Ghanaian people just like all West African people, but I just think our governance is failing all of us. This is the problem, and it's a disappointment that you can hear from Bang and a lot of us here. It's not because I love all of
us. Not failing us. I think you are making a mistake. The government of the colonizers that were created were to work for the colonizer.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. If you read between the lines.
This is why we created the ECOWAS. So that we created the ECOWAS, the colonizer didn't create it. So if we this has nothing to do with Ghana government. It is us. We are is Ghana made up of trees and stones? Is it not of human beings? So now there's ECOWAS Parliament. Why are we waiting for government of Ghana to go to ECOWAS to go and represent us? Why can't we vote for the members to go from our constituency?
Yeah, I think we got new
government of Ghana.
That's it.
Government of Ghana can only go to IMF, Europeans, and go and beg as they are doing now.
As I'm saying to yourself, it's a failed institution and it needs to be changed, you know. It's a failed institution.
Lack of leadership
and definitely. This is what I have to say. Look, when we was talking earlier on, obviously I got cut off, I got disconnected. But I wanted to ask you, in terms of the military, you said there is no need for for ECOWAS to have like a military or to have weapons. That's what you said. Is that right? You said there is no need for ECOWAS to have.
I said at this point in time, that should not be our priority. At this point in time, we should focus on industrialization. We should focus on industrialization. Military weapons. Military weapons.
But listen, okay, let me just put it to you like this. Let me ask you this question. So, say if you had a house, yeah, and you had an intruder, a robbery, yeah. Would you rather say it's best if you had like some type of a knife or something to defend yourself? Do you think if that say if the robber wanted to kill you, the person who's like coming to intrude into your house wanted to kill you, yeah? Would you say it's best to have some type of like weapon around to defend yourself, at least to give yourself a chance? What do you think about that? If you was in that situation, what would you do?
Do you want an answer? You see, the weapon you will need, the first weapon is your common sense. The first weapon is not the gun, because you can go and pick the gun and shoot yourself in the head. The first weapon, the person come, is he a threat? initially you look at him, he's not a threat. He's coming.
Okay. Okay, well, say if he's coming at you, he's coming to attack you. He's in your house. He's robbing.
That doesn't match with the situation before us.
It doesn't match with the situation.
See,
so it doesn't match with what's going on at the moment.
No,
that's what you're saying, yeah?
Make it so simple. If somebody come to attack me personally, then I need to respond.
So what's happening in the Sahel?
Then are they not attacking them? Talking about
God gift. It's not going to end. Let's pass the mic.
Okay. So what's happening in the Sahel? Are they attacking them or are they not attacking them?
The Europeans are. You see, let me tell you where they are getting us. All the multinational corporations in West Africa belong to Europeans. The Chinese are also coming in, and Indians, they are coming. So when we are talking about investment and this nonsense we are talking about, our own people are doing nothing. Everything is from outside. So the attack, like I was saying some earlier, where somebody was taking an offense, I said the uranium in Niger, the French are still there stealing it. They are still there. Why? Because we have not been able to industrialize to the point to say that, you know something, if we don't give these people our uranium, we can do something with it. We can produce electricity. We can do this. We have our own nuclear. It is easier for the whole of West Africa to have a nuclear project than any country to have it on its own. Why are they fighting with Iran? Iran want to have it. Saudi Arabia said no. Can you see? So we are trying to tell you how to deal with this complicated problem. But you are looking at it in a smaller form. Let us go and pick a weapon. Do we manufacture?
No. What I'm saying, we face external threats, yeah, from terrorists, and we face from other parties as well, from the West as well, who wanna obviously they got no good intention. So it's rather best that we prepare ourselves and build up our military inventory. That's what matters, our military inventory, because that is a deterrent. It's a deterrent for outsiders coming through. If you got some hypersonics, people are going to think twice before, knocking on your door.
Exactly.
If you got a rocket, people are going to think twice before knocking on your door. It's a deterrent. Exactly. That's why we need that there. We can't just be sitting there like ducks. We cannot be sitting there like
also,
ducks.
Can I say something too?
Living in this fantasy world.
I want to say something too. You cannot have industrialization without security, proper security. So how are you going to have industrialization if you have these terrorists going out that's going to attack it? I mean, a prime example.
That's it.
Yeah, guys, 1% at a time. 1% at a time, man.
Security comes first. Security comes first.
Hello. Listen to me. I'm sorry to say you should listen. I'm sorry.
Bulldozer
Let me make this
on the road. So there makes no sense to have industrialization without proper security. And that's the reason why
that's why we're getting bombed. That's why they're getting bombed, isn't it?
I'm gonna let him land. And that's exactly why the AS has been successful fighting the terrorists. I mean, imagine if Mali was focused on industrialization when the 12,000 terrorists came and attacked Mali, because they were just focused
on guys, let me pass the mic to Tarka because he hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead, Tarka.
Okay. Can I land real quick, Dinas?
All right, to 20 seconds.
Okay, I was just saying that if Mali focused on industrialization without security, Mali would have been gone a long time ago. Within a couple of hours, but because they were focused on security, they was able to sustain themselves. That's what I'm saying. It makes absolutely no sense. But to
go ahead, Tarka.
Okay. Quickly.
Let Tarka. Go ahead, Tarka. Unmute yourself, Tarka. Tarka. All right, go ahead, Kofi. Mr. Kofi, go ahead.
I think we are misunderstanding certain things. We are not in a state of war at this point in time. What we are struggling with now is economic war. Our war. You see, our lack of organization.
My brother, I don't mean to cut you off, man. You guys are saying that we are not in a state of war. My people are dying in Sahel. Please. Come on. We are not in a state. Who's we?
Do you know that those who are fighting in the Sahel, that you are calling them, your people are dying? Are you also aware that these are people that have economically been marginalized?
Oh my goodness.
The
Tuareg
Tuareg
Darn it.
are you
So you're
saying the
gonna have to
Tuareg
give
are
us 5
foreigners?
hours because now we're
Are
getting
you
somewhere.
saying the Tuareg are foreigners? Are you saying the Biafra are foreigners in
No,
Nigeria?
no. Stick to the Sahel. Let's not talk
So
about
what I'm trying
Biafra.
to tell you is that, see.
Okay, there is no Tuareg attacking Burkina Faso. Let's
Right.
make it
And
clear.
did you not see the 12,000 terrorists that attempted to
Even
attack
in
Mali?
Ghana, there are some people who are thinking of carrying arms. So anywhere you go to Senegal, go to Casamas. What are
But
they
we're in
doing?
a state
We're
of
saying
war. That's
military,
war.
not
So
the
what I'm
general
trying to
public.
So
tell
that's
you is
war,
that,
though. So you are just
what I'm just
describing a
trying to say
war.
is that let us look at, you see, the military are there. After all your heroes, they were military officers. The people you are talking about. So
Yes.
we have some form of military officers. How equipped are they? How
Very well equipped. You know who's making sure we don't win? Traders, African traders in countries aiding and abiding this terrorists.
I think,
ECOWAS member,
my
as
brother,
we speak. You know what? You gave me a good idea, my brother. You know what we're gonna do right now today? I'm gonna gather my people from the Sahel and we're gonna go ahead and sue ECOWAS countries. For what?
where
For
are you
being
going to sue them?
no. You guys are being traitors to us, right? Some
Where
of
are
these
you going
countries.
to do your suing? I
I'm
want
not talking
ECOWAS
about
boss.
all of
Which
them.
They're
boss
I'm
are you
gonna
suing?
deceptive.
we're gonna go
They're
ahead and sue.
deceptive.
We're gonna sue you
Are you
for
going to ICC or where? They are looking
well,
for you.
we're gonna sue ECOWAS, and you're gonna have to
Africa.
pinpoint these countries that are aiding these terrorists to attack us. I'm not gonna name the countries. All of us know them, but we're gonna sue ECOWAS.
Please, can we have a serious and adult
It is
discussion?
serious, sir.
You talking
It is
about not
serious.
having a serious
Don't you
conversation?
think when this war we
I
win
don't
this
want
war?
look.
Don't you
I
think
don't
when
want
we
to talk
win this
about
war we're gonna
AES
sue
again.
some countries?
I am here
Don't
to
you
talk
think we're
about
gonna sue
ECOWAS.
some
I'm not
countries?
here
We're
to talk
gonna
about
sue
AES.
some countries,
I've had enough.
my
And you
brother.
talking
We're
about
gonna sue some
economics
countries.
versus
I'm
terrorism.
serious.
I sued the ECOWAS. I didn't sue AES. What is your problem?
No. We're gonna sue ECOWAS, and
Hello,
ECOWAS is
moderator.
gonna make
Please put chat and let us have a
ECOWAS.
serious discussion.
Listen. That behavior, right, of this ECOWAS country that believe they should come
Oh
and
God.
undermine our
Am I
countries.
talking about ECOWAS countries or I'm talking about ECOWAS
That's
parliament?
That's my opinion. We're
Look,
gonna go.
I'm here to talk about ECOWAS
No.
parliament. I'm not
These
here to talk
countries
about
are
ECOWAS
organized
countries.
under ECOWAS, so that's why I didn't want to put name. We're
I'm
gonna
here
sue
to talk about
ECOWAS,
ECOWAS parliament. I'm not here to talk about ECOWAS
but
countries.
you just said we're not in a state of war. I corrected that.
I
We are
don't
in
know
war.
what you are
We
talking
are in
about.
war. Ghana is not in war. That's
Please,
fine. We are in war.
the way you are going, you are trivializing the discussion.
Oh my
You are
God.
No,
making it so
No, you
minute
are
and
moving the goalposts.
I
You
don't have
said
time.
something and I responded. You said
Okay,
we are
don't
not at
worry.
war. I said we are at war.
Whatever you said,
Look,
let it be there. I'm here to
look,
talk about the
Okay.
parliament of ECOWAS.
look. That what's going on in the Middle East should tell you all, should tell everyone, yeah, the importance of military. Yeah. What's going on for America to be a rogue? Yeah, America now is not the same America like 10 years ago. It's a rogue. You get it? It's become a rogue state where they just go around just attacking anyone. So best to prepare yourself. Do you understand? Yeah. So it doesn't really matter what military might you have. Do you understand? You could have rockets. You could have someone could have tomahawks or whatever. But at least if you have something, you've got a chance of protecting yourself. That's what Iran is showing right now. It's showing that you don't need such a high inventory to at least protect yourself. You know what I'm saying? Stand up for yourself. And at the end of the day, the results show, where Iran has managed to get a big superpower on the table.
Yeah, I mean,
my brother, when you said something, let me add to what you said, right? When we were fighting and losing, I'm gonna finish in a minute. When we were fighting and losing, right? Nobody cared, right? Everybody was clapping. Everybody wanted AES country to go down, right? When Traore and them came over and they went to Turkey and got all these drones back to the Sahel, and the drone were proven to be effective. Do you know some country went to Turkey and told them not to sell us drones? Do you guys know that? No. Do you want the name of these countries?
Say the name.
ECOWAS countries telling Turkey don't sell these people drones because the drones were
ECOWAS leaders, they're cowards.
Name and
Huh?
Most of
shame
them
them.
are cowards.
The,
They're
the,
coward
the, the,
leaders
the,
are
the
cowards.
Minister
Do
of
we have a
Defense, the
moderator
Minister of
on this?
Defense of Ivory
Do we have
Coast,
moderators
Yep.
on this
Yeah.
platform,
the Minister of
or
They're
Defense of
cowards.
Ivory
the
Coast.
so-called AES
Yeah.
sympathizers have hijacked the
My
discussion,
man, you're gonna have
and
to
it's
listen to
become
Well,
both
we're
sides.
not
We're gonna have to
sympathizers
listen.
ECOWAS
because we
Listen.
people,
agree
ECOWAS,
with
We
the
took
the
the
AES,
leaders are
man.
cowards.
we took the time and listened to you. I know some of the things that we say here
so
might not be what you want to hear, but give us some respect and let us
Right.
talk.
I
You know,
respect
And then on
you.
we would
top of
What
that,
we are,
appreciate it.
what
You
the
know,
and then
reason
on
why
top of
I'm
you
that,
said
here,
you said we're not
I
in a
am
state of we're
not here
not.
to talk
Mr.
You said
about
when
Kofi,
you say we're not in a state of war, right? That means Africans are we are
I
not a
am not here to talk about
no, but I
AES.
respect you, brother. But when you say Africa, we are not at war.
Oh, I don't
I
know
mean,
who you are
this
Okay.
is
talking
this.
about.
You are
I am
throwing
talking
dust.
about
You are
ECOWAS.
throwing
right?
dust in our
I
face,
don't
And
know
then
who
and
and
you
I
are
then and
talking
understand
then
because
about.
you don't live in the Sahel. We are
You
at
live in
war.
the
James,
Sahel. That's your
and then
Okay.
business.
One mic. One mic. One
St.
mic.
James, St.
One
Because
James,
mic.
the
I'm
thing
he's
is
gonna.
getting
calling
out
us.
of hand.
Mansa.
When we
Hold on,
are
Mansa.
Africa,
talking about
hold on.
serious
He's
issue, you
calling
are
us
talking about
These are
sympathizers,
serious
and then he's
issues.
not.
People are dying. I don't know what else we should talk about, sir.
No,
If
St.
What are you
people
James,
are
talking
guys.
dying,
about?
these are serious
St.
issues.
James,
I
I am
don't know what else
talking
we're
St. James,
supposed
about
to talk
St.
about.
how
James, St.
ECOWAS
James.
reform should be.
Notice that
That's
how
all.
the
That's why I'm
youth
here.
makes the notice that how that the youth makes more of the population in Africa. The youth is telling this guy that we support the AES, and he's telling us that we're sympathizers.
That's your business.
Okay, then
No,
that's your
you should take
business.
that
Listen
into
to him.
account because
Listen to
you
him.
should take. You see what we do sometimes. My sake, my sake. Let me
My
address him,
problem
right,
is
brother,
why is the
brother.
ECOWAS not
Ask
working?
sometime, right? You know what the elders of Africans usually do. I'm not faulting
But
you.
now it's
I'm
about
not
Africa
faulting
and
you.
black
I'm not
people. You are
faulting you,
not here.
right? But what you guys usually do, what you usually
Yes.
do, no,
Yes,
what you usually
Tahaka.
do,
We can
Guys,
hear
one
you.
person at a
what
guys,
you
guys, one person at a time.
no, I'm gonna land my plane, right? Guys, listen to me. It's not I'm not trying to be disrespectful, right? Not because he's here. But what I noticed, right? What some of our elders in Africa have failed to acknowledge, right? They have failed to acknowledge the opinion of the youth. You have failed to acknowledge that. And for
I agree with
every
that. I
time
agree
when
with
they
that.
talk to you,
Absolutely.
you act like you don't hear them. And I'm scared that you are doing it right now. All these
Yeah,
people,
I
I can
agree.
say, I don't know your age, but you see they're younger than you. And they're talking to you, but you act like their voice shouldn't count because you know better, because of your experience, you should speak more. And we are giving you that space. We respect that. But let's not make that mistake. The youth of Africa are tired of some of these people. I'm telling you, if you guys don't acknowledge it now, it's going to be all our downfall. In Africa, anywhere you go, when the youth start speaking, get out of here. We don't want to hear it. We lived enough for you to let us speak. No, that's not a way to go.
Silence, could you hear me?
That's not a way to go, sir.
Yes, Tahaka. We can hear you. St. James, let
Okay,
Tahaka come in now.
yeah, well, I got some question. I got some question for the guests.
Mr. Kofi, yeah.
Mr. Kofi.
Yes, sir.
All right, listen. I'm an elder just like you. All right. So I'm gonna show you some respect. Let me ask you a couple questions. First of all, do you believe that the system that the AES countries have going and still at it, still trying to make it work? Do you believe that system will eventually work?
I really don't know what they are doing.
Well, you're supposed to know what you're doing because
I don't know
you're
what the
speaking
AES.
on it.
He's speaking
If
about
you
it,
don't know
but
a
then he wants to
subject,
say he don't know.
hold on a second, Bang.
Thank you.
Bang, hold on a
I've
second.
made it very clear that I do not believe in the military rule.
Wait, Bang, please hold on. I'm on the road, so let me get this question in. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I believe in the will of the people. And we have a parliament that the people are not allowed to choose their representative. And the best of our population are the youths. So if we are not allowing these young people to choose those who represent them, and some people are choosing it for them, and I am saying I disagree with that. I want they themselves to choose those who go to ECOWAS parliament. Am I the enemy of the young people?
Okay, I understand what you. I understand. Okay, I understand what you just said. So you prefer because you said we, and it's not we. It's the people in the AES. They choose, and it's not just. I hear a lot of people keep calling out the youth, but it's not the youth only. It's everybody, right? 90% of all the countries want to try something new, right? It's elderly. If like what some of the panelists said, and go to Burkina Faso, right? You'll see elderly people, 60, 70, 80 years old, volunteering, building the roads. They are volunteering, pushing the wheelbarrows, building the roads. If they can't do X, they cook and clean up. Everybody is in the pot. They are doing it. I wish you and other people would just go there and see for yourself, right? And the last thing I'm going to say, if you and other people believe they are going to fail, right? Let them fail, and so you could say, "I told you so," right? Let them fail. You, France, America, let them fail. Stop begging to go back in the country. The other day, Burkina Faso distanced themselves from France, and France is mad, right? Why are you mad? Let them fail. Why you want to force yourself on them? Let them fail, right? Let the AES country fail.
I thought you were asking a question.
No, I asked the question. You gave me the answer.
Oh no,
right?
You see, everything you are saying, I want to give you proper answer.
Yeah, but you answered my question already, so I see where you're coming from. So what I'm saying, right? Let them fail. Let them fail. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So you could say, "I told you so," right? And write about it and talk about it. But until then, leave them alone.
Okay.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Don't speak in it. You're from Ghana or wherever. Let the people in the AES countries do whatever they're doing. And if they fail, they fail.
You are repeating yourself. I've heard you. Let me answer you.
They give free cocoa away to the white man.
In Ghana,
a free cocoa away to the white man.
We have.
I don't want to hear about Ghana, bro. I don't want to hear nothing about Ghana.
So if you don't want to hear,
we're talking about the AES countries.
I'm not talking about AES. I'm not.
Well, hold on, hold on, Charles. Kofi's our guest. So he can talk about Ghana. He can talk about AES.
But Dinus, the subject is Ghana.
No,
the subject is.
I mean, ECOWAS. I asked a question on ECOWAS.
But Ghana's part of ECOWAS.
I'm here to talk about the solution, my understanding of the solution to the problem of ECOWAS. That's what I'm here to talk about. So you can't be asking.
So how the AES get in it then?
You ask those who are talking about it. That is why when you ask me, I told you it's not my business. It's not my business. What I am saying here is that I cannot leave my personal problem. I've been denied the right to choose those to go and represent me in ECOWAS Parliament. That is my passion. I just came from Ghana, mobilizing people. We are going to get it done. So if I'm invited here, I said I sued ECOWAS. They asked me, why did you sue ECOWAS? And I explained that I think it is wrong.
Why you didn't cross the border to Burkina Faso?
Why should I?
You are next door to us. You are next door to. When was the last time you visited? No, let me ask you. When was the last time you visited? Brother. When was the last time you visited Burkina Faso? No, I'm not. When was the last time you visited? No, and I'll be quiet. When was the last time you visited Burkina Faso?
To go and do what there?
No, I'm just asking as a visitor.
To go, I don't have anything. I don't go to where I have no business there.
Okay. But he's saying he's not talking about Burkina Faso.
No.
He's saying he's not concerned with them.
I was talking about ECOWAS. I was talking. The caption is that the man who sued ECOWAS. They didn't say this man sued Burkina Faso.
But he sued ECOWAS based on something that happened between AES and the ECOWAS. So you can, bro, we can. You said, you sued ECOWAS, but who are the party though? Who are the party? You used
ECOWAS Commission.
No, yes, but as it relate to what? But as it relate to what? As it relate to what?
Forget about that. I took everyone to
Oh,
court.
my
I don't want to
brother.
go
Ah,
into
my
the
brother. As
desert.
it relate to
I have
what?
no business
You
in the
you laid a
desert. They can
claim.
go in
You
their
laid a claim.
We're not going to continue just to interrupt the guest.
What
No,
is
it's
the
not an
problem?
interruption because he's taking the word
Let him
back from what he
You are
said.
bringing a problem that is
No,
not
you're
my
taking
problem to
word
me.
back.
What is your
Let him
problem?
talk.
No, you're taking
I'm
word back.
talking about industrialization within the ECOWAS that will give job to young people, how to empower the young people like you do in America for them to have a right to
Traore is
choose their
creating job in
legislatures.
Burkina
What
Faso.
is
He's
your
doing that.
problem?
Traore is creating job in Burkina Faso. He's
That
Yeah,
doing
but
that.
is
you,
that
you keep
well,
asking him about Burkina Faso. Why are you doing
oh
that?
God.
He said he's
This
not
guy,
talking about
I
Burkina
think
Faso.
the only thing you know about West Africa is Burkina Faso.
At this time, really, yes, it's about Burkina
So if
Faso.
that is your
I don't
problem,
mind the ECOWAS
bring
countries.
a
I'm being
guest
honest.
that will
I'm giving you my
entertain them.
honest.
That
I
is
don't
not
listen.
my
When I
problem.
wake up, I know you guys have
Bomb again.
we don't worry like the AES people nowadays. We don't worry about ECOWAS. I'm being honest. We don't.
My problem is how do I vote for members of my ECOWAS parliament? My
That's
problem
fine.
is so
That's
I've
fine.
told you my problem
Yeah,
and the reason for that problem.
stop asking him about AES. Why you keep finding AES?
What's my problem?
He obviously say he don't want to talk about the AES, so stop asking him about the AES.
Thank you.
Taraka, he came and called our leader bandit. He did all that. Come on, man.
I
Like,
understand.
seriously?
I
You
understand
know, and
100%.
can you imagine me coming here
But
disrespecting
he
Dramani
just
because
powered out, bro.
we created
He don't
AES
want to
and I'm
talk about them. He
disrespecting
just powered
Dramani?
out. He
I'm just
just
disrespecting the
right.
president of Nigeria,
Let
Well, I
another
backed him in the
calling them
corner. He
bandit,
can't
calling
answer
them
anything.
bro. No, no.
I am not even
I
here to talk
backed him in the
about
corner.
Dramani.
He
I'm
can't
here to
answer
talk
it.
about the ECOWAS. That
He's
was
here to talk
our
about ECOWAS. I
understanding.
already backed him in the corner.
So you sued ECOWAS, and you turn around and you sued ECOWAS and turn around and call Traore bandit. How can you connect the two? Can you please connect the two for me? No. I will let you speak. Please connect the two for me. You sued ECOWAS, but you call Traore bandit. Please connect the two.
Yes, because I sued the ECOWAS on issues that has to do with the ECOWAS.
Right.
And the ECOWAS court, I went to the ECOWAS Court of Justice. Very few people can go to that court because it's very expensive and complicated. The Chief Justice of Ghana, right now, as I talk to you, the former Chief Justice who felt she has been wrong, went to the ECOWAS court. And it's like my case, a judgment was passed against her. So we believe that if we don't test and push the institutions of ECOWAS, they will not work. So we are working, we are aiming at something. We are trying to push because that is where we can have a platform to enjoy what the people in the United States and Europe and China are enjoying. We want a bigger size. We are tired of the smaller size. And when people are talking, they are busy. President this, president that, small country this, colonial countries this. I don't have time for that nonsense.
Well, you got 50 years for that. You got 50 years for that. And the youth of Africa,
why
I've
are
waited.
people taking this guy serious anyway? I don't understand why you can't take him serious.
You call another president that's doing everything.
Well, that is your choice.
That you are complaining that
everyone has the right. You see, I'm sure most of the guys probably here don't even vote in the election of the United States of America.
No, we did vote. We vote here. We are very engaged.
About?
I don't
what
believe
are you talking about, dude?
We do vote.
He's drifting.
No
idea. All right, let's just let the
this dude is a coward.
This is what we mean.
Taraka. We give him.
We're not
my brother.
I'm talking. The host is talking. We're not gonna. He's a guest. We're not gonna start with a name calling, Taraka.
Please.
No, not name call. No, my brother Kofi. We gave you.
But there's no reason to call him coward because he has a difference of opinion, Taraka.
Okay.
Exactly. I totally agree.
Okay.
Yeah, no need to go back and forth. We need to apologize to him. He's our guest. You need to apologize to him.
No, I'm not going to apologize.
Okay, we need to get off the panel. You don't know. We're not doing that.
This is what I want to say. Yeah, this is what I want to say. Look, we apologize. You know, obviously your guest and everything else. Yeah, we apologize.
Yeah, we're not calling this man.
We are having
not one time has Kofi called anybody out of their names. All right.
Yeah, basically we're having a discussion here, so we do apologize if
we're
we
not
stepped
doing
out
that.
of line.
All I
But
ask you
anyway, this is what I'm saying.
apologize to the man. You refuse to, you could get off the panel. Hard stop.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I have to say, yeah? And I'll drop off, yeah? So basically, this is some of the issues, like with elderly, elderly.
Hey, guys, let me say something. Kofi, I apologize, Kofi. You're our
Thank you
guest.
very much. It's all right.
I invited you on here. You know, we all have a different opinion. That's what makes this show unique. I allow everybody on here with a difference of opinion to come on and give their opinion. All right, we're not going to do.
Absolutely, yeah. That's wrong. That's wrong. The name calling. The name calling should stop. You know, the name calling is just there's no need, not necessary. But anyway, this is what I have to say. Yeah, this is the issue.
On that same talking, I made reference to the assault that I got from Louis.
Let me
called me an idiot. He called me an idiot. No, bro. No, I just want to bring it to you.
No. Say James, let it go. Say James, let it go.
No, I'm letting it go. But I'm just saying, when it's my turn, you just.
Say James, I said let it go. So
he doesn't let it go. Okay. You heard him say he doesn't even believe in tribalism.
This is the issue. Look. Let me finish. This is the issue I have with most elders. Yeah, it's basically interchangeable. You know, when they're speaking, it's not a clear line. It's not transparent. Do you understand? It's interchangeable. So that's some of the problems that we face. You know, and that leads on to economical issues as well when doing business, because you're not transparent, you're not clear in what you wanna project. You see, so that's where some of the problems are coming in as well. You know, it's like you're almost coming across as disingenuous. Do you understand? You're contradicting. Some of the words that you're saying is contradictory.
Can I ask you a question, God gift?
Go on.
Do you think a country like Ghana is comparable to a country like the US or the EU or China?
Of course not. No, absolutely not. They're not in the same brackets.
Okay. And the purpose
in terms of economics, in terms of military, in terms of a lot of development, they're not in the same bracket.
So like we, the West Africans, if we are bigger within the region, we can have a point to do, like a bigger market. Now we are kind of divided along different lines. I mean, if we can, that's why we have to hold a civil conversation. It's not about name calling. Like even Kofi doesn't even believe in Ghana. Actually, it doesn't believe it doesn't believe in tribalism and stuff like that.
No, but the question we need to ask, Zongo, the beauty of us trying to compare ourselves to America and the European is beautiful, right? We had this for 50 years. ECOWAS was created in 1975. We sitting on here listening to all these conversations, but no one is telling why it failed. Under the leadership of the president of Nigeria, 3 countries left. Why don't we address the elephant? 3 countries left under the leadership of one president, right? So that was a big failure. But we don't want to address that. We just want to sit on here and try to. You see, sometimes bringing people together is very difficult, right? It's very difficult. But we managed to be together for almost 50 years. We did that. So that means we want what you want.
But James, he told you, he didn't believe it. Let me give you an example, for instance. He said these politicians in our respective countries,
right?
They are in the parliament. They are the one picking people to go and represent the countries at the ECOWAS. But right now on this platform, you are from Burkina Faso, Mansak is from Guinea, but we get along. If you are all elected and go to the ECOWAS parliament, we can even get along different countries. We don't have to be represented by a political party from different countries that do the bidding of their political parties.
But that's not how the conversation started, Ozongo. It started by us walking away from ECOWAS, us being the bandit, us being the terrorists, doing coup. That's what he said.
Yeah, but
can I come in? Can the host come in?
But I don't know, but that's what he said. I heard that.
Go ahead, Kofi.
Can I come in to correct some things?
Go ahead.
There has never been a time where the president of any country in West Africa has been the leader of the ECOWAS. It's a misconstrued information. What we have in the ECOWAS are so many institutions. Now, we have the ceremonial rule because we have a group that we call the Authority of the Heads of States of the ECOWAS. They are still the president of their country. But when the 15 leaders meet, they choose one of them. That one of them would be the leader of that particular group, the Authority of Heads of States. So that one represents their countries. Each represent their country. They are equal. One of them then will sit on the high table to organize the rest. The management of the ECOWAS, the one responsible to manage the ECOWAS on day-to-day basis, is the president of the ECOWAS Commission. That is the executive president. That is the active one.
Is that Dr. Ali Toure? Sorry, sir. Is that Dr. Ali Toure?
That is Ali Toure now.
Okay.
So that position, working with his commissioners, full-time job. It's like a job of a prime minister of Britain. So the king is the heads of states. They don't talk. So the problem we are having is that the legislative arm, because you are talking about we not addressing the problem of the ECOWAS since 1975 till now. We have been doing the same thing we are doing in the African Union. We are repeating it in the ECOWAS. Both are not working. So what we are then saying is that since we later created the parliament, originally there was no parliament. Now that we have created the parliament, there is a reason why that parliament is created. If you want the parliament to work for the people, and the leader of the commission is the one that is liaising, is the one that is bringing the heads of states and the people together. That is the one that is working for both of them. So you need a legislative arm for that thing to work. What we have when we created the parliament is an advisory body. They don't have a legislative power. And so the voice of the people is not going there. The president of the commission is only sleeping. They don't do focus. So I think we should understand where the problem is. When we do understand, then solution become at hand. We don't know what to do. But if we don't understand and everyone is saying the ECOWAS must solve the problem, ECOWAS, what problem do you want ECOWAS to solve? Who should solve it? In ECOWAS today, nobody is accountable to anyone. No one. Because accountability comes from the parliament. In the United States, you hear the Congress told the president this, the Congress said this, the Congress that. The Congress is the representative of the people, elected by the people. The president is the executive head of state. He can be ceremonial like the King of Britain. But in the ECOWAS, that president of the commission, he needs the law made by the parliament of the ECOWAS. The parliament of the ECOWAS, if it's a legislative body, they can call all the commissioners to come and answer questions. The president, they work with the president of the commission to make a legislative law. The leaders sign it and it's binding on anyone. So if a president is doing something and any company or anybody come to say, Mr. President, you are doing something, or a politician, you say, well, it's a ECOWAS instruction. There's something I can do because that's the law of the parliament and the leaders have signed. So the leaders who will say, you say you want to bring American base here, you have to go and tell ECOWAS. You can't bring a base to anywhere. So the borders of the ECOWAS then will be actively controlled. Remember, the constituency of the ECOWAS cover every inch of the land of West Africa. So everyone will be representing the people in the community. They will no more be answerable to the parliament of their country. They will be answerable to the people who are electing them directly and to the ECOWAS parliament. Finish. No cronyism. Things will start changing. But what we are doing now, it looks like we are happy with the shenanigan that is going on. It is wrong. It's wrong. And nobody will get out of this except we ourselves. Because those working in that ECOWAS, they pay themselves in dollar. They don't want to stop that. We pay for it. When the president of Ghana tells somebody to go to Togo, they pay him in dollar. Me, my tax, my money, I make my income in CD. What about if we are all spending the ECO? If we are all using the ECO, which is only possible without parliament when we elect them, because the law is what will make the currency to come in place. So the problem is looking like we can't make a connection between the rule of law of the legislative parliament and the institution of ECOWAS that need the law. All of them need the law. And our economic prosperity. We can't connect it. So what we have created is the president of each of the countries. They are the only people who are active in ECOWAS. And each is doing what they like. Mahama will wake up and go to America and talking about reparation. Who sent him? Who sent him? There was no Ghana when the slave trade took place. What has it got to do with the government of Ghana today? What is our own problem? Those who were sold as slaves, they are in America. They should fight for themselves. The native indigenous people who helped to sell them, we know where they are. Come and catch them, and they are criminal chiefs. They were working with the colonizers, with the slave traders to come and take.
Some of those chiefs are still there. Some of those chiefs are still there.
What has that got to do with Ghana government? What is Mahama going to put himself and the name of Ghana government in the middle?
Not only Ghana, they spread out in West Africa.
The man is looking for dollar. The president of Ghana is like a mosquito looking for blood. He's looking for dollar. He will go to everywhere. Go and tell the black people in America, all of you come to Ghana. He knows you are coming to. He said, come and look at where they get the slaves.
So Bang was right there. So Bang was right too. Super Africa, you were right.
No. Bang didn't understand this man.
All the dollar, they send the young girls to come.
Yeah, I think
I know this man.
You think everybody
come and buy
like
a land. The land you never live in it. Who want to go and live in that hole? So
not start. Do a big.
So what we are trying to tell you is that
I have debated him before.
We do not need to become so desperate in this dollar thing. The country is not working. None of the countries in West Africa is working, military or civilian. We are just pretending. By now, how many years? 67 years.
No, you pretended.
Independent. ECOWAS has been there since 1975. Nothing is working.
In terms of economy?
Nothing is working. People are vulnerable. See, the drugs that are coming into West Africa. Children in classrooms in Ghana are taking drugs.
Working. Your ECOWAS is not working.
Do we produce cocaine in West Africa? Where is it coming from? Brazil.
Oh,
Brazil is coming from Colombia through Cape Verde.
Do you produce
through Nigeria?
But let's not disgrace yourself. He said, "But the big yourself, man."
Let him manage in his own country.
No, but you know, all this what he is not necessary.
What are you talking about?
Left him manage.
ECOWAS, we the people who are the victims.
So if you have an issue with a Ghanaian, doesn't mean that Kofi is the problem. Come on, man. Like, you're not thinking.
Hey guys, let me read the super chat. Kim at 1961, thank you for y'all holler. How come he get to call a president a bandit?
Which one?
You
did actually call like the
you call Ibrahim Traore a bandit.
But when I say Mahama is also a bandit, did you hear me?
But it's up to the people of Ghana to respond. If you're not, my brother, let's have some decorum. Like that's what I've said. That's what I said. We all want to respect our country. We want to respect our leaders. It begins with the word of the choice of word that we use to address them. Is my leader, is my president. If you don't like it, that's fine. Don't sit here and call him a bandit, please. Out of respect for other people, don't do that.
Hold on. Let's say hold on, Mr. Kofi, and no one interrupt. What makes Ibrahim Traore a bandit? Go ahead.
Oh, please, I don't want to do that again.
But did you
not on this platform? Please, see. Okay. I don't want to, because the name calling is becoming a problem.
Yeah, it is.
Let us bury that so that we can.
No, but
important.
Yeah, but it's true, man. Let's forget about.
No, I agree. Let's leave the name calling. Let's leave the name calling.
Classrooms in West Africa are becoming drug addict. Tramadol, cocaine, the heroin. We only plant cannabis. Even the cannabis in
you know when the drug, my brother, you know where the drugs are coming from as it related to Sahel? The floodgate. You know where the floodgate. You know where the drugs coming from lately for the last 6 months?
I don't know.
When coming from Burkina Faso?
Where?
We come from Ghana.
I don't doubt it.
He knows.
Is it not the job of the ECOWAS to protect the sea?
So the border, you guys can't even seal the border. We are having all the trucks are coming in like every single day. We get drugs coming from Ghana, going to Mali, going to Niger. You know, we should start from that.
Do you want to listen, sir?
Yeah, I'm listening, please.
EU borders is controlled not by the respective countries, but by the EU itself. By the EU. Because the countries are to control the internal problems, working in conjunction with the EU. It's the same thing with the ECOWAS. So if ECOWAS is not playing its role, then you have fishermen from Egypt coming with their ship into the sea with our children in the Gambia on canoe, and they were pouring acid on them. Acid on the children. Where is the ECOWAS? Where is the ECOWAS? The children are desperate.
Exactly the point.
What is a child doing in the sea? Is it not big fishing trolleys to go and bring the fish, and it goes to the supermarket and the cold store for people to go and buy? What is wrong in we having our own shop? Is it shop mall? What do you call that thing? You have these big shops in America, ShopRite or whatever, big ones.
Shopping mall.
We also need them. In Britain, you have Tesco, you have Asda. You go there with dignity, they attend to you. In Ghana, when you take your children to this shopping center, it's like they have gone to somewhere so special. Why? If that is one in town, you need to travel the whole. We need to have businessmen and the farm and the industries that will produce these things. Our children should not be going to South Africa and they'll be deporting and beating them like animals. We won't go there again.
Okay.
We will produce our thing, but we need a common front, and this is where the ECOWAS coming.
Mr. Coffee,
why? If EU can work, why can't we?
Mr. Coffee,
we are doing the thing the wrong way.
No, it's like what I said, Mr. Ali. I said if we don't have the courage. If we don't have the courage, the youth of Africa are watching you, right? If you don't have the courage to do the reforms that ECOWAS needs, the youth of Africa is going to start trusting the system, and they're going to go to something else that they see as working. ECOWAS needs a lot of reforms, and the people that are leading it, they know it, and you know it. You and I know it, and no one wants to talk about it.
When you talk about reform, you are talking about a revolution. Right? And when those in charge of the affairs of the people, like you saw, I don't like mentioning it.
Like, I let you speak, but talk about the funding. You haven't spoken about the funding of ECOWAS, which is the problem.
Be patient.
Sure.
Do you know that what is funding? Funding is paying for your expenditure. Is that not true?
Yeah, and dictating what you need to do.
No.
I'm coming.
When you fund something,
man, come on, man. Let the host talk, man. Come on.
When you say funding, like the government of Ghana is funding active economic social and whatever activities in Ghana. Is that not true? So EU is funding EU itself. It prints its own currency. America, it prints its own dollar. So in ECOWAS has the power, if we elect the members of the parliament, to print their own currency. So if you are not printing your own currency and somebody is coming with their euro and dollar and giving you, and you say they are funding us, something is wrong with us. If the legislative arm that the European Union have got, we've got it, we'll be printing our ECO. They won't fund us again because we are not lazy. We are ready to work. Ghana, 5 o'clock, people are on the street. Nigeria, Senegal, 4 o'clock, people are on the street going to N11. They come home with nothing. Who are we blaming? We are working. We are just not getting benefit for it. So when you say the young people, all the young people need to do is to create their own leadership based on what they want. There is no. God didn't choose somebody to be the leader of anyone.
They already got 3 of them that they like a lot. They got 3 of them that like a lot.
I haven't spoken.
So if we have young people who don't know what they want, and at the end of the day, they confuse themselves, and they get frustrated, who are they blaming? We have come with the message, and we say this thing is clear. We know where we are going to, or everybody fall in line. I think the battle is half won. The battle is on this platform. This disagreement, and you have insulted our president, you have insulted our leader, you call this one, is unnecessary.
No, you haven't insulted, but I'm just saying, I live in America, right? Let me tell you why I take offense to it, right? When it comes to Black African or whatever you might want to call it, right? A lot of people, like when you become an official and you leading a nation, You gotta make sure everybody respect that person. You might not like his opinion, but if he's the president of a country, address him as such. It's just courtesy. You can see that I have problem with a lot of people calling people junta leaders. I don't listen to even journalists. I don't have that problem with only you or whatever. I don't read papers when they start with junta leader, military. No, these are president of countries. Address them as such, and then I will respect you. If you don't do it, then you are biased. You are showing your bias, and then you want people to respect you because you have the credential to speak on other people.
Why are you sticking to old topics?
You are taking us back to what we.
No. You say you move on. I moved on. That's fine. I'm not bringing it back. I was just saying this because
let me tell you how I think. For me, if you criticize a leader, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it.
Poison is another.
No, everybody got an opinion. Like what I'm saying is, Longo, when you criticize a leader, you call him bandit, and you turn around and say we gotta unite. I'm not uniting with you. I'm not. So that means you can have an opinion, but at the end of the day, right? If you order this, like I said, I'm in America here. You know, sometimes that's the mistake we make. You let your opposition, you let people that don't like you give you a name. I don't want to be given a name. I don't want to do. You can still oppose somebody's opinion without calling him a name. You call Traore a bandit in front of him. He's not gonna like it.
Yeah, but I'm coming. Hold on. We may. You see, everybody has got their hero. One man hero is another man villain. The man is your holy man. It can be somebody's devil. So you see, do not let us waste time on that. I've repeated it on time. Our problem, my problem, me, I don't know about you. My problem is the right for the ordinary man who is suffering on the street of West Africa to decide how long this suffering will continue. That's my problem. We are not dreaming. We are not praying. We are not hoping for a Jesus or a Messiah again. When we know our what is wrong, we just march on. So when people are telling me young people are tired, young people are this, all along you are not getting the right people to give you the right leadership. If you organize yourself, and you know, Kwame Nkrumah say organization is everything. If we can organize ourselves on a clear purpose, when they come, because there are those who are benefiting from this useless thing you see in the ECOWAS. There are those that are benefiting. They don't want it to stop. This thing, they run to Europe, run to this, go and bootlick and come back. They are so happy. And they believe in what they are doing as if it's the only gospel and it's right. And we know them. But the will of the people, because we will always, since OAU, we are divided. We will be divided. No nation in the world is united. Everyone is divided. But the approach, the mechanism to go beyond our division, because we are always divided. We are not stupid. We are always divided. This one think when we do it this way to be better. That one think when we do it that way to be better. And in that division, maybe the money we are getting is not enough. This one say no. When we do it this way, we will get more income. Everybody will be prospering. That's what we all want. So
let me say something. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Kofi.
Much as you have your hope somewhere, which I believe you do, maybe the way I'm seeing it, I may be wrong. You may be right. Posterity will judge all of us. But I want to indulge you, and I want to beg you. We don't have time on our side. There are enemies inside. Those who will never want us to see the common currency, common law, common army, they exist. They want us forever to go back to Europeans and now Americans and to go and be begging. There are some people who are in political position. When they wake up in the morning and they see people who are suffering, that is their own joy. They are sadists. They are political psychos. We know them. This is why I support the idea of the right of the people, the freedom of association, freedom of expression. Because I may disagree with you. That doesn't say you are wrong. You might disagree with me. It's not saying I'm wrong. But all of us should appeal to the people. When we have a society where they say nobody talks except one man, I have a problem. But that is somewhere in ECOWAS, they are doing the same thing in ECOWAS. The same thing is happening. Why don't we have a right to vote for our members of parliament? That is my question. I don't know if somebody can help me. Maybe I'm the
Mr.
only
Coffee.
sick person on this platform.
Why
Didn't
don't
you
we
hear
have
what? Didn't you
parliament?
hear?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let
I
me say
mean,
something real quick.
okay.
Hold on.
Okay, bang on.
Africa. Yeah, please. Mr. Coffee, right?
So this is my passion. I'm here to appeal to you guys.
Yeah, yes, sir.
If anyone will understand this problem because of your experience in the United States of America, you understand it better than those in West Africa. Those in West Africa, they right now they're in the church and the mosque begging God to come and take them out of this problem.
Mr. Coffee. Mr. Coffee.
There's nothing you talk to them, it doesn't make sense.
Why did he find out funny now?
You are talking to dead bodies. There is no human being left in that Ghana. Everyone is a faker. Everyone is an opportunity. The same thing with Nigerians. When Nigerians start preaching the gospel to you, you think Jesus is a Nigerian.
Okay, Mr. Coffee.
So we don't have time for this. Those who are awakened will be in Europe and America. They can see because I am here. No light is gone. Internet is there. In Ghana, if they don't take the light, they will take the internet. You pay through your nose. They say poverty is expensive. Try Ghana. Some people don't even want to hear that word Nigeria again. Why? How many years are we going to live in this world that we make our own life so miserable? The jobs, we by importing, we are creating jobs for Chinese. We create jobs for Europeans. One single West African car, we don't produce it in West Africa. Then we go and come with some useless assembled car, and then we'll be bragging that we are producing car. Kantanka, Unison, we are car makers.
Nigeria produced car. Well, look, Nigeria produced car. They got a company called Innocent. But how many Nigerian politicians drive Innocent vehicles? Not a lot, is it? They will go. They will go and buy the vehicles from outside.
Do you live in
the US? I don't.
Let me say this.
No.
Mr. Coffee.
Mr. Coffee.
I live abroad. I live abroad. I live abroad, yes.
The reason why I ask you is that in the US, there is
let's make it. Yeah.
And
Mr. Coffee,
if you know what is Ford, speak, then you see what is Peugeot and what is Vinto.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The factory is not one factory. There's difference between assembly plant and the production.
Oh, yes. No, I agree. I understand that.
So
I think Africa, Mr. Kofi, Super Africa want to make a point to you, sir.
Ask you a question.
Super Africa,
please.
Yeah, ask your question.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Coffee. Right? This is what I said about you, right?
Kofi.
Can you hear me? Kofi.
Yes.
Kofi. Yeah, Kofi. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can't hear him.
Oh my God.
No, ask the question. Ask the question.
Okay.
Yeah, ask the question. No, he will ask the question, and maybe Africa will repeat the question to you. Susan, can you hear?
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, okay. This is what I get from you, right? Yeah. You have acknowledged the problem. Yeah, you have 100% acknowledged the problem in Africa, right? Especially in West Africa, right? Which I'll give it to you. Every type of way, you have acknowledged the problem. But the issue that I have with you, right? You want us to keep hoping that some type of miracle will come and change the system that we in, right? When these politicians control the government system as well, and also they control the military. You understand me, right? Because basically, when you've been getting the same result for about 30 to 40 years now, and then you don't control the government nor the military, so what's the other direction you have to go? You have to go, revolution. For you to, do such a thing, you got either military or
you will, but bang, look at it like this way, like
that's
right now.
That's my problem that I have with him. I don't have a problem with him acknowledging the problem. He does, bring out every type of problem we have. I will give it to him. But he wants that this constitution, kumbaya thing, eventually these leaders are going to get replaced. You don't control the military, you don't control the government. How kumbaya is going to change these people when they control both aspects of the government?
But can we reorganize though? Because right now I'm from Ghana. But wait, let me see. Right now, I'm from Ghana, right? But I don't get along with everybody from Ghana. I might get along with you than a lot of Ghanaians.
It's impossible when a system is been so corrupt deeply for you just to have some type of democracy. You go and vote and all that. You need revolution in Africa, man.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that point, Mr. Kofi?
I didn't.
Mr. Kofi,
They
did you
said
hear Bang?
Oh, go ahead.
They will tell me what was said.
Okay.
Africa, tell me.
No, Zango,
Oh no
ask
no
him.
no. You phrase it better. You can do that better.
So, what Super Africa said, he said he acknowledged that he give it the full respect that you acknowledge the problems, okay. But his problem is that you fail to recognize most of these politicians, control the arm of the government, they control the military. How is it going to work? How is this going to play out? By continuing following the same system that led us to this mess at the first place. And Bang is a Gen Z. He's angry. It's not because it's against you, but he's angry against the system because this is the system that betrayed them. They're born as a young generation. You know, um, they feel like the elderly is like like people like you and probably me a little bit because I'm older than him. I've let them down, so that's the reason why he's angry.
Okay.
So can you answer to his question?
What is the name again?
It's a Bang, Super Africa.
Super Africa, my brother.
Super Africa.
You see,
Yeah.
anyone who thought the world has been a perfect place is making a mistake. The world has been stages of problem solving. And every generation has a problem before them to solve. If they don't solve the problem, they leave it for future generation to come and solve double or multiple problems. The reason why some people fought for the so-called independent to tell the colonizer that they should leave, there was a reason. Because at that time, that was the problem that needed to be solved. And they got what they assumed to be independence. Then some people came and they formed the OAU. They also believe that if they are able to form the OAU, they will create a platform for the rest of us who are coming to. So they had independent and formed the OAU. Then they will create a platform for those to come after them to do something. Then another generation came to say OAU is not good enough. So they formed the ECOWAS. ECOWAS was there for a very long time, also not working. Then some people say, let us reform the ECOWAS rather than forming another one. So that ECOWAS will help and support the member countries to be what they want to do, like the OAU, the African Union. So if today you are feeling frustrated that nothing is working, why? Because you were born in a time where there is something else that has to be done. And you are saying that in your time, nothing was done. And you are hungry with everyone, then you are not helping anyone. It is the same hunger that you have, that some people wanted to solve the problem that brought us to where we are. Your question is to ask yourself, how far have we come, and what are the problems? What is the build up, and why didn't the thing work this way? Even US, after 200 years, they are still having problems that they are solving. So it's a journey, it's not a destination. When you finish one problem, it will lead you to another problem. That's how problems are dealt with. If you don't solve the problem, it becomes more complicated. It doesn't vanish. So when we created the ECOWAS after the reform, we decided to create the parliament. Then when we created the parliament, some people said we don't have money. We don't have money. So what we should do, instead of allowing the people to vote in the parliament, it will be cheaper for the members of the parliament of each of the country to choose people to come there. We've done that for how many years? 36 years, according to AI. Then we say, so ChatGPT. And we say, something. Now we have done this way for 30-something years. Children born during that time are now adults. So if it's not working, let us do it this other way, because that is what everyone does that works. Maybe the situation and the past call for us to do it that way. maybe that thing has run its course and served a purpose. Let's do it this other way. And you said you are hungry, you are so tired, you don't even want to listen to anyone. I think it will be good if you go and get poison and finish it, because even the one we want to do is not the end of the journey. It's just the next phase we have to do. Because when we have the members of ECOWAS Parliament that come and start their work, we told you they are going to be corrupt like American politicians. But the other side is that they will stop becoming errand boys to the Europeans and Americans. They will become the bandits themselves, like the Brazilians and the Indians. And we will have the opportunity to start creating jobs from within. And you said, what about if we vote for them and they still become criminals? And we say it's better we vote for them to be criminals, because we'll be choosing our own criminals rather than somebody else choosing the criminals for us. So,
okay.
Africa. Now you understand what I'm trying to say.
Go ahead.
Now you see.
Oh yeah, I got you. But yeah, I got you.
Now you see the difference.
So I mean, Bang, I got you. Bang, let me. It's my turn. If you don't mind, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't mind. Yeah, okay. So I did ask you a question about the coastal region of West Africa.
Yeah.
And the interland. You did not really tap into that, and I think this is what we're facing at the moment, and this is a very ancient problem.
In relation to
So
what?
how long are the coastal region of West Africa going to be behaving, like foreigners towards the interland Africans? Because if you look at this system that the West is bringing in Africa, they mainly have used the coastal region. They have brainwashed the coastal region against the interland. They have always used the interland against the coastal region against the interland. They have always used the coastal West African against the interland West Africans. And it started with the missionaries. Before they started slavery and colonization, they brought them to come and build churches, preach religion and bring in like some kind of dusty, barter system of exchange, like pretending to trade with us. We know it wasn't trading. It was all spies. And also they used to bring in fact, to some extent, as you rightly said, they actually married some of our chiefs, daughters. This is what the Europeans did. This is how they came in. They came in to pretend to be bringing religion, bringing goods, and by the time you know it, they intermarriage a little bit, and then by the time you know it, their boats were all over the coast, and then boom. So the thing is, the people in the interland, these are people who have, throughout history in Africa. That's where all the great empires were. These are the people who are currently struggling. These are the people where the ruts of the West is actually decaying by the invasion on Libya, because they know if they invaded Libya, that's going to spill into the interland. It's going to destroy, the fabric of West Africa, and they know the old problems that the inland and the coastal region have. They know these people will never unite. So, what do you think? We West Africa need to do moving forward. In terms of the relationship between the AES and the ECOWAS. Thank you.
Now, let me answer you. You see, those you call the hinterland and the coastal, even when you go to Ghana or Nigeria, I'm giving you a typical case of a country, Burkina Faso, no, Cote d'Ivoire and Togo. Even within those borders, there are people. There are people who are considered as those of the north and those of the coastal area, even within a particular geographical location. For example, let me give you a good example. There is a man called Dangote. Do you know a man called Dangote?
Yeah, we all know him, yeah.
Dangote was born in Kano.
Yeah.
Kano. When they gave birth to Dangote in Kano, Dangote is a north now.
Yeah.
Dangote is not the south now. Then crude oil was discovered. And today, Dangote is running a refineries that cover the whole of Nigeria. Dangote is creating jobs for so many people. Dangote is trading, is doing so many. What I'm trying to tell you is that why is it possible for Dangote from the northern part, that Kano is very far, to come and have a right in the coastal town to be mining crude oil, whereas somebody from Benin Republic cannot have that privilege? Benin Republic is closer to where the crude oil is. If you are traveling from Benin to where the crude oil is, than somebody who is coming from Kano. Kano is very far. Have you ever asked yourself, why is it possible from someone from Kano to come to Delta to come and mine crude oil, while someone from Lagos can come and mine, but somebody from Benin Republic cannot mine? Can you tell me why?
It's because they belong to the same country.
Now,
That's why, regardless of
you see, when you say people belong to the same country, it means people who are under a common law. That law is the legislative law. So while in the National Assembly of Nigeria, where the oil is, they choose somebody, vote for him to go to Abuja. Kano too, they choose for someone. So they all sit in one place. So they have make one law. Therefore, they can all benefit from the same thing, despite the fact that sometimes they see themselves as totally different people. This one is Muslim, this one is a Christian, this one is a pagan. They are everything. They hate each other, yet they work together. So a common law can make human beings and animals if they are obeying the same law. That's what my book, my revised version of Adam and Eve, is talking about in relating to behavior control and relationship. That law has a power to make people to work under the same law, to work together, even when they don't like each other. So if that is the case, all we need is the people in Burkina Faso, even the southern ones, or Niger, the northern ones, they don't like each other, but they have a common law and they work together. The same thing, all the countries. So if you want these people across West Africa to move beyond the colonial boundaries and work as one, create a common parliament for them, which we created. Let them vote for the people to go there. The problem is in the voting. The man in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, they need the sea. They need the sea, so they need the port in Accra. So if somebody is driving his truck,
Mr. Kofi, let me let me read this super chat real quick. Unity and Strength One, thank you for $20 holla. Dinus, I was 20 years old when I saw your video on Zanzibar, and I've rocked with you on and off ever since. I'm 30 now. Been to Ghana twice, and about to finally visit Kenya with my girl in August. Thanks for being the OG, man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hey, you got to come to Kenya with us. We're going to Kenya in September. You got to come to Africa with us, Unity and Strength. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a long time we've been doing this work. Initially, it was the African Union we wanted to make work, but after some time, we discovered
I don't think he was referring to you. He was referring to a comment.
Oh, thank you. If we can get all the regional organizations to start working, that continent will have a future, because the Chinese are everywhere, whether we like it or not. And if we think the Europeans and Americans are bad, the Chinese are something else. They have billions of people to take out of poverty. They don't have mercy. Now, let us look at it this way. You see, if we can create this law, can you see, all the people across West Africa will work together. Okay, look, take this example. Somebody is driving a truck from Boboji Lasso, which is part of Burkina Faso, and his goods are coming from Tema. When he is driving, every car needs insurance. Every truck needs insurance. So when he is moving to within Burkina Faso, the truck has been insured. When he now drives into Ghana, what insurance covers him? Is he going to have another insurance in Ghana? So that one, and he's going to the port to pick his thing. Whereas when we have a railway lines from the port, the railway line will, the road and the railway will cross the countries. That is the ECOWAS road. So when he gets into Ghana, which insurance? Is he going to have another insurance? You drive only in Burkina Faso. You are not coming to what do you call it, Ghana. You only have your Burkina insurance. You are in Ghana, you have Ghanaian insurance. But when you are crossing, you have ECOWAS insurance. The ECOWAS insurance will cover you across the whole of West Africa. And insurance is a legal thing. The law in the parliament take care of that.
Right. But Mr. Kofi, look, I mean, I have traveled around West Africa with ECOWAS passports, and I know family members who are trading within ECOWAS countries. You know, for example, trading between Sierra Leone and Guinea is really hard. And these are neighboring countries, and they all belong to listen, they all, sorry, sir, they all belong to the ECOWAS. It is actually absolutely hard. Can you imagine trading between Guinea to Nigeria as an ECOWAS member? So ECOWAS haven't facilitated these things that they actually claim,
and we told you,
to do. Yeah, but they haven't, because it's so difficult to trade between.
Be patient.
No, but how many years since it was created? This is why we are saying it's a failed organization, because
you are still talking about the problem when we have told you the solution. The ECOWAS parliamentarians are those to make the law. When you are traveling with
but the laws are not being enforced. That's the problem. They're not being enforced.
We told you the laws are not made. You say they are not enforced. Enforced by who?
By the law.
The laws don't. The laws have.
There's
to be
no
made.
law.
Oh
There's
my
not
God.
even law.
They're not. Wait. There are such things as ECOWAS free custom, right? There are such things as ECOWAS passport. But even if you have those passports, the amount of money you spend, from one custom to another, even if you have that passport, is unbelievable. Traveling with British passport from Guinea to Sierra Leone and traveling with the ECOWAS passport from Guinea to Sierra Leone, it will cost you the same. So what's the point of having ECOWAS passport then?
You don't get me. See, a passport
Please answer
that. A passport is a legal document. It's just like currency. And
a travel document.
Anything that is a legal document it should be legal. You should make a law on it. The lawmakers, what we have is that the presidents went to sit down without law, without legislation, and they signed something we call treaty, that we all want to be using one passport. That is not good enough. If you want the people to use this thing, you need the people to vote for the members of the parliament. Who is holding the passport? Is it not you? You are holding your passport. Yes, you don't know where the law that is controlling that passport come from. So the fact that they wrote ECOWAS passport on it is not good enough. What you need is the legislation of the ECOWAS parliament. I think this is so simple. So if the legislation...
Let's not fool ourselves. I mean, there are so many laws in Africa that have not been enforced. This is one of the problems we're facing.
Made by who?
Made by the government, made by ECOWAS. This is the well-known.
We told you the lawmaking institution doesn't exist. You are saying they made by ECOWAS. How can ECOWAS make a law?
When they say, sorry, okay, go on.
Let me ask you a question. How do you understand?
What's the ECOWAS parliament for? What is the ECOWAS parliament for then?
First of all, let me ask you a question. How are laws made in a democratic environment? Can you tell me?
I don't want to go into it, but I think it's definitely to do with, first of all, you have to vote for it in the democratic parliament, and if you get the mandate, then obviously you got the legislators, then obviously you got the parliaments, you have to go through the different arms of the government.
Man, my guy, you gotta specify, man. Don't be throwing words. Explain it better, bro.
No, but I'm not government official, so when it comes
you don't even know that shit, bro.
You need to know what you are saying before you say it. If you don't, go and learn properly. Because
But that's why I'm asking. If I knew it, I'm not listening.
You can't make a conclusion on something you don't have enough convincing information on. Let me help here. Every democratic institution, laws, there are two types of laws. There's what we call constitution. That is a treaty agreement. It's solid. It's like a skeleton on where you are going to in the future. The day-to-day laws, those we call the executive arm, and it could be private member, anyone. But what you do, you prepare what you call a bill.
But that's what I said earlier.
You prepare what you call a bill. A bill means like
so that's one
minister,
of the things I named.
The president, who is executive, the head of government. You prepare the bill. The bill
as
is
a legislative. I named that.
Can you let me finish? The bill is a rough idea of what you want to do. Now, there are three arms of government, but one important one is the representative of the people, which is the parliament. So the bill is sent to the parliament.
And I also named that one also.
Then what the parliamentarians will do, as divided as they are, or united, to debate it and look at every word and every cost, and they look at the nitty-gritty, how to make it work. Then when they look at it very well, and then they will vote. They will debate it. When they vote, the total number of the people who voted for it that is good against those who voted that is not good, when they are less, then the bill will move. It means it has been passed through the parliament. If they vote that no, we disagree with this thing, then it's withdrawn and removed.
I mean, sorry. Before I interrupt you, before you go further, you just said something that's misleading here. You said ECOWAS does not make laws. That's not true. ECOWAS actually make laws.
Can I finish for you to understand? Well, I don't think we are making a headway when you are heckling this.
well, people are listening.
I'm explaining it to you, and you understand.
Okay, sir. All right. Okay.
Then be patient. You'll get it, because you have an idea from what you explain. Then that thing will go to the head of states. Can you see? The parliament has finished 99% of the time. The constitution says he should go to the head of state. Then the head of state, when he signs it, it becomes a law that can be used. The head of state can delay, but he will sign it. That is what we call. So what you had in that parliament is called the legislation. They are legislatures elected by the people. Then the president will sign. Now, this is how we make laws in Ghana. Sometimes, like Donald Trump, you have what we call executive order. Executive order don't go far. People can challenge it. People can go to court. People can quash it. Executive order. The constitution is solid. Nobody touches it because it gives everyone their power. Fundamental right of the citizens. Everything is there. Nobody touches it. This is what the court and the ministers and the institutions of the state need to work with. The Act of Parliament. Now, this is how Ghana works. When you go to the ECOWAS, to get these things to work, what you need, remember, when all the heads of states meet, there's something they call, if they sign anything without a parliamentary approval, that thing is called treaty. It can be a treaty, it can be a charter, it can be a convention. All these things are considered, they are part of international law. For ECOWAS, we need that thing because so many countries are involved. So you need charter, you need protocol, you need convention, you need treaty. They do that. But that is not good enough because it's mostly a copycat of international law. You don't want to go to court and they go and bring treaty and protocol and nonsense. It doesn't really reflect the reality of the situation of the people. What you need here is the parliament. What parliament? A legislative arm that would debate the bill the way the Ghanaian parliamentarians debate it. Who will put it there? The commissioners of the ECOWAS and the president of the commission. They are those with the power to put the bill there. But any bill they put into ECOWAS parliament, it will be debated by the electorate, by the people elected. Then the bill when they agree, you won't implement it. It has to go to the heads of states to sign it. Then it becomes a bill. Then it becomes ECOWAS law. Now, look at it too, there may be some of the bill, the law passed by the ECOWAS parliament that will be contravening the agreement of the countries. It will be touching their power. Then they say, you know something, send it to the parliament of each of the country to rectify it. That they've agreed to give away this power or take back this power. And by their consensus in each of the parliaments will decide the future. So this is not what we have in the ECOWAS. What we have in the ECOWAS is we have the electorates are not voting for the members of the parliament directly. They vote for people to go to their parliament. And those people don't go to any ECOWAS parliament. They are in their country because they have more problems there. So when anyone stage a coup, it dissolves the parliament of the country, and the ECOWAS parliament is nobody goes. If the people are voting for people to go to the ECOWAS parliament directly, when someone stage a coup, still ECOWAS has power in that country because that election will have given the mandate directly from the grassroots. Can you see?
Okay. Yeah, we understand, but look, it's. I think we're gonna be in trouble here because what I know is everybody got their own agenda here, and the people of West Africa are not united, and the leaders are not united. So moving forward, it seems like there's no level playing field. We don't want to meet halfway. You know, a lot of these countries, you know, who are on the coast, for me, I think they're the modern day sellouts, you know, of the people. You know, because if you look at the actual legislation and the thing they have managed to accept from the outside into the region and the continents over the years, disgusting. So for me, I think, you know, the Sahel should continue forming their bloc. They should have their own economic alliance, a military alliance with the country that they see fit, and the ECOWAS also should continue doing their thing. However, they should both realize one thing: they're both brothers and sisters. The people that you find in the Sahel today are the same people that you find in the inner. There's no different. As you said earlier, all this so-called ethnicity or ethnic group, these are things were formed by religion. Most people are actually belong to the same ethnic group, probably are more related to.
Literally, the countries were created by colonizers, and we're still operating by this colonial construct.
And even these so-called tribes, it's just bullshit because most of them, in fact, the people in the same tribe, if you look at them, they're more related to the other sort of group of tribe than their own tribal folk. So it's just ridiculous. So what I'm trying to say is right now, you know, as you said earlier, is Germany and West Germany had their own thing. One was highly industrialized, one was highly, you know, based on service economy. And when they decided to break the wall, they came together and they form a strong alliance. So, in my opinion, that's how it should be for now.
So,
Let
Kofi,
the Sahel continue.
I want to ask a question. Kofi, do you does ECOWAS recognize tribes or something or if you are born within ECOWAS, must you prove your ethnicity to be part of ECOWAS or what?
Thank you. That question is that ECOWAS deal with the nationality. In other words, if you're a Ghanaian, then you are a citizen of ECOWAS. So the state is the one to give you the citizenship.
Yeah, not the member states.
So if you are, for example, you are British, white British, and Ghana government feel you should be a Ghanaian citizen. Remember, citizenship is not by tribe. It's anywhere. It's misleading and misinformation for tribe or religion to constitute the identity that allow a person to be a citizen. It is a lie. It's a fallacy. It's not modern. It's uncivilized. It's barbaric. Your citizenship should not be by your tribe. If it's by tribe, we have some tribes that are in Ghana and they are in Togo. If you go to Burkina Faso, the same tribe on both sides of the border. If you go to what's the name, Nigeria, they are there. If you go to Niger. So This idea, your citizenship is by law. The law gives you the citizenship. The law creates the states. The countries you see were created by law. And they live by law and do things by law, not by tribes. Now, that said, you see, we can sit down and have what we call wish for the problem to solve itself. I've said and repeated over and over again. See, it will be waste of time and waste of even mind for someone to say somebody should attack somebody in West Africa. That time is gone. Nobody has done
Dennis,
it.
sorry, sir. Dennis, I saw two Niger on the chats. Maybe you can drop the link if you want to come up. That would be quite representative because he's from Nigeria also.
So the
So we can
idea
broaden the
that
views.
So are you implying that AES should sue ECOWAS because of the
idea that
the vote to attack AES was illegal,
so the
right?
idea that
Is
Ghana will
he
attack
here?
Burkina Faso or Burkina Faso will attack Ghana, we have passed that stage.
No. We're not thinking about that. I'm just saying we're going to sue ECOWAS, right? Because
You
you have
can do
kind of
what you like, my
no.
brother.
You said since you said there
Oh
is no
my God, this guy.
legality. No, you said there is no legality
See.
on the votes,
I'm
right?
not
So
going back. I'm not going back to that again.
no.
We've been doing this show for about 3 hours now. We can't continue talking as
but
if we are
but
babies.
you sued, right? You sued.
Forget about. Is that what we are here to talk about now?
But you're not talking about a lawsuit.
We have passed that. We can't talk about the same thing forever.
After your
I
lawsuit,
am
we passed
here.
that.
I am here more because I want to talk about this election.
Yeah,
It's long overdue. If you
Okay.
are not interested in the election, that's your business.
No. I'll let you speak. Although I'm not interested, I'll let you speak. I respect you. I'm not interested. Yeah.
Our position is that it is inhumane. It is not civilized. It is like it is suicide. For me, suicidal that we will subject our citizens to this, because it's not just about voting, it's about life and death, it's about survival, it's about we choosing our own destiny. That's what it's all about. And I don't think you see, the idea of ECOWAS is not about democracy at all. A democracy is just a means to achieve what we
So
want.
sorry. Sorry, while you on that. So why ECOWAS emphasizing so much on democracy when it comes to the AES?
No, the emphasis was that the whole thing was about military taking over. That's all. But either way, is it not the same ECOWAS who said what? They went back to them and say, you know something, let's come and sit down and talk. We are brothers. We don't need bloodshed. So
Yeah, because we're the same people.
that level is gone. But I believe, I always say that if we want a serious ECOWAS that people will take us serious, we should take a position and make sure we get to the bottom of it. But we can't do that without a clearer laws that, because law is a contractual agreement among a people that this is how we want to go into the future. This is what we are going to do, and this is what we are not going to do. In the case of the ECOWAS, this law doesn't involve the people directly. The lawmakers are choosing indirectly, and I think it is wrong.
Okay.
So that is the solution I have to all the problem. Let us try that first, because there's the one with the alternative, the Constitutive Act that set up the ECOWAS Parliament. Just a carbon copy of what they have in the European Union. It said the preferred position is for the people to vote directly for the members of the ECOWAS Parliament on the basis of universal adult suffrage. It was very clear. And when they do that, the Parliament will have a legislative power. But if for any reason they choose not to do that, for any reason, and then they can choose people to come from within the parliament of their countries, which is a protocol. But when they do that, or anywhere they will get them from, those people that will be choosing to come to represent the people indirectly will only have advisory power. So the question is, has this advisory power be helpful to us? You hold your passport, it's an advice, though it's ECOWAS passport. If I like, I slap you because there's no law telling me not to slap you. You are crossing my border. My law said you are a threat to my country, so I should do what I like. Or we want a legislative law that will back this so-called what do you call it, a passport for you to go to anywhere like the Europeans with dignity. That is the question. This is the question you need to give the people to answer. And I think we are there. Money is a legal tender. If you want money to be a legal tender, just other than a checkbook, something like a fiat money, a paper. If you want the money to be a legal tender for people to use it in the day-to-day transaction, then you need a legislative arm of the institution that will be in charge of that money. This is why in BRICS, Russia, China, Brazil, India, and South Africa, they came up with a currency called BRICS currency. This BRICS currency, none of them, of the member countries, will have a law other than their own national law. And therefore, it will be a replacement for the dollar at the interbanking transaction level. So the BRICS is not going to be a common currency like the euro, where everyone is using because they have different parliaments. However, if they want the money to be for everyone in China, like they do the way they do in the US, for everyone in what do you call it, India and Brazil to use, then they need to have a common parliament, and they are not ready for that. In ECOWAS, when you ask the man on the street, which one do you want? Do you want the one for the banking, or you want the one like the dollar and the euro that everyone will use, not at the banking level? They'll tell you this is the one we want. So the people know what they want. The people know what they want, then let them know that their vote themselves to choose the people to go to the parliament is what will make the ECO a legal tender. Do we need an argument over this? No. The answer is here.
I have a question,
The
Mr.
answer is
Kofi.
also a yes. I think that you have to. I know you are so passionate about ECOWAS, but I just don't want you to get a heart attack. I just want you to keep AES as an option in case of when things don't work with ECOWAS, so you can roll over into AES, right?
To be honest with you, I agree with you.
Right.
Because I can easily become a Burkinabe or a Malian.
Absolutely, my brother. So
all I need to do, I've lived there before.
Oh, you live in Burkina Faso?
I've lived in Burkina Faso.
Okay.
I've lived I was in Bobo Dioulasso. I've lived in Senegal. I lived in Mali. So I know those places. I've never been to Niger. I've never been to Sierra Leone and Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire. But what I know very well is I was in Guinea Conakry, Guinea-Bissau.
Okay.
So what I know very well is that, you see, whether we like it or not, destiny has bounded us together. Whether we like it or not, by anything you can imagine. Right. It's like me saying somebody from the Caribbean or Black America, if they walk into West Africa, they are West Africans. You can't. It's just like because majority we look alike. It's easy to mix up. It's like somebody from Europe or from the light-skinned Americans going to Europe. They just fit in. So there's something bounding us together, whether we like it or not. The question is that, how can we modernize and take advantage of the situation in which we have found ourselves? So rather than breaking and destroying it, why don't you look at the roof where the rain is coming in and leak it and then block it and see whether when the rain comes again, it will still beat us? I think that is where we are. Sometimes you just need to build a big drainage. Sometimes you just need a little gutter. In this case, we just need a little gutter, because if we say we are going to start all over again, but on the other side, to be honest with you, my hand on my chest, I wish the AES succeed. It's good for
nice.
all of us. I wish
Right
it
on, my
succeed.
brother. Right on.
Does this
I wish it
include
succeed. Why?
Mr.
Because
Kofi?
it
Yeah.
is the same thing we are
Right.
all doing. It's the same thing. All we want is peace and prosperity in West Africa. And if we can get the whole continent, why not? Why not?
Absolutely.
I will
So,
drink to that,
Absolutely.
brother.
yeah,
I just
this is
learned
it.
that
Absolutely.
All we want is
Ghana.
what the Chinese man is taking for granted, what someone in the United States of America is taking for granted, what the Europeans are taking for granted. We also want it. We are human beings. But I didn't choose to be born in Ghana, but this is my destiny. My job is how do I make things work? That's all.
Mm-hmm.
And I will die and others will come and continue. Kwame Nkrumah said, this project that we have started, those to make it great and finish it, they are not born yet. And here we are. It's possible it's not my generation. But we shouldn't stop. The flag, we are in a world, people go to space. They go and put satellites there and be selling internet to us like animals. And we pick phone and be looking at why Indians have gone, Chinese have gone. Why don't we also collaborate and go together? Why not? This is where ECOWAS comes in. None can do it alone. Nobody should fool us, and we should not fool ourselves. ECOWAS is the platform for me. I rest my case.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think we've got a new guest, brother Kofi.
Yeah, I was
Salute to you, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Kofi. Then after Kofi, I'll pass the V. Then we'll close out. Go ahead, Kofi.
All right, peace, everyone.
Are we saying we're about to run up?
There's two more people that will wrap up, but Mr. Kofi, if you have to go, you're free to go. But
okay.
Well, this is what we'll do. Kofi, ask Kofi a question. All right.
All right. I just found out that the
Yes.
I just found
Are
out
you saying
Ghana currency.
somebody's going to ask a question?
Yeah, me.
Yeah, Kofi's asking you a question now.
Yeah, I just found out.
I can't hear him.
You can't hear him. Okay, Kofi, ask me and Kofi, make it a question, not a statement. What's the question?
Ghana doesn't print its own currency. A U.S.-based company called Delarue prints it.
Okay.
Is that something that's affecting adding infrastructure to prevent floods in Ghana?
Okay, Mr. Kofi. So Ghana doesn't print its own money. A company in America does. Does that have any impact on the current infrastructure issues in Ghana, i.e., the flooding that's going on?
Okay. Is that a question?
Yeah, that's the question for you.
You see, the printing of the currency, right? Currency is a technical thing. When we say it's a paper, it's only become a legal tender when it's issued through the central bank. Now, the printing of the paper is highly scientific and technological intensive. So it's not economically viable. How many do we need a year for us to go and get this expensive and complicated machine? So Ghana doesn't print it. We outsource the printing. But when they bring it in a container sealed. And it goes into our bank. The Central Bank of Ghana then will issue, so they know what they issue. And currency, because people use it every day, it also get faulty and they destroy it and they replace it. So they know what is happening so that there won't be inflation. Now, Gambia do the same thing. Sierra Leone do the same thing. The only country, Liberia, do the same thing. Because they are small economy. So it doesn't pay them to buy that sophisticated, complicated machines. The only country that is likely to produce their own currency is Nigeria because of the size.
Shout out to Nigeria.
Shout
out to Nigeria.
Because of the size.
South Africa and Kenya.
The British just created them big. Now,
let me finish, bro. Come on.
So what is there now is that if we start using the ECO, if put the population of Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and the Gambia together, it's a huge number. Nigeria alone is bringing in 200 million people plus. Then Ghana, 30 million. Then you have Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia. Assuming they are even coming with 50 million, put the number together. It's huge. They are those who start the project. These nations, the money will be issued because there will be central bank that will be created. So the mint and the printers are different from the central bank. You have to understand that. There are two different things. The minting will mint and they'll print. Security there. But when it's ready, it will go to the central bank of the ECOWAS. And each country will get their share. Now, let me give you one secret about the printing. They will print and there will be security things inside the currency. When you look at it, you won't see it with your naked eye. But when you use what we call like mercury, yeah, security, you look in like the way they do with the genuine dollar. When you look, you see the security future. When you look at it, you need to look at it special. That each country will have a unique currency. So the difference will be inside. It's only in the bank you know which country's currency is this. But they will all be the same when you look at them, ECO. So they'll print all of them and they'll make sure that the central bank of ECOWAS, that will be a record bank, a bank of record. They will be the one to give each country their own share. The reason why you want to put the security futures in the destiny is that there will be inter-border trade and money will be moving around. So if more of the money that is supposed to be in Ghana is found in Togo, and less of the money in Togo is found in Ghana, they know how to track it with the day of technology and so on. They will see it. Then that means the economic activities in Togo is less as to what they are giving the Ghanaians. So Ghanaians are flooding the Togo markets with product and taking money from Togo. So we know where the money comes from, the Togolese money, more of it. If you are doing international transaction, we'll be able to know which currency came out to Chinese because they'll bring the currency ECO for us to give them the money they want. Then we check, where did this money come from? That means that economy will need support. It will need support. So what the ECOWAS, everybody, the specialist institutions will do is to say, okay, what can we do in this particular place so that there will be economic activities there? Because it's not about money. Money is just like indicator of how goods and services are moving. The power of an economy is the activities of the people within. So what do? Do we give them a loan? Then it's okay. What do we want them to produce that the other side want? Then we say, you know something, let us give them the loan. Send professionals in to help them get the loan, not to the government. The loan is going to private people because these governments can be corrupt. You give the loan. We don't want to start something in future that will change. So we want to embolden and create private sectors that will be powerful and strong. And we give them loan, cheap loan and license to work, and they'll pay the money back to the ECOWAS after some years. So it's loan you are giving them. You are not giving them charity. To kickstart the economy. And what are we importing? Okay, we are importing too much of this thing, maybe rice. Encourage them to produce too much of the rice and dump it into the rest of the market. And that is how they also be getting value for money. So trade is about exchange of goods and services. Yes, that's what trade is all about. Not exchange of money alone. Money is just an indicator. So we have a strong plan. Very strong. Everything will be by law. And that law will be made by the ECOWAS Parliament. So that is where we should start our journey, by legislation.
Okay.
Have I answered that question?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you, sir. I think our sister is.
Have I answered the question?
Yes,
You answered it. For some reason, you hear me. V, go ahead with your question, V.
Oh, yeah. Hello, guys. I've been listening to Brother Kofi
Well,
extensively.
hold on, Kofi. Can you hear V?
I
Yeah,
can
can
hear
you
her.
guys hear me? Yeah. Yeah, I
Yeah, I
said
can hear
Yeah, we can
you.
hear you, sis.
Thank you.
okay. I said hello initially, and I said have been listening to you all speak extensively, particularly Brother Kofi, and the enthusiasm you're showing about the ECOWAS. I've got a few questions to ask you. I personally have given up on the ECOWAS. I think the ECOWAS is a useless force, and it has been useless for quite a while.
Yes.
You keep saying that we should not blame the West, but we do know it's the Western manipulating of some of the leaders within the ECOWAS that has destroyed ECOWAS. So I know lots of the blame will fall on our leaders, the ones that have been allowed themselves to be manipulated by these Western countries, and but also some of the blame has to go to the West. But my question to you is, you just described the ECO and how they intend to, whenever, maybe they started talking about this when I was very young. I mean, I'm kicking on a bit, maybe, I don't know if I will see it in my lifetime. But it is pretty sad. It's not a laughing matter, brother. They've been talking about this eco, whatever it is they call it, and they've been put back, because they said most of the countries don't have the physical discipline and so forth. And so I'm not economist, so I don't know the terms for it, but I know that they're saying that they don't have the physical discipline enough to somehow implement it. That's why it's been pushed back. But I do know there's a huge political shenanigans going on in the background. That's why it hasn't come on. But as you're speaking now, you only mentioned the so-called, I hate this word, but I will use it for the sake of argument, Anglophone countries. What about the Francophones? Are they not interested in the ECO as well? Like, I know Senegal is very much interested.
Yes.
I don't know about Ivoria, because that man has his own plan. That's my first question. Second question is, you also talked about trying to build...
Can you let me finish this and you come with the second one?
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Quickly, you see, I think in West Africa we have a serious problem. Where it comes from, I don't know. We have this mindset. Then everything we say is the leader. Everything is the leader. Which leader?
We vote the leaders that they win and they
No.
bring
I'm answering your question. It's a rhetorical question I'm asking myself.
Okay.
The president we vote for, he is elected to manage his country. He's not elected to manage ECOWAS, right? And he can only use the power of the country. And the power of the country that leader is going to use, as we voted for the person, is going to be like football. He's playing internal defense and is also advancing into the rest of the world, where you have United States of America, China, Russia, everybody. And nobody has mercy for you. It is a dirty world, very competitive. So these so-called leaders, maybe it is time, I don't know, maybe because we are used to our tribal leaders. So when you come to our president, we see him as Alpha and Omega. They are nothing. The country's power are not good enough. So when you come to ECOWAS, ECOWAS is not about 15 presidents. No. ECOWAS have got institutions, each of them very important. Though we say we have given the authority of heads of states the final say. Others have to do their...
Can I interject a little bit?
Let him finish. We are
Let me
listening.
finish. Others have to do their work. The heads of states are not the managers of ECOWAS. We have the commission. We have the ECOWAS Court of Justice. We also have the ECOWAS Parliament. They are all critical infrastructure institutions that are working, each working, and there's check and balance in a way to get to a conclusion. So if we continue to be looking at ECOWAS as president, this will get his gangsters and they'll come. Then the president, that will come. And then they'll come and they are sabotaging and fighting each other. We will not get to anywhere. That is not ECOWAS. ECOWAS, by the will of the people, is the parliament of ECOWAS that give all the institutions their power. The president of Nigeria is only there to work for Nigeria. It's not there to work for ECOWAS. The president of Ghana is there to work for Ghana. Nobody gave him a mandate to work. When do they have election for them to hear them telling you about ECOWAS? They only tell you about their country. So you can't then come and want them to be supermen in ECOWAS. ECOWAS has got its own institution and everything. That's number one.
Can I ask a question, please?
Actually, they are competing among themselves, and that cannot be our future. Two, we needed law. Without law, we can't control anything. The common law of ECOWAS will be made by the parliament of ECOWAS, like the National Assembly of Nigeria. Everybody follow it, whether you like it or not. They may look corrupt, but that is it. Then, I think you were talking about, I don't know whether you were talking about the currency. And you ask whether I was saying that the English-speaking countries I mentioned they will use the currency first before the French-speaking ones will join, because then the reason is that they are already using the CFA, and they are used to using the CFA. What we want to do is to take the CFA from France. That is what, because France control the CFA. It means France control half the economy of West Africa, because anyone who control your currency they control your economy. So we know that, and they'll control your law, they'll control your life, they'll control your mother and father.
Then that's when the question of sovereignty comes in, isn't it? That's why this
be patient. Be patient. Sovereignty. When you talk about sovereignty is like freedom. I said you are free, but you are disabled. What's the use of the freedom of a madman? So freedom must be backed by ability. You can be free. You are free. Ukraine is free. Why is Russia attacking her? So are we not saying that Venezuela is free? What is their president doing in the prison of America? So freedom must be back. Go read my book, The Secret of Great Nations, Sovereignty. I address this thing very well there. Now, it's on Amazon. What I want you to look at carefully here is that what we want to do is to start with the English-speaking countries, because each of them have different currency. It's just to start. After all, if you go to the European Union, not all of them use the euro. The British refused to use it until they left. So for us to build confidence that this thing will work, let us start with the 5 ones. Then, as soon as it's working, that is when the institutions will start also coming along. Then, the French-speaking ones, those ones are tired of France, I swear. The French-speaking countries are tired. They don't know what to do about France. That one get it. You can see when you look at Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, they are ready to die than to continue with this French nonsense. So
I think we got you.
The problem.
Even though,
you said it's a long time you've heard people talking about ECO, and it's true. It's true. The idea of the ECO, it will be impossible without a legislative arm. And I've explained it earlier. Legislation, representative democratically, because ECOWAS should be a democratic institution. And ECOWAS prides itself as a democratic institution. That is why we have the ECOWAS parliament. The question is, the Europeans, through the European Union, France, the CIA, your American brothers, they know what they will lose when we start voting for the members of the ECOWAS parliament. I swear they know.
You have explained, I heard you explain this over and over during previous whilst you're talking. What I'm saying is the ECOWAS commissioners, and that you've been talking about it for quite a while here now. How effective are they? I didn't even know.
They cannot be effective without a legislation.
The question, they are not effective because
V, when he's explaining, because there's a lot of people are listening that are enjoying what he's explaining. So don't make the conversation just about you.
No,
so
I'm not.
Zango, no.
What
don't do
I'm
that.
trying to, my sister V, listen carefully. There is a car. The car is not moving, and somebody said we need a petrol. There's no petrol. It is water we are pouring in. Let's put petrol and see. You are saying everything is not working, and we say the problem has to do with the legislative arm of the ECOWAS. That
I
we,
want
the
to
people.
challenge him. You see, if you allow me, I want to challenge because I've learned a lot.
What is the challenge here?
I want to, because we in Ghana now, there's a growing underlying annoyance with ECOWAS that Ghanaians are starting to agitating to get out of ECOWAS.
Let me ask you a question.
No,
let me
yeah, okay.
Oh God. In Ghana, do you vote for the members of Ghana Parliament or you don't?
Yes, they do. I've never voted in Ghana, but they do.
But you know people in Ghana vote for the members of the
Ghana
Parliament.
They do. They supposedly do.
Are you aware that the 8 seats meant for the territory and the population of Ghana, the members of Ghana Parliament choose people. Afeyo Markins,
I am aware of that.
Mahama Yerga, to go to the ECOWAS. Do you know that?
I am very much aware. As I said, I recently learned about it because...
Now, if you are aware of that, we told you that make the members of the ECOWAS Parliament advisory body. Go and read the Constitutive Act.
But you keep saying that you want a legislative body that will be elected. But what I'm telling you is the government that currently in ECOWAS will not want ECOWAS to be any more powerful. They want ECOWAS to be subservient. They want ECOWAS to be weak, because if ECOWAS is the ECOWAS Parliament gets powerful, it will challenge them. So they don't want
wait.
Yeah, but now he's educating us. We are knowing the truth. You don't want us to know the truth or what?
V, listen to me,
please. Who's shouting now?
V, be
but
patient.
Zango, stop shouting over Aman. Don't do that again.
The man is educating you, and I'm also challenging is what he's saying is very disingenuous, because
listen
the
to me, my
leaders,
sister.
Don't talk about the leaders, but the leaders
don't let us get worked up.
ECOWAS to be weak.
There is something we call logic. 1 + 1 will give you 2. So what will the next one give you? Then you'll be adding until you get to where you are going to. So that's what I want to do with you. You said there are some people who, when the ECOWAS becomes strong, can you see? They will be losers. You just said it too.
Yes.
And therefore, they don't want ECOWAS to be strong. Is that not true?
Yes.
Good. When the ECOWAS becomes strong, and we start having car manufacturing industries across West Africa, and the young people are going to be getting jobs, instead of we importing the cars from China, who are going to be the beneficiary? Is it going to be the poor, ordinary people who are frustrated and have no job? That the car from the Chinese, that the rotting cars from Europe that nobody wants is what they are working on every day. Are they going to be the beneficiary, or is going to be the people you said are sitting down that they swear to God that we will never get out of this mess? Now, tell me, who is going to be the beneficiary?
Well, ideologically, the people should be the beneficiary.
Now, see you say the people.
It doesn't go like that.
Be patient with me. You say the people, isn't it?
Yes.
And Ghana belongs to the people of Ghana. It doesn't belong to some people of Ghana. Now, be patient. Listen to me, my dear. So what you are saying is that you are saying that there are some people, whatever be their power, they are holding everyone back. And the beneficiaries, those who will benefit from this thing when it works, they form the majority. They form the majority. And you are saying that the few have the power to hold the majority who will benefit back. It means something is wrong with the brain of the people. We are telling you here, you are making an argument that is making your own argument flaw. Listen, you are standing here telling, you just said, ECOWAS Parliament when it becomes strong.
My brother, as we in Ghana, right, we have voted several elections. I haven't voted, but people I know, my family do vote. I deliberately chose to not to, because I find them, all the political parties, too corrupt for me to go and waste my time on them. But people do go year in, year out to vote for these politicians, and they have done nothing. So why would you then say that the people are corrupt? Is the people that have got something wrong with their brain? That is why I come from a family where it suffered under the hands of Rawlings. I was too young to be involved in that, but I know my family did suffer. And I'm supposed to be against military government. But seeing that is why you have a lot of the youth, even in Ghana, are supporting the AES because they say
think,
to
madam,
have this,
you are
let me finish, please. To have
I'm
this
coming. You are
Before
making very
Rollins,
simple
there
things
was family.
complicated.
they
It's
rather have the
frustrating.
AES leaders.
You
That's what
see,
Ghana, you know that. You know the
be
youth are
patient with
supporting
me.
them.
Please, can you give me 1 minute to ask you a question?
Let her make her point.
Please.
She's trying to
I'm not
finish her
going to
point.
talk.
No, you have to make me, let me explain myself, please.
The way
You
you are
came here,
explaining
you
yourself, you are
know the
explaining
youth,
yourself the wrong way.
even in Ghana support the AES. You know that. Because they are fed up with the crooked thieving politicians.
I said, I'm not here to talk about AES. Is that the problem you have now? Is it by force?
No, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying that when people are speaking like this, they're disingenuous.
Do you know the mistake you are making? You just said that people voted every 4 years. They go and vote. You don't vote.
Do.
But be patient with me. Who do they vote for? And who are we saying should be voted for? Tell me, who do they vote for?
But sometimes their vote don't even count, sir. That's the problem.
Can you tell me who they vote for?
Because they vote for, supposedly, they vote for these crooked, weak politicians. Supposedly.
God.
Because often, people say there is shenanigans goes on in election all over. My brother, be genuine. Come on now.
I think you don't. Hello. You don't understand me. No. We are thinking differently, and you have your own opinion, so you can't understand what I'm saying. See, I said, nobody is arguing that there's no election in Ghana. But the election we have in Ghana that people are voting and feeling frustrated, they only vote for those to go to Ghana Parliament and the president of Ghana. If you don't know, let me tell you. So what we are saying is that no one is voting for those to go to the ECOWAS Parliament. We don't vote for them. And that is where we think the problem is. So instead of 1, 2, 3, there's election. This is for presidential candidate. This is Ghanaian parliamentary candidate. This is ECOWAS parliamentary candidate. Vote for the one you want. They gave you 2 instead of 3 options. So you
that makes sense.
2. The third one, nobody voted. And we are telling you that there is one you are missing. And you are arguing that you have been voting and you are tired. Can't you see something is wrong here? It's very simple.
No, but what she's trying to say is,
I don't know. I'm too old. You understand? And my level of education as a teacher is just telling me that why do you simple thing you are making it complicated? And you're talking about what you don't know. You are crying, you vote, they vote. We are telling you, you are doing the wrong, you are not doing the right thing.
Who is not doing the right thing? Who is not the people or who? The people
do you know how the members of the ECOWAS Parliament are choosing? Tell me, how are they elected? We have members of. Tell me, how do we get?
I know that they are selected through the parliamentary of every country. I know that.
Now the question is that what I'm? Do I agree with that or I disagree with that?
Well, you said you disagree with that.
Fine. So if I disagree with that, can you see? I said that is the wrong type because it turned them into...
I'm also coming from the point of view that ECOWAS is useless and it needs to be scrapped.
Thank you very much. There's nothing we can do about your position. Why? Because being reasonable is part of being human being. Listen,
well, the people are fed up with ECOWAS. ECOWAS have been sitting there for 50 years. It has done nothing.
You can do what you want to do.
If you go to the streets of Ghana today and you ask the people how are they benefiting from ECOWAS, they will tell you nothing. They don't even know anything about it. That is why you need to start from.
Just like everywhere in West Africa, most people in West Africa, most people in West Africa feel exactly like what V is saying.
You are here to frustrate
bring in
me.
a legislature and ECOWAS will be solved. ECOWAS will not be solved. You go to the streets of Ghana, ask anybody about what is the purpose of ECOWAS. They know nothing.
Look at Madam. I understand your frustration and I respect your view. Let another person also have a say, please. Because
Okay, and okay, right,
either you
right,
are
right.
intentionally
For me,
misrepresenting what I'm saying,
V, let me have it. Let me have it.
because people have
V,
their agenda.
Yeah, but
Mr.
Kofi,
Kofi.
If you can allow maybe Kofi and then Kofi, I think maybe we can close out because
Yeah. Okay, let me just
we
say
can
one
close
thing,
out.
right?
I'm
Kofi, as
actually
you
I'm
can tell,
actually sorry for bringing it to this. I'll take it to a different platform actually because
It's painful
this is
because
a bunch of
how
bozos.
can
I'm
you
not gonna
come
lie to
and
you.
because you
No,
you see
that's not. Don't
somebody.
be like that. Listen, I've been learning about ECOWAS recently a
If
lot.
you
I
listen to
spoke to
me,
one of the Mr. Coffee, please. I spoke to one of the commissioners even recently,
you
and a
even know
lot of the
them.
points that we were putting to him, he was even agreeing with us. But he said, oh, it'd be difficult for them to make any change because they are under government. They are appointed by the government. And you sit there and say, well, they have this and that commission, they're just useless. They go
Hold
there.
it, oh.
ECOWAS is a talking
Can't
shop.
we? Can't I'm coming. Listen to what you just said. You even engage a member of the commission
I
of the
did, yes.
ECOWAS.
Not
Now,
just me, a group
The
before
of
you
very
us.
people
explain,
that say they have hijacked
it means
ECOWAS.
you are an insider because getting to those people is difficult. Now, listen to me. And from what you are saying, so I'm not talking to an ordinary person. I'm talking to someone who know what they are saying. Now, listen, oh, what you just said is that they are appointed by government and this and that. And we said those appointments are not a problem. What you need is an elected ECOWAS parliament by the people. Those other things, this is how the EU do it. So if you don't know how the European Union is doing it, for which they are spending a common currency, they are planning for a common army, they are putting money where they have to put money and things, and they are printing everything is working for them. Though there's always a challenge, it can be better. If you don't understand that simple thing, and you are seeing that by force you are tired, you are to where are you going? You just said the government is controlling things, and we are telling you we want to take the power to the people, but this time, this is after all the mandate given to the politicians in Ghana. Why can't you give the same mandate to the politicians going to ECOWAS directly by the people? Why do you want Ghana Parliament to be acting on your behalf? And when
So
we
how do
ask
you
you, you say
propose
you don't
they
trust
will
them,
do that?
you don't like them, you don't believe in them. But the way you are talking as if the same people is what you want to go to. That is wrong. That is wrong.
How
yeah,
are
look,
you
look,
going to convince these people
look,
to give this legislative power to the ECOWAS,
Thank
the
you.
government?
No,
look.
no, no. The legislative power will come from the people themselves. What we are doing on this platform is to get the Ghanaian people like you to understand that power is in your hand. Join us. Put pressure. How did the American blacks did it? They wake up. They didn't sit down for the white to give it to them. They fought them and they got their right to vote. The South Africans, they didn't sit down. They got up and fought for it. Why do you want to sit down for your oppressors to give you something? And when you wake up, you say Europeans are controlling you. You don't want to do anything. We told you you are the beneficiaries. You can't give the people, you are going to benefit. Those who don't care whether they are in America watching World Cup, they've even taken ambassadors to America, they put them in good hotels. So you are the one who will join us so that we will start the movement. We said we are a movement and we are fighting. While we are appealing to you, you are expressing frustration that you don't want to have anything to do with it. It
It's
means
not
you are
me.
happy
It's
with
not
what you are
me.
going on.
I'm speaking based on the conversations, as I said, we had recently by this group of people that they have also started
Giannis, can
agitating
someone else ask our questions?
like to get
Yeah,
out of
but
the
Yeah,
country.
yeah.
And I
Let
support
me
them.
pass the mic to CD. Go ahead, CD.
Hey, how you doing, my brother? I think you sound very, informed. Things that you're
I
saying.
can't hear CD. Is he talking?
You can't hear CD. Okay, CD. Ask the question again. The question. Just give me the question. I'll ask and I'll share it. Then we're gonna close out because we've been on for 5 hours now.
No,
Okay.
let him speak up. Speak up very well.
No,
So,
CD. What's the question?
my question is, like what John Muhammad was saying, that garbage management is the problem in Ghana, right? Everything is not the government. when you go into the street of Ghana, like people like V, they drink their soda
The
water.
CD. I can't remember all that. I need just what's the question?
Okay, so the issue is it's not the garbage management is the problem. The people mentality how to live without a garbage. Is that the one that causing the flood problem, or this is the infrastructure issues?
Mr. Kofi, is the issue with that is going on right now in Ghana with the flooding? Is it the government lack of picking up the garbage, or is it like the citizens, the people, just tossing the garbage anywhere? Like, what's the issue?
I think I've answered this question, but I will answer it
And
again.
then we'll close out because we've been on for 5 hours. Thank you for staying on too, Kofi.
Thank you very much. Now we need to understand modern man and the way the modern man goes about his environment and his way of life is different from the way our ancestors did it. We are not our ancestors. We are different kettle of fish. Ghana is no more the Ghana you have in 1960, where you can count the people who are in the capital city. Now the number has blossomed. People are coming from the rural area because everybody want to have access to modernity. Now, this is where, and the population of Ghana is increasing. The challenge is that there is serious challenge. When I was growing in Ghana, we have a lot of water bodies. Odona, you have river here, you have river everywhere. I even remember when Rollins said he want to make from Alajo, you can take a boat. You know those boats you have in United States that you sit on it and they will drive to the sea. He wanted to do all these things because the waterway was there. What happened? All these things call for capital intensive investment. In other words, machines, very big, huge machines is what you need, even when you are population is growing, so that you can keep people where you want them to be. You build park. It means you should start building houses, skyscrapers. But Ghana doesn't have the capacity to do this. Because at the time we have independence, we were behind. Even China, it took them a long time to start producing these things locally. The Europeans who created Ghana, they didn't create us to be industrious. They created us to be source of raw material, and they will have the technology and convert the raw material into finished goods. Now, with the pressure on Ghana government, since we are not in the position to be industrious, to be able to produce on our own and consume what we produce, because situation didn't favor us and the population growth is coming in and people are putting pressure on the politicians. So with China coming on the stage and Europeans reform that most of the items people are using in Europe, they are throwing them away. People find a way of taking them to West Africa, Ghana to be precise, all rotten, useless thing. Cars, if you go to the front of my house in Nima, Mercedes-Benz 1940, 45, they are all packed. They pack them everywhere. Some of them will leave it, no parts. Everything is dumped. You go, all the gutters are choked. Why? Because these are manufactured, industrialized goods. We are consuming manufactured goods. Some are used items that will bring scraps in. Some are the raw things you buy, like plastic and so on. There is supposed to be a modern way of removing those things. Our ancestors don't have a means of removing them. The modern way of removing it fall on the neck of the government of Ghana. Now, the challenge then we are having is that people getting some little money, flooding, coming to Accra, they build wherever they want to build. Waste disposal. Because if I have a little money and I want to build my house, I just get anywhere. When nobody is looking at me, I just build my house there. So before you know, the water bodies, the waterway are being destroyed. Now, as an adult, there's no park in Accra. I can't show you any serious park. People are built and encroach on everything. And then we don't also have water body. They are all gone. So, and people in Ghana, because of poor level of income, poor economic opportunity, they just build 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So there's house everywhere is choke. Everywhere is choke. Places that used to be marked as roads, now houses are built there. Our gutter, because we don't have the know-how, they don't go under the ground. They are on the surface. So everything people do, everything goes into the gutter and go and choke everywhere. So this flooding, like I said, we have to go back and drench and build and remove houses and build tall houses and create things. These things are costly. It is difficult to go to people who have struggled to earn a living, go and destroy their house. Where are they going to stay? Where are they going to stay? So the flood didn't start now. It has been there when Mahama was the president the last time. It is there when the Mahama is the president now. And it is there when Akufo-Addo was the president for 8 years. It's not new. This is what brings the ECOWAS onto the table. We have been saying, who are the victims? The investors will have come from, because if we can produce a car in West Africa, there's nothing we'll be able to produce it. No machine in the world. And car is a consumer thing. You produce it every day. People use it every day. If you go to the Ghanaian route, it's choke. Everything imported. Now the Chinese are assembling car, competing with us, bringing everything in. So we are in trouble.
Okay, can I just make a very quick point? Sorry, I apologize. Can I make a very quick
our very cheap car? If we produce our very cheap car in the United States of America, where you guys are, don't you produce your cars? Why should our own car come from Europe and China and Japan?
Yeah, I agree with. I agree with.
Or 30 million car across West Africa annually. Let's start with
I agree with.
Let's
sorry,
share
sir.
the part. It take almost.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think Kofi's tired, man. Like, look.
Yeah, look. Before you close, I want to say one thing, right?
If electing the members of the ECOWAS Parliament is a solution that will create the law for us to be able to do this thing, then it's a war. We don't have a choice.
Yeah, I think what he's saying, it makes sense, because
but the flooding, if you think
what
Ghana
Mr.
government
Kofi
can
is
do
saying
anything,
is
they'll tell
definitely
it's
true.
global warming.
You know, because
global hopeless warming. Are we the only people in the world?
I think he can hear us.
Built on water. Holland, they reclaim a lot of the water. The airport, Schiphol Airport, was built on the water.
Right. Can you hear me, Kofi?
I mean, guys, so you guys are not realizing the power of the majority. Even if you are getting something, don't you think we still have to work as a block?
We have a number.
Otherwise, we're going to be eating. We're going to be eating like bigger economies.
The power of the majority is.
You know, there are some people that in Africa just destroying the system, let people let feed, criticizing system. They have no knowledge.
Yeah,
they don't know how the thing functioning.
You know, I'm from Ghana.
I have an experience with ECOWAS, right? So when someone filed property was
seized, make your point. I'm not gonna put up with your bullshit.
You
know nothing.
So the reason I'm saying ECOWAS. Yeah, you go again, Western lady.
You know nothing.
This is a Western
I'm not
lady.
gonna shut up for that ignorant man to talk to me anyhow.
No, I feel like this.
Right,
Africa. My example is what the guy said about airports, right?
Westernized woman. Respect the man.
So doing the Liberian Civil War, our property was seized.
You talk to your husband like that.
You speak, I will speak.
She doesn't even have one. And these are Western lady that come in and go to Africa to pollute down.
I'm very Westernized.
To your husband like that, madam.
And I like it because I'm gonna put up with bullshit from you. And you're ignorant.
What do we do?
I'm not going to put up bullshit from you. See, I'm very westernized and I'm glad. I was brought up by a man, a real man. I was brought up by a real man, married to a real man, not a weak, pathetic man like you, CD. For fuck off. Don't talk to me like that ever again.
So, Africa.
A real man,
my example is,
I was brought up by a man
Is
who
it
made
time
me
we
who I
end?
am.
Is
He told
it
me
Yeah,
time we
yeah,
to
end?
Kofi,
stand my
yeah, Kofi.
ground
Let's end the show. Let's end the show, man. You
because
Is
can't.
it the
people are
time we end
sick.
the show? Because we've been here for too long
Yeah,
No, I
yeah,
today.
mean,
Kofi,
he
Kofi
been
can go, man. Kofi,
disrespecting Kofi. Kofi
Mr.
was
Kofi
brought
Ali,
in to
you can
educate
I
actually
was
leave.
people.
You
not.
He
I
can
was
said he
exit
was
arguing
the
with him. I
exit the
was
disrespecting.
not
show.
Trying
disrespecting
to
him.
disrespect the man, you know.
So thank you, everyone. We have a mission. Martin Luther came with a voice, and people heard it. The people heard it, and they changed their destiny. Kwame Nkrumah came with a voice. People heard it, and we could see a very till tomorrow. People talk about this man with his dreams. Mandela came with a voice, and today South Africans, whatever they do, they remember this man. Please, this is our voice. We have our destiny in our hands. God or Jesus or
Nah,
Muhammad
let
is
him finish
God.
his closing statement.
They will not come from heaven to come and solve this problem. This problem will be there till the kingdom comes. We can pack our bags and run away. Wherever you go to, where you are born, your heart will always be there. Some of us, you go and you realize that where am I going to? You need to go back. And when you spend our youthful life developing other places and think when we are old, we want to go back to Ghana, Nigeria, and so on, Gambia, and go and have it easy. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. The earlier we wake up to help put our shoulders to the wheel and get things done the right way. And the right way is only one. Only one is not two. We voting directly for the members of our ECOWAS parliament. We mobilize ourselves. We put our resources, everything together. We throw everything. You will see that the cowards that are not allowing us to vote, you realize they don't have a backbone. They are just bluffing. We want to see where God made the law that Ghana Parliament should be the one representing me in ECOWAS. We want to see our number with it. After all, what we are demanding is the will of the people, the number. Do we have the number? Can we convince the beneficiary who are the masses? I think we all have this job to do. Once more, I want to say thank you to everyone. Those who agree with us, those who disagree with us, you are all wonderful. Because without disagreement,
You're welcome.
then we'll be monotonous. And those who also agree, you are even wonderful. Why? Because when we agree, we give ourselves confidence that yes, we are singing from the same ship. Thank you very much. On this note, I want to thank you, and I'm sure we'll organize this same show again very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Africa, what this guy was saying, right? So he mentioned about
Hello?
airports, right? He
Yeah,
mentioned about
you can.
airports.
Yeah, you can leave, Kofi. You can leave.
Okay.
You can leave.
Thank you very much for hosting.
So my experience
We'll
Thank
see
with
you
you on
to
airport
TikTok,
everyone.
Kofi.
when the Liberian
That
Civil
made
War
the show
broke out,
great. Have a
there was
wonderful
the
day.
Liberian
Bye.
government could
See you
not
on
protect.
TikTok.
The Liberian government we couldn't get our property from people that took over our properties, right, in Liberia during the Civil War. So we took all these people to ECOWAS Code, right? And ECOWAS Code helped us to get our properties back, right? So when this guy came,
Rock Kofi.
everything that he's saying, it makes sense, right? But there's a Ghanaian lady, I mean, not even respecting
Can
this
you
guy. What a guy like
can you
this.
speak without mentioning
She been
names? You
cutting
see,
this guy
every
off.
time you
She's
mention
trying
me,
to be
I'm gonna
disrespectful
speak
to
about
this
it, okay?
guy.
What
That's not
about my
good.
lady? Eh?
God,
He's
God,
speaking
God,
about
God, God.
Liberia. I'm speaking about Ghana. Did I come
And
here
the
to
thing
speak about
is, you
Liberia?
go to Ghana, you
This
don't
is about
even vote.
ECOWAS.
You don't vote. It's you call yourself Ghanaian. So you're criticizing the system. How the system
What's
will
the
change when
difference?
you
Now,
don't
I
vote?
chose not to because I'm not gonna vote for cheap,
But
weak
how the
politicians.
system going to change if you now
Listen,
contribute?
that's not your concern. That is not your concern.
Yeah, but
I
then
when I
stop
came here, I'm
when they bring
speaking about Ghana.
important
I never
people to
spoke
their
about Liberia.
forum.
Okay?
Let's listen to them so we can learn from them. But we don't want to listen to someone that have no idea how living the country that is doing,
Country is not a tribe.
right?
blame the chair of the ECOWAS, who is Ali Toure. But at the same time, he said, don't blame the leaders. A lot of contradiction into his analysis and also his stance towards the West. I totally disagree on that. And also, he think the solution is to elect the representative in the ECOWAS. But hang on a minute, we got so many people that we locally elected to represent us in our government on a local level. They haven't done jack in our local area. How are they going to be? How is it going to be any different if
But
they go to
Africa,
ECOWAS?
as a citizen, that's the only weapon that
Mm,
you have. In America, when you say you're against the system, they will tell you go to
mm.
vote and change who is in power.
Yeah,
That's the only
yeah,
power that you have in
but
your hand. But you
but
live in this country, you been
I
living like
understand
you
that.
flee from the West, you go to
I
Africa, you
I
don't vote, and
City,
you continue to
City.
criticize the system.
I understand that,
How we going to change?
but
You know?
keep trying the same thing. Keep trying the same thing that doesn't work. You keep trying it. It doesn't work. It's a sign of madness. So I wanted to emphasize more of some of the things, but hopefully next time we'll catch up on him. So that's why for me in this whole conversation is 50-50. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to. I haven't been given enough chance to break into it because there's so many interruption and arguing and people talking over each other.
Right.
Next time hopefully we could do that. But it's 50-50 to me. That's the only thing I learned today, that the chair of the ECOWAS, who is Ali Toure, tend to weigh in more power, and his blame is more shifted towards him than the
Okay,
ECOWAS leaders.
I'm sorry,
That's
Africa,
that's
if you finish, I'll just say something quickly and I'll get off because I've lost my trail
let's
of thought.
let's be
I'm not
civil. Let's be
usually like
civil.
this.
Let's be civil. That's all I've advised.
No, I mean,
So,
let's ECOWAS, they is on paper, they seem the commissioners and this, but they are not effective because the leaders of the country they are coming from restrain them. Right today
Right?
or a
I
few
know.
days ago, there is a ruling about Togo. The government have changed the rules to how the president is elected, and now a Togolese president, once their party is in majority, anybody who is the president can stay in power for life as long as their party keep voting them in, and that is what he's done. He's done this to protect himself. A group in Togo took him to the ECOWAS court. And guess what the ruling came with? The ECOWAS court agreed with the group that took the case to court, saying that it's unconstitutional and he's done it fraudulently, so they should scrap it. They said, yes, they agree with them, but there's nothing they can do. So the man, they did not sanction the man. They did not give him any sort of any kind of condemnation or
Punishment.
anything. So they agree with what the people of Togo are saying, that what he did is unconstitutional, but there's nothing they're going to do to him. So what is the effectiveness of ECOWAS?
because
There's
Yeah.
ECOWAS
nothing.
is not
ECOWAS is
political
just nothing.
organization. It's economic organization. It has nothing to do with politics. It has nothing to do with domestic
I
politics.
said
That's why you have
ECOWAS
to
court.
understand.
I said the ECOWAS court. What is the ECOWAS court there for then? If a person has broken his own constitution and they have accepted he has, but there's nothing, they cannot sanction him or nothing. But when these three countries have their coup, they sanction them. So why can't they do the same for those so-called democratic government that are changing the rules to suit themselves?
What would they do?
As Africa say, it's contradictory. They are here, they are there. It's useless.
Well, but
Yeah.
that politics in Togo is not today. They have done it a couple of years ago, and the
Does it make
parliament
it right?
agreed to it, right?
Does it
So,
make it right?
well, I'm not saying it is right. That's the domestic affair of the Togolese. But the reality is, ECOWAS cannot change situation like that. They have no power to change that. But again, no matter who you are, you have to have a leader, whether the leader is good or not. But the only weapon that you have is to go to the point and mobilize and change the system. But you in Ghana, you never
You gotta
demonstrate
pay
one day
them. You have
go
to make
try to
more
fight to
money than them.
change the
That's the
system.
weapon right there.
Yeah, that's the only weapon that you have. Why you think black people are
Okay,
fighting in America because of
you have
the
elections in
political
this
That's the
system in
thing.
country.
Money,
America?
money.
where ballots are being stuffed, where people are being killed, where people are protesting for their basic right to have their elections be run free and fair, are killed. What is the democratic dispensation there? It happens all over West Africa. It's not just Ghana alone.
But that's the only weapon that you have. You know,
but we need to change it. See, this is why the ECOWAS need to change the system, how they operate, and if they're gonna continue to survive. That's the reality, because people are very disgruntled with that organization. It's not just those people in the AES. Let's just be real. Even in Sierra Leone, people are not happy with the ECOWAS for various reasons. And Sierra Leone is one of the countries who benefited from the ECOWAS from the civil war, like the economic branch of it. If you go online, you can hear people saying it's not because they want to be part of the AES. It's only because they don't like certain things. Our leader also is the head of ECOWAS, but the problem did not start because our leader is the ECOWAS. He started way, way before. Just to make that clear. But what I'm trying to say is, the people who are running, who have been sent to ECOWAS, are not representing the people. They're representing the government who sent them there. So this is the problem. And so it's no different. There is no difference between the average person who's been sent to ECOWAS Parliament and the average parliamentarian in the local constituent that they represent. They are just the same. So his analysis is basically pointless, because you can elect those that you send to ECOWAS. These are just going to be another same bodies, same corrupt people, same people who are easily influenced by outsiders, same weak judges that that actually there locally. You might get now and again, if you got potluck, you might get like some laws that go in your favor, or because you got good people who stand on your side and stuff like that. But generally, it's just a weak, corrupt organization. Period. You need to be changed. It's getting better though.
I mean,
To be honest,
Africa, I agree
yeah,
with you. I'm
yeah,
not supporting ECOWAS. You know
yeah,
what I mean? But what I don't
yeah.
like for African individual citizens, they just don't want to contribute to the society of their country.
No, that's
Right?
true.
Someone will be
And
walking in
since
the street of
yeah,
Accra, drink,
yeah,
from a bottle of couple of soda, and just throw in the
yeah,
street, and then blame everything on
yeah.
the government.
Yeah, but
But
Right?
also, but
So
also,
this
how
is
is
sorry,
the
so,
system going to
something that
get
sorry,
happens
changed?
sorry, sorry.
everywhere.
I
You
apologize.
can't just
Also, he
say
was making a no.
the
V, one
flooding is
second. V,
no.
I
Listen, let me
apologize.
the ECOWAS guy didn't explain the situation in that regarding the flooding properly. Accra is a low-lying land. The land is low-lying. It's like estuary, Accra. Oh, a lot of massive rivers ran down from interior and it come all congregate in Accra, and say going all the way to the Volta region, which is a flow. It's like an estuary. So they have built everywhere, which is right. They have even built in water bodies, but it's all these corrupt politicians. Again, when you talk, people say don't talk about them. They have stand there while people have paid money underhand and filled in the estuaries and the rivers to build on it. Now we have Accra being lowland. Just behind Accra, there's a Buri and all that. These are very, very highland, and there's a lot of rain over there. And in the past, all those mountains and hills around there, they were full of trees. So when it rains heavily there, they used to get a break coming down. But now they've built on those areas as well. So the water just ran all the way straight from the hill down to Accra, and that's it. Nothing stopped it. Just to demolish
But what the guy
no,
said was,
sorry, I apologize. I agree with the lack of urban planning development in Accra or in most African cities. I agree. But to blame the climate changes based on the amount of vehicle that been shipped to Africa, used vehicle that parks around in the street, that's misinformation.
Yeah, saying that they were
we know. Hang on, we know African people have been actually, the West go to Africa. Oh, we need to cut the carbon down. We need to this, and a lot of this African government are signing some stupid legislation with the UN, stupid laws saying, yeah, we need to cut the carbon. Cut what carbon? What carbon are Africa producing in the world compared to the West and India and China, who are polluting the planet, who Africa is actually suffering from? And then you got someone who knows about about the ECOWAS, about laws and legislation, who is here saying the reason why people are suffering is because of the used cars that have been sent to Africa. It don't make no sense.
I understand what you're saying, but listen, one of the things that he said was Like, for example, people who live in the middle of Accra, right? The Legon area, they build those, villa houses, right? Where they're supposed to be a skyscraper that will occupy over 500 people, right? Everybody want to have his own house, right? And it make the city so congested. They are not making a good, economic value of the land, right? If everybody decide to have a villa in Accra, there will be no space for car to pass. There will be no space for the water to flow, right? But what is going on in Nairobi right now? What they are doing, they're getting rid of all the villa in the middle of Nairobi. Whether it's in Westland or Kilimani, they're building the high skyscrapers. And that's how you make good benefit of your land, right? But everybody have a
Yeah,
short
but
building.
at the
There are
moment,
all these
the worst
villa
part,
is crumbled
the
together.
flooding
It
is
will cause a
taking a
flooding
lot of
problem.
land. The flooding is demolishing a lot of buildings anyway. Unfortunately, over 40 people are dead, and the flooding is demolishing those weak, ramshackle buildings that they put up anyway. So there need to be some serious planning going on there. Otherwise, they have to move the capital out of Accra because it looks currently Accra is sinking. Because as I said, it's lowland and there's a lot of river tributaries that run into the sea that end up in Accra. There are massive rivers that comes from the interior of Ghana.
And then they want to sell those land to you for $1 million. Some of them, they are out of their
Well,
mind. You ask for a
those
land.
who buy it is their problem. I'm not buying that kind of land. I'm never going to buy that. I don't have $1 million anyway, and if I do, I wouldn't spend it on. I'll go and buy some beautiful apartment now. So I'll probably go to Dakar and then buy something nice and live there because it's
Or go to Africa, but see, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm sorry, man, if I offend you. But what's that?
I need to buy. I say, CD, I will need to buy some cola nuts for you and V. You need to arrange that wedding.
No, listen. That man was talking
I'm gonna bring the
a
cola
lot,
nuts.
but
I'm gonna bring the cola nuts.
no, the man was talking a lot.
Ghanaian don't marry with cola, no. Ghanaian they marry with goat.
Grow cows.
No, we do cow and cola, no. Ghanaian they eat goat. All right, my guy. Good night, man. I gotta pray. Good night, guys.
I know, take care, man.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Diana, she there?
No.
Diana, she there? Okay. Diana, she there? Diana, are you there? The show is still, the stream is still running, by the way. So yeah, for me, the representative of the former ECOWAS rep that was here need to come back and explain himself more. We need to have people who speak, with a bit of focused mind, not interrupting each other, because that's a problem. And the reality is, I don't think having a representative who have been elected from various countries is going to change ECOWAS if they haven't changed the systems and they haven't strengthened the institution before that happened. That's the problem. Brother Dennis, are you there? Chat, what do you reckon? Should I continue talking until Dennis comes, or should we just end the show? What do you reckon, chat? Continue talking or end the show? Hello, chat. Okay. So for me, I reckon ECOWAS. If you ask me personally, I think ECOWAS should continue where they are and form the coastal alliance, from Nigeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, all those countries should form an alliance like the AES, and the AES should have their own bloc as they have at the moment, as they are. And then the AES should be having a different type of economy and to the coastal regions. Basically, this is the best way to, for it to be sustained. And the military might in Africa should be with the AES. They should be more highly militarized, and the population in the interland should be joining what they call the National Army Service. So kids at certain age should be in the army until a certain age, and they should be the one that actually, engage in industrialization. And the coastal region is where the port cities should be in West Africa. If you're gonna think about industrialization in the future, you're looking at the AES. If you look at West Africa in general, most of the population that you find, um, in West Africa, in the coastal regions, they all came from where you call AES region today. The migration patterns, if you look at it, like yesterday we were talking about Liberia, the oldest groups that you find, ethnic group you find in Liberia today, they actually came from the Ghana Empire, where Mauritania used to be, and they moved to where Liberia is today, and they settled down before any other tribe came there. So these people are the same group of people, but different mindsets, different exposure. So I think, the AES should be highly militarized zone, highly industrial. The coastal region should be port regions. It should be port regions and, tourist and, service economy, service the goods that's been manufactured and so on. And I think eventually most of these AES countries going to have what they call nuclear energy anyway, that will supply the rest of the region electricity. And ECOWAS will have their own responsibilities on the coast, and the AES will have their own. That's the only way forward. So in terms of raising money, we can actually raise money by National Army Service. Most of the infrastructural development in Africa, I don't think we need a lot of capital. All we need is people, organization. Everything should be localized. I mean, we need like an economy that is based on communalism, communal economy, where we trade with one another locally, and we make sure exports is very limited and import is almost zero. That's my take. Import should be almost zero. The only thing you can import into West Africa or Africa should be very limited. The rest of it, we have to learn how to make it. And I think that's where the military industrial complex will have to come in. Make sure these young kids learn, go to university, go to college, but at the same time, they do all this via military. This is how you do it. Until then, we'll be wasting our time. Because the interland, they're highly influenced by Islam, and the Arabs. The coastal region are highly influenced by Christianity and the West. And these are two different ideas, same people, same race, same genetics. They might find themselves to be different ethnic groups, but different influences. We need to be influenced by something new in the region. Absolutely. Because if we're not influenced by something new in the region, we're not going to get nowhere. But the only problem is our leaders who are taking us for granted, who are using different tools to divide us, to maintain power. That's one thing we need to take out first. This is my take on it. Dynas, are you there? It seems like Dynas has gone to sleep today, you know. So yeah, I mean, throughout West African history, we always had this problem that we're facing today, where you call what we call the Mansa and the farmer. You have the coastal leaders who are a bit more democratic, you know, easily influenced by outsiders because they're from the coast, right? And then you got the interland Africans who have built empires in the past. Basically, they have built empires in the past, you know, heavily influenced by different groups, including the Arabs, and they're quite authoritarian. Those in the interlands, you know, you can tell how they are today. It's never changed, and there are a lot of warlords in that region. These people just like to fight. So that's the reason why I said if you're gonna have any form of military in 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 Africa, it have to be those in the interland. These are people that just like wars, you know. But if you give them something to fight for, they will not be fighting each other. That's the reality. But I think we need energy first. Like the guy never mentioned the economic aspect of all this. Like, you know, how we're gonna raise capital, how we're gonna develop the entire region. Um, you know, in terms of raising capital, like and also how we're gonna, you know, provide energy security for the rest of the region. Because energy security, food security, he haven't really tapped into security, and he did tap into a lot of stuff like legislative, you know, laws and stuff like that, but he never went into security. In fact, he thought security was one of the least priorities, which I totally also disagree with, because security is our number one problem in the region, whether it's to do food security, um, energy security, social security. These are very, very big problems in Africa, especially in West Africa. You know, but and he never tapped into any of those. And these are people that have been in the ECOWAS parliament, so you can see the problem that we're facing. If someone like that is representing us in a higher level, and you can see his mindset and how he thinks, and he always like to dodge the bullets, saying, "Oh no, don't blame our leaders, or blame the head of the chair of the ECOWAS, Ali Toure. You know, no, don't blame the local politicians, but no, yes, actually, let's elect more people to ECOWAS to go and represent us. That will solve the problem." You can see there's a different agenda here, and something needs to be exposed. And some of the issues that we face is our elders and their old mindset that they think they know everything. Us, the younger generation, don't know jack. We should just listen to them and follow them. It's a problem we have. How is that going to change? So we need security. No matter how much we're trying to build a developed country or an empire or whatever we're trying to build, without security, we have nothing. You know, we have to go back to the days of the last great empire we have in West Africa called the Mali Empire. It was great, you know, while Europe was in dark ages. But the reason why it never lasted because we never had security. You know, it wasn't secured and it was destroyed. That made loads of people run to the coast. So, guys, security is number one priority. I don't know where Dynasty is today, but I think I'm going to end it myself. You know, I love to the chat, and I hope you guys have a great evening. And France won the World Cup game today. It was a great game. Well, peace and love to the entire family. I love. Bye.